In a world that hates outcasts, Ozadin bears a curse that makes him an outcast even among them. He embarks on a dangerous journey to collect rare imperial coins. But after the first theft, he is pursued by sorcerers, assassins, and soldiers of every sect. Each step reveals a deeper secret about his twin sister, who is plotting to destroy the country. All began on one fateful day in the frontier territory, Kazel, during a period of serious famine and drought. That year alone, the severe drought invaded the villages all around the royal capital, drying up water sources, cracking rich loamy fields, and striking fear into the hearts of the poor villagers, who all thought of abandoning their lands in search of greener pastures. Mind you, the Margrave of Kazel, aka Kazel's nobles, hates defectors, so whenever they came across any of them, things always ended badly for the peasants. On this fateful night, the young master of the Kazel capital and his 20-man strong soldier squad found a bunch of runners trying to sneak out of their village. Without any remorse, the soldiers instantly begin killing off the defectors, including their kids, for abandoning their villages. As for the Kazel noble who led the charge, Kazel, son of Margrave Kazel, who's also said to be a powerful magician with the blood of the divine kings, he remains disgusted at the selfishness of the villagers for not realizing that they're all still alive because of the grace of those with divine blood. While facing a random woman and her child, Kazel calls the villagers out for trying to flee because of the drought and accuses them of being impudent. To increase her chances of survival, the woman apologizes for being impudent and then begs Kazel to at least spare her children. Just before she finishes uttering her pleas, a soldier stabs her right through with his spear to shut her up, and then gets scolded by the young master, Kazel, for being so thoughtless in killing the woman without having fun with her first. After the soldier apologizes, Kazel orders the soldier to find a way to entertain him even further. To do this, the soldiers tie all the remaining men up, hang them up on tree branches, and make their wives try to hold them up in an attempt to keep them alive until the soldiers get bored and leave. As Kazel watches the women go through a senseless struggle, he gets the excitement he so craves, and yaps a few nonsensical things about parents supporting their children and wives supporting their husbands. While Kazel enjoys the sight, one of the soldiers calls him to ask if he can hang a man who's been stabbed on the tree to have him entertain them before he dies. Before Kazel replies, the wife, whose eyes are now swollen from tears, begs the soldiers and Kazel to please spare her husband, but unfortunately, it's not her call because the soldiers hang the poor guy anyway. When the woman tries to stop them from ending her husband, the soldier slaps the shit out of her and has her watch her half-alive husband, Ifan, hang from a tree branch. To keep her husband alive, the woman holds him up, and this only makes Kazel compliment her for putting up a magnificent show for him to enjoy. To encourage her to keep it up, Kazel threatens that her beloved's veins will explode and kill him if she doesn't continue holding him up. Hearing this, the woman tightens her grip on her husband, hoping and wishing with every fiber of her being that he doesn't explode and die. Moments later, another noble figure, who happens to be a holy knight, shows up on the scene and slightly scolds Kazel for treating the blood of the divine kings so lightly. For a moment, Kazel looks back to see who's talking, but when he recognizes the noble dude to be Sir Xebec, Kazel inches closer to him and calls him his sword instructor. Ignoring the insult, Xebec asks Kazel if there's any need to stain the dignity of the divine king's blood by going this far to punish people. In response, Kazel tells him his dignity will remain intact as long as Xebec keeps his mouth shut about what he just saw. Apparently, Kazel thought the punishment fit the peasants because they had decided to tarnish his dignity due to a minor drought. With all that said, Kazel glamorously asks Xebec if he's going to rat him out to his father and the council, and Xebec tells him that the truth simply can't be hidden forever. After a long pause, one of Kazel's soldiers asks if they should take care of Xebec while they still can, but Kazel, after telling him no, urges the soldier to get him a whip instead. Once he gets the whip, Kazel beats the shit out of the woman holding her husband, and the mere sight of this makes Xebec's skin crawl. Eventually, when Kazel's done beating the hell out of the poor woman, he lets out a satisfying laugh and enjoys the terrifying sight of the miserable woman clinging to her husband's hanging body. Upon staring at the bodies for a few more minutes, Kazel finally gets bored, so he leaves the scene with his soldiers and advises his teacher, Xebec, who's downtrodden, to smile a little since he's just enjoying life. Hours later, by evening time, Ifan, the miserable woman's husband, calls his wife, Safia, who's still holding on to him, and apologizes for misleading her into this tragedy, after which, he urges her to run for dear life. Refusing to leave her husband to the terrible fate, Safia holds on to Ifan, who holds a special coin with a weird symbol on it, and assures him that the Emperor's heralds will soon come to rescue them. Some hours later, by nightfall, Safia collapses from exhaustion. Thankfully, before she dies of thirst and starvation, Xebec shows up after sneaking out of camp and puts some water in her mouth. Before long, Safia wakes up and squints her cloudy eyes to see who just helped her survive. To preserve her strength, Xebec urges her to keep quiet and then asks if she can eat. When she stays silent, Xebec feeds Safia with some good soup and lays her to rest on the ground near her husband's hang site. By sunrise, Safia wakes up to see Xebec standing and keeping watch right beside her. To avoid getting caught, he explains his situation to her and tells her that he must leave soon, so he won't get punished by the ruthless young master if he's discovered. As for her fiancé, Xebec advises her not to hold on to him any longer, because poor bro is already long gone. Refusing to accept the reality of her situation, Safia drops the stick Xebec used to hold Ifan's body up, alerting Xebec, and continues holding on to her dear husband. Right before Xebec leaves, Safia asks him to tell her his name, so she'll ask the heralds to spare him when they come. But before telling her his name, Xebec asks if she seriously contacted the Herald clan, aka the Slayers of Sanctity, aka the Soulless Heretics, and Safia gives him the yes look. Although he doesn't know if they do exist, Xebec does assure Safia that if they do show up, Kazel, the blue-blooded Nimrod, has 20 well-armed soldiers under his command, including himself, so there's no way they're losing to the heralds. With this, he asks Safia if she knows about the incredible divine blood of Yegas, and although Safia does know, she still assures Xebec that the Herald clan will kill him, because they, too, are magicians who've killed kings bearing divine blood before. At this point, Xebec figures Safia must not be in her right mind because of the trauma she's endured so far, so he introduces himself as a holy knight of the king's church, not because he believes the Slayers will save him when they come and hear his name, but because he's sure that if they come at him, he will fight them with everything he has. Having said all that, Xebec leaves and promises to return at nightfall, when it's safe to sneak out again. As he disappears into the horizon, Safia stares at the triangle symbol she'd drawn on the ground earlier, and encourages herself, as she passes out, to wait for just 2 more days till the Slayers come and save them from their horrible fate. Soon after, passing out to begin her 2-day wait for the heralds, Safia recalls a particular memory she had with her husband some years before the drought. That day, which happened to be bright and sunny, the couple sat under that same tree that Ifan currently hung on, and Safia could remember her fiancé showing her a gift he had for her back then, which was the special coin he had on him. Upon receiving the gift in her memory, the curious Safia asked Ifan what the coin was all about, and Ifan asked if she had heard of the Herald clan. By this time, Safia remembers a story her dad told her about them when they were younger, so she tells Ifan that she's heard that they're Slayers of the Sanctity and are soulless. While that's true, Ifan does explain further that the gold coin she has on her is the Emperor's gold, and it can summon the heralds. Thereafter, he warns her about flaunting the gold coin around, because if the heretical interrogators of the king's church find her holding it, then they'll kill her. With all that said, Ifan pulls a fast one by pecking his lover on her cheek, and this gets her a little embarrassed. Soon enough, Safia asks Ifan why he's giving her something so dangerous as a gift, and Ifan says he's only giving it to her so she can use the gold coin to summon the heralds, to help by drawing a triangle on the ground and putting the gold coin in the middle, just in case something were to happen to them. Having remembered all that, Safia wakes up still holding on to her fiancé, while waiting for the heralds to show up and help them, and collapses completely exhausted from standing too long without food or water. A few hours later, by noon, Xebec is seen standing outside his army base, staring at the hot sun as Kozel's soldiers bathe themselves in cold water to cool off from the heat wave. Somewhere along the line, the obnoxious Kozel approaches him and asks for his thoughts about the massacre he had orchestrated the previous day. In response, Xebec tells the idiot that they can't collect any taxes for the citizens if they continue killing them off. Even so, Kozel tells Xebec that he's found out that the number of peasant defectors and thieves has increased recently, so his action from the previous day is justified. When Xebec suggests that they evacuate the peasants from the drought-infested villages to the Margrave's territory, where there's rich soil, Kozel asks him why he should allow those who are born on rich soil to suffer just because of those insufferable people. As Xebec remains silent, Kozel doubles down on his condemnation of his people, and then tells Xebec, who talks about agriculture depending on individual skill, that agriculture actually depends on soil, climate, and the king's light, which is what they were all taught by the king and the church. Furthermore, he explains that the reason why the peasants are facing a drought must be because they were unfaithful toward the king's church, leaving Xebec confused and short of words to actually say. Eventually, after yapping some other stupid facts about humans getting the soil rich, and others causing the drought, Kozel further justifies his massacre by telling Xebec that he's only punishing the sinners who caused the drought in the first place, hence, saving the people in the process. With all that said, Kozel dares Xebec to go against his orders to try to save the damned, and then leaves the stunned knight shortly after. For hours, Zebek stays silent and stares into the skies, as he tries to wrap his head around what his life has become. When the sun starts setting, he sneaks out of camp again to visit his new friends, Safia and her hubby, Ifan, by the tree where he left them. Getting there, he finds the unconscious bodies of Safia and Ifan around the tree, and suddenly realizes that nothing matters anymore, because, even if the heralds come now, it's all for nothing. As Zebek turns back to leave, a dark person appears behind him and presses the tip of his sword against his neck, urging him not to turn around if he wants to live. Almost instantly, Zebek realizes he must be dealing with a ghost, so he asks the guy if he's truly a herald, and the person behind confirms that he island. Thereafter, he asks Zebek if he's a knight or a rescuer, and Zebek tells him his full identity. Following this, the herald asks Zebek if he's contracted to them, noting just how interesting things will be if that's the case. But then Zebek, pissed by the thought, angrily asks the herald if he's trying to humiliate him. Sensing Zebek's anger, the herald thinks a little, and then figures that Safia must be his contractor. Unfortunately, since she's already dead, the herald says he's earned himself a free gold coin, and then asks Zebek to tell him if he knows what's going on. Before telling him anything, Zebek urges the herald to sheath his sword and put some distance between them, and so, the herald does the needful. While Zebek thinks about the possibility of the herald being a phantom, the herald says a few things about Zebek's battle confidence and tells him to show some grit next time he's ambushed like that, since he claims to be a holy knight from the king's church. Soon after ignoring all that rambling, Zebek asks the herald if he's a mage, but the herald says that while everyone in his clan is a mage, he, on the other hand, isn't one of them. Just to confirm, Zebek, who's confused, asks the herald if whatever voodoo he just conjured earlier was from magic, but then the herald tells Zebek that it's quite hard to distinguish a superhuman-like physical power from magic. Although the poor knight is still confused by the herald's answer, he moves on to ask for his name and rank. For a moment, the herald remains hesitant to tell him shit. But when Zebek reminds the herald that he's already told him his name, the herald apologizes for the wait and introduces himself as Azadin, the Emperor's herald of the 108 spirits. Upon hearing Azadin's rank, Zebek figures he must be one of the lowest-ranking heralds of his clan. But then again, judging by the movement he just displayed, Zebek knows he shouldn't be underestimated. With the niceties out of the way, Azadin urges Zebek to tell him exactly what's happened, as promised, and Zebek tells him the whole truth. Not long after Azadin hears the full gist, a talking owl, who happens to know Azadin, swoops in, landing on Azadin's shoulder, and tells him that the contract has been established. As Zebek stares at the owl in disbelief, the owl talks about Azadin's response to the requester of the contract and also congratulates him on earning some free gold coins. Thereafter, the talking owl orders Azadin to complete the other mission without resting, and Azadin, knowing fully well that he can't disobey the bird, returns to the massacre site reluctantly. Before letting him leave, Zebek asks the guy if he's just going to receive his reward and leave just because the requesters died. But Azadin, ignoring his question, talks about how strange it'll be for Zebek to still want the request fulfilled, even with the requester dead, and then lets him know that his master will suffer if he were to complete the request. To protect Kozel, Zebek draws his sword against Azadin and swears on his honor as a knight that he will defeat him before he gets to Kozel. Unfazed, Azadin mocks Zebek for drawing a sword that remains silent before injustice against him, talking about how sad that is for him, and then moves closer to Safia and Ifan's bodies. As for Zebek, he just stands there, seething with rage, because he knows Azadin's right. When Azadin notices his anger, he further condemns Zebek for turning his back on the injustice against these dead commoners, not giving a shit about the Holy Knight's conscience. Around this time, Zebek snaps and angrily asks Azadin if he knows jack shit about what's truly going on. In response, Azadin gives him a crash course about the myths and names entwined with the constellations of the night sky, citing just how different we humans see the same thing, and have totally different feelings or interpretations about them. As he continues yapping about how Zebek might have felt about seeing these poor commoners, who did nothing wrong, get slaughtered for a bastard's entertainment, Azadin cuts Ifan down and tells Zebek, who's condemned himself to be a coward and a freaking loser, that he doesn't wish to fight him at all. So, while Zebek continues reminding himself about how, as a holy knight, he must revere those who carry the bloodline of the Divine King, Azadin assures him that as long as he feels pity for Safia, his contractor, and her fiancé, then his sword is no enemy of his. With that said, Azadin carries Ifan and Safia's corpses on his shoulders and asks Zebek if he has a shovel. Confused, Zebek asks him if he's planning to bury Ifan and Safia, and Azadine tells him that he'll hold a funeral for them. By this time, Xebec figures that if Kazel wishes for these people to be hanged and turned into the undead, then burying them is practically the same as challenging the little prick. Realizing that Xebec doesn't have a shovel, Azadine gets on his knees and starts digging a grave for Ifan and his beloved. Seeing this, Xebec also does the same, and the duo digs graves for both corpses for a few hours at best. By nightfall, Xebec and Azadine successfully bury the couple side by side, and Azadine offers final prayers for their safe passage to the afterlife. Shortly after hearing the Herald's prayers, Xebec asks him why he, a Herald, is using the prayers of the Rescuer's order, and Azadine says it's because he likes their ideology. When Xebec starts condemning Azadine for abandoning the destiny of his birth clan and serving the faith of heresy, Azadine tells him his birth will have no meaning if he doesn't uphold what he believes is right. By this time, Xebec asks him what he thinks of the Rescuer's order, but before Azadine responds, he senses a small army approaching them, and arms himself with his bow and arrows before they get to their spot. For a moment, a confused Xebec asks him why he's suddenly acting weird, but Azadine ultimately tells him it's because Kazel is approaching from a particular direction. Before long, Kazel and his small army arrive at Xebec and Azadine's location. However, before causing any chaos, Kazel mocks Xebec and his fondness for Safia and her husband, citing just how beautiful she is for a commoner living in the countryside, and whatnot. But at this point, Xebec knows he's cooked. As he tries, calculating his odds of surviving against 20 trained soldiers, Kazel stops talking about him and instead asks the weird, blindfolded dude to introduce himself. To properly introduce himself, Azadine picks up an arrow, aims it at a soldier at the rear end of their formation, and fires at him. To everyone's dismay, it hits the last soldier's left eye and puts him in a world of hurt. Thereafter, Xebec, who witnessed the entire thing, just stands there and marvels over how Azadine managed to make the shot in the first place. As if that wasn't enough, Azadine picks up another arrow, aims again, and fires another shot, this time at a soldier at the front line. Once the soldier spots the arrow coming for him, he puts up his shield to block it, but to everyone's shock, Azadine's arrow pierces through the metal shield and hits the soldier in the stomach. The moment Xebec spots this, he gets even more afraid of this weird Herald guy, not just because his arrow pierced through the shield, but also because it curved like a live snake. Soon after taking down both soldiers, Azadine reminds Xebec of his question about what he liked about the Rescuer's order, and then tells him that he likes them because of their idea that a person's worth is determined by their beliefs and actions. With this, he picks up another arrow from his quiver, places it on his bow, and then insults the shit out of Kazel, calling him a grapist who massacres his people, before condemning him as a noble. When Kazel hears everything Azadine just said to him, he crashes out badly, calling him a son of a biatch, and then orders Xebec to kill Azadine. However, before Xebec can even move, Azadine jumps high up in the air, sending fear down the spines of the remaining soldiers facing him, and shoots several arrows at different soldiers consecutively. After dropping several soldiers, Azadine lands from his jump and faces the remaining soldiers. When they make a move to attack him, Azadine leaps up in the air again and continues firing several arrows at the remaining soldiers, hitting some in their eyes and piercing others' stomachs. At one point in the one-sided battle, Azadine fires an arrow that grazes past Kazel's face, striking fear into the bozo's heart, and hits a soldier behind his horse in the eye. Having seen what Azadine's done to his men, Kazel figures Azadine's motive clearly isn't to kill his soldiers. Rather, it's to permanently disable them, and this makes him very pissed at the audacity. So, while Azadine continues striking down all of Kazel's soldiers, Kazel, who's about had it with the asshole, calls him out to explain and introduce himself, and Azadine tells the spoiled prince his true name and identity as a herald. By the time the soldiers find out their assailant is a herald, they shiver in fear, mostly because they know that he's a soulless monster whose only instinct is to kill and take as many bad souls as he can. When he can, not too long after, Azadine, who's right behind Kazel, extends his hands into the quiver to take another arrow, but unfortunately, he finds out that he's out of arrows. The moment Kazel notices this, he screams at his soldiers to attack Azadine now that he's out of arrows. Just then, Azadine punches the bastard off his horse and continues fiddling with his bow, as Kazel grovels all over the ground from the pain in his right eye. Soon after, Azadine gets surrounded by the remaining soldiers and is attacked from behind. The moment his first attacker takes a swing at him, Azadine dodges the swing and knocks the guy out cold with just a single punch. Moments later, he picks up the soldier's sword while yapping about decreasing the soldier count with his arrows, and challenges any other brave soldiers to come at him, if they can. Right before the chaos begins, Azadine suddenly remembers something he nearly forgot about, stands the sword, and then talks a little bit about his owl. As soon as he's done with his chat, Azadine gets right back to fighting the soldiers and eventually ends up disabling every single one of them. A few minutes after incapacitating all the soldiers, Azadine walks through the battlefield, holding the bloodied sword, and faces his final enemy, the useless piece of shit, Kozel. Upon exchanging pleasantries with the injured young master, Azadine calls him trash who inflicts pain on innocent people, and slowly trails the bastard while he tries to run away. In a last-minute effort to save himself, Kozel uses a lackluster illumination spell to conjure up a blinding light, hoping it'll somehow blind Azadine, who's blindfolded. Although his useless illumination spell works on blinding the remainder of his small army, Azadine, on the other hand, remains unfazed. Right after unleashing his illumination magic, Kozel tells Azadine that the magic that he just conjured is more than enough proof that noble blood, incomparable to his, flows within him. Tired of witnessing his whims, Azadine slashes Kozel's balls in one single strike, and this makes Kozel nearly die from the pain of having his 2 jingle bells cut off. Aside from the physical pain he felt at that instant, Kozel just lost his manly ability to truly enjoy his life. So, while the guy writhes in understandable pain, he screams at Azadine, demanding to know what the hell the bastard's done to him. But then, Azadine, after calling him a retard, asks if he still doesn't know what he's done to him. Soon enough, Azadine grabs Kozel by his hair as he proceeds to inflict more pain on him. Scared for his life, Kozel offers to give Azadine anything he wants in exchange for his life: money, swords, women, anything he can name. But, to his dismay, Azadine's a slayer of sanctity, aka a herald, so he's not attached to mundane things. Upon realizing that his materialistic offers didn't work, Kozel calls Zebek, who's right behind Azadine, and respectfully asks him to help him defeat Azadine. Thankfully, this time, Zebek closes his eyes and lies that he can't see anything due to his illumination spell from earlier. When his last option doesn't work, Kozel starts spewing profanities against the herald in front of him, claiming to be from a sacred bloodline, who should be exonerated from the crimes he committed against those commoners. Irritated by Kozel's ramblings, Azadine refuses to kill him just yet, and instead assures him that he'll make him continue living with vigor, so he can have a chance to live positively and with the right attitude. With all that said, Azadine takes another swing at Kozel's balls, but this time, he permanently severs bro's baby-making fluid from his schlong forever. Well, as one would expect, Kozel screams his arse so loudly that he collapses right after watching his future disappear. With Kozel taken care of, Azadine gives himself a pat on the back for fulfilling the Emperor's law, despite not having a contractor, and gets ready to leave. Unfortunately for him, just as he's about to get to that, Zebek draws his sword and tells Azadine that he, as a knight of the Church of the King, can't let him, a herald, leave just like that, no matter how righteous his deeds are. Seeing this, Azadine sighs and throws a snide remark at Zebek, comparing him to the other knights of the Church of the King. But then Zebek, who knows he's being insulted, asks Azadine if he's trying to be slick. To avoid rubbing Zebek the wrong way, Azadine assures him that he was only trying to praise him, because he knows that the other knights of the Church of the King are all assholes chased from their homes because of their inheritance issues. As Zebek dismisses that weird discussion, Azadine, who's about to disappear, asks him if he'll be able to follow his phantom-like silhouette after he disappears. Before Zebek can blink, Azadine tells Zebek to meet him again in the future, if fate wills it, and then disappears into thin air. In the aftermath of the battle, Zebek sees the horrible state of Kozel and his so-called soldiers, and eventually acknowledges just how powerful Azadine of the Herald clan actually island. Rather than defeating Azadine, everyone was left with permanent losses instead. About what Azadine told him about the other knights being assholes with daddy issues, Zebek figures that he's actually right, as the logic also applies to him. For all it's worth, though, Zebek rests easy because his conscience is now clearer, and returns to cleaning up the mess Azadine made. In the meantime, Margrave Kazel is seen in his palace, having a meeting with a bunch of commoners, who all get on their knees, and beg him to exempt them from taxes for the rest of the year. When Kazel asks them why they're asking for such, they tell him it's because their people are either running away, starving to death, or becoming thieves and monsters. With these impertinent things happening, they politely tell their leader that they can't even afford to feed themselves this year, talk less of paying the exorbitant taxes, and urge him to exempt them so they can recover their losses. Having heard their woes, Kazel condemns them for being shameless, and says a few condescending things to the poor commoners for simply doing their due diligence. In an attempt to soothe his cold heart, one of the commoners begs for his mercy, citing that they're at their wits' end, and Kazel, who has a little bit of mercy on them, tells them that he will provide relief if they wish. Shocked, the commoners ask Kazel if he's serious about providing relief, but then Kazel says that he can only do that on the condition that they help him find something. However, should they fail to retrieve the said item, Kaisen tells them they'll be hanged. After a brief silence, he then clears the air by urging them not to get scared for their life because the item he wants them to find is nothing more than a single page. With this, he summons a grimoire out of nowhere and tells the commoners about its nature. Confused, the commoners remind the king that they're all ignorant of magic and do not know of such things. Even so, Kaisen tells them that people like them will still be able to find the page he's searching for if they simply wish for it. So, to seal the deal, the Margrave promises to give the commoners a large supply of wheat, barley, and oats, and also exempt their villages from taxes for 3 good years, only if they manage to bring him a grimoire that looks exactly like the one he's holding. As the commoners gasp in confusion and surprise, one of them begs Kaisen to at least give them the name of the grimoire he wants them to find so they can know what they're searching for, and Kaisen tells them they're searching for the Book of the Divine King. Soon after revealing the name of the book they're searching for, Kaisen dismisses them and invites his personal witch snake to his chambers for her special reports. After crawling her way to the king's throne, the witch, who's currently in the form of a snake, morphs into a very beautiful human woman and calls Kaisen careless for mentioning the Book of the Divine King. In his defense, Kaisen tells her that since she's already searching for the grimoire, inciting rumors across the continent, he feels it would be wiser to find even a single page before then. Right after the small talk, Kaisen urges the witch to spill out everything she has to say. And almost instantly, the witch, who's now taken the form of a beautiful human female, tells him that his young son, Kaisen, has fallen victim to an attack in the eastern part of the continent. Just as she's about to explain further, Kaisen interrupts and assures her that Kaisen will never fall so easily, because Xebec is with him as well. However, when the witch tells Kaisen that a herald nutted his son, Kaisen stares at her curiously. Soon enough, the witch continues yapping about them, needing the Book of the Divine King to free them of the curse of their duty. Ultimately, Kaisen asks if Kaisen's dead, but then the witch only tells him that the herald blinded both his eyes and cut his ball sack off. With that said, she asks Kaisen what his next course of action is, and he tells her to send soldiers to the herald's vicinity so they can kill off their clan. As the duo discusses which faction to send for the mission, Kaisen draws the witch closer to his throne, places her on his lap, and caresses her soft body. While he stares lustfully into the witch's eyes, Kaisen tells her he's going to make another one by nutting in her that night, since Kaisen's already useless, and the witch melts instantly under his gaze. Elsewhere, Azadin travels through a humid desert to get to his clan's HQ, but then runs out of drinkable water on his way there. Soon enough, the poor guy starts complaining about dying of thirst, so he turns to the talking owl on his shoulder and scolds him for putting on a show. When the talking owl calls him out for insulting the emperor's mouth, Azadin tells it that the emperor's meaningless death is what's making people despise heralds all over the world. Also, since the owl put on a show for the contractors, he wasn't able to pack anything useful before running to come save the contractors. And now, because of that, he's going to die of thirst and starvation. Just as he's about to continue yapping, the souls of those who were hanged by Kaisen appear before him in the desert to thank him for avenging their deaths. Recognizing them, Azadin greets them, reminds them of how dangerous the land is for fresh souls, and then urges them to move on to the afterlife since he's already repaid their grudges. Before doing that, however, the souls of Safia and Ifan, her hubby, point Azadin to a well nearby, and Azadin, thinking they wanted to give him water, subtly thanks them for the thought. Soon after, he gets to the well, pulls the pulley, hoping to get some drinkable water, and, to his dismay, ends up pulling up a bucket full of sand with a weird page from a book embedded in it. Before the main story continues, a cutscene is shown to explain the history and origins of the Herald clan. Apparently, the Herald clan, formerly known as the Aragasa, crossed a massive typhoon from another continent and landed on the Wybris continent, which is currently where this story takes place. During that time, 8 divine kings of the Yaegas family ruled over the 8 major cities of the continent. Over time, however, one person monopolized all 8 thrones by subjugating the other 7 holy kings, who were brothers at the time, to become the emperor of the Yaeslat family. In an attempt to get rid of the remnants of the deceased holy kings to tie up loose ends, the emperor met with the Aragasa clan, the visitors, who needed land to settle, and gave them a grimoire titled The Song of the Yellow Bird, alongside a spirit called the Emperor's Voice, in exchange for signing a contract to become his heralds. Once the deal was done, the Aragasa clan became the emperor's assassins and executed wicked nobles who went against the emperor's law. Back then, the citizens of Wybris believed the heralds were committing the most horrific sin, all because of their immense faith in the afterlife. As a result, the emperor eventually died, and his kingdom was subsequently divided into 8 separate kingdoms again. In the aftermath of the emperor's death, the Aragasa were already despised by the Wybris people, so they fell and were called soulless heralds. When the heralds tried to break free of the emperor's contract, Seeing as the contract holder was already dead, they unfortunately found out the hard way that they were bound to serve as the Emperor's heralds forever. Shortly after the history lesson ends, the scene cuts back to the moment Azadine found the book page with weird symbols on it. Upon further investigation, he realized that the page is from the Book of the Divine King, meaning he had just found the source of the Emperor's power. Soon after, bidding the massacred souls farewell to the afterlife, he continues staring at the book, and then asks his Emperor's spirit, which is the talking owl, sitting on his shoulder, if he'll really be able to escape the curse of duty with this single page. Even though the spirit considers Azadine rude to call his duty a curse, it does ask him why he isn't happy to find something all heralds desire. In response, Azadine tells it that it's because he's worried that the grimoire pages have started to spread throughout the world. If anything, he knows that the Book of the Divine King was torn apart in the first place, all because of his father, so he wouldn't want the unnecessary PR these pages would bring him in the future. In any case, Azadine refuses to brood too much over the single page, so he just tucks it in his tunic and continues his search for water. While he's at it, two teenagers, a dude and a girl, spy on him from a notable distance. And the girl, who appears to be more spoiled and ruthless, labels Azadine to be a talentless POS who just happens to be the son of the clan's worst traitor. As the poor guy fidgets over how risky they're being, the bold girl asks him if the rumors about him being cursed are true. Although the guy partner claims not to know if he's cursed, he does tell her he's sure that Azadine can't use magic. Hearing this, the girl continues spewing out more demeaning things about Azadine, like when he wet the bed at 8. And then moves on to undermine his ability to carry out the herald's duty. Tired of her ramblings, the guy calls the spoiled girl by her name, Miss Midium, and urges her to return with him to the sanctuary since there's no need for her to waste her time with the lowest-ranking herald. Sadly, the cocky girl brat, who feels the need to test Azadine's skills, picks out 2 of her arrows and tells the guy she'll try taking him down from behind. When the guy tries to warn her, Midium, who's sure she won't lose, assures the guy that Azadine's position will be hers shortly. Just then, the guy reminds her that Azadine's the student of the fussy elder Kazas, meaning he might be stronger than they give him credit for. But even so, Midium refuses to listen to reason, as she just gets pissed at Azadine's incompetence for taking up space and keeping people like her from being heralds. So, after removing the arrowheads from both arrows, to avoid killing Azadine, Midium aims and fires them at Azadine. Seconds later, when she peeps out to check if her arrows hit Azadine, she gets hit painfully in the forehead by a stone. Not too long after, Azadine appears before her and asks if she's the one who shot those arrows at him. Midium tells him it was only a greeting from her, but she still takes her time to wonder how Azadine even got so close to them in the first place. Soon enough, she spots the arrows she shot earlier in his quiver and gets even more confused. But just then, Azadine asks for their names, and they both introduce themselves as his assistants, Midium from Ether, and Ishmael. Confused, Azadine drops Midium's arrows, expecting an explanation for such rude behavior, and Midium smugly tells him she only wanted to give him her arrows since his quiver looked empty. At this point, Azadine figures they only applied to be his assistant because they were bored, staying in the Holy Land. So he just tells them to go back home, as he doesn't need slaves. Shocked, Midium reminds Azadine that she's from the Ether bloodline, but in response, Azadine also reminds her that bloodlines have no meaning to heralds. In any case, since they're here to work for him, that means they're his subordinates now. So, before letting them in, he suggests that he teaches them what happens if they shoot arrows randomly at people for no reason. As Midium wonders just how different Azadine is from the rumors, Azadine, on the other hand, tells her to apologize for being rude, treat him with respect next time, or make him her enemy. With no other choice, Midium apologizes for her rudeness, and Azadine accepts it on the condition that she doesn't shoot at anyone with her arrows anymore if she doesn't plan on killing them. With that said, Azadine dismisses them and urges them to go back to the Holy Land. Just when he's about to ask them for water, Midium challenges Azadine to a duel against Ishmael's better judgment. While she knows that Azadine's pretty strong and intelligent, she feels she'd be a big coward if she didn't challenge him just because he's strong. So, without any remorse, she makes the challenge verbally official and decides to take his herald position if she wins. Before accepting or refusing Midium's duel, Azadine complains about Ariel's bad influence on the kids, and then asks Midium if she knows what happens to her if she loses the duel. Midium tells him, with a smug look on her face, that she knows that if she loses, then everything that's hers, including her life, will be his, and for this, she's prepared. Although he's shocked by how lowly she must think of him, Azadine still gives Midium a chance to give up before it's too late, because Ariel's the only person who can win against a literal herald. Rather than give up, Midium walks 100 steps away from Azadine and challenges him yet again. At this point, the Emperor's spirit validates the duel, giving Azadin no choice but to accept it. While Midiam's a little shaken by the Emperor's voice validating their duel, Azadin sighs at the inconvenience, and Ishmael, who knows what the implications of the Emperor Spirit's validation are, fears the worst is about to happen. Notwithstanding, Midiam boldly tells Azadin that she has to win and would stop at nothing to make it happen. With no other choice, Azadin engages Midiam in her duel and fights her for about an hour or so. In the end, he beats the shit out of Midiam and gets some water from her. As for Ishmael, who's batshit pissed, he thinks back to the archery technique Azadin used to beat his master, and figures it's not a technique suited for the battlefield at all. If anything, he can tell that the technique is an extreme form of the Aragasa technique, which he feels was unnecessary to use against someone like Midiam. For some context, a flashback is shown to illustrate exactly how the duel between them went. In the initial moments of the duel, Azadin shot several stones at Midiam from all directions, hoping to incapacitate her, but Midiam, who's as smart as she is spoiled, put up a magic defense barrier to shield herself from Azadin's 360 attack. The moment her barrier disappeared, Azadin continued shooting as many small rocks at her as he could, hoping to get her tired and concede defeat. But to his surprise, Midiam skillfully kept on dodging and evading attack. At this point in the flashback, Ishmael wonders how Azadin was able to use the beauty of nature, a yellow crane magic attack, when people claim that he can't use magic in the first place. With no answers in sight, he continues, remembering the part in the fight where Azadin's projectiles became increasingly more powerful, forcing Midiam to get on the defensive for a while. At one point in her battle of attrition, right after dodging many of Azadin's projectiles, Midiam finally figures out where Azadin's hiding, so she charges straight at the rock he's at and slices him clean off, feeling so happy that her prediction was spot on. Not too long after, she soon realizes that the Azadin she slashed was only a clone, and that the real Azadin was right behind her, ready to take her down. In that moment of realization, Midiam tries to put up yet another defensive barrier. Sadly, Azadin was too close for comfort, so he pushed her hand off before she set up the barrier, let her know that it's all over for her, and then knocked her out with a single punch. By this time, Ishmael gets pissed at Azadin for knocking out a child of the most noble bloodline, so he charges at the Herald, muttering profanities and talking about how unforgivable this island. Before Ishmael could do anything, the Emperor's spirit declared the duel over and moved on to mete out the results. Since Midiam clearly lost the duel, the Emperor's spirit puts her fate in Azadin's hands, and does the same for Ishmael as punishment for interfering in the duel at the last minute. Unable to accept her defeat, Midiam tried to slit her own throat when she woke up, but Azadin stopped her easily and gave her time to let her defeat and arrogance sink in. Now, at the current time, Midiam slams her arse on the ground, dejected and embarrassed. But even still, Azadin doesn't let her go off easy, because he lets her know that she doesn't have the right to die yet unless he dies, or tells her to. With that said, Azadin continues mocking her for challenging her to a duel without knowing the full repercussions if she loses, and then returns their water bottle to Ishmael. Moments later, when he's fully refreshed, Azadin gives Midiam and Ishmael a chance to go scotangent free, since he feels they've learned their lesson already. As both teens stare at him in disbelief, Azadin tells them how bad things will be for them if news of this duel goes down in their record. To avoid the consequences, he urges them to pretend that the duel never happened and leaves them right there. A few hours later, Azadin, who's been wandering the desert ever since, spots Ishmael and his master following him, so he turns back and tells them to go back to the sanctuary since he doesn't need a slave. Pissed, Midiam refers to herself as a beautiful and talented young girl, and then asks Azadin why he wouldn't want her as a slave. To fully clip her wings, Azadin calls her ugly and lets her know that she isn't as talented as she thinks. So, instead of disturbing his precious time, he yaps about early marriages and cultures, and then warns Midiam to never challenge anyone to a duel again, citing that if they have to kill someone, they can just assassinate them. By this time, Ishmael gets a little scared of Azadin because he can feel that bro's just talking to spite them for their arrogance. As for Midiam, she practically loses her shit and tries making a comeback at Azadin, who couldn't care less about her. As she racks her brain, searching for the most hurtful words to tell Azadin, Midiam refreshes her memory with the information she knows so far about the Heralds and Azadin's birth. While it's no news that the Heralds are bound to the Emperor's spirit by the contract of service, it was well publicized back in the day that traitors to the curse of the Emperor would meet a horrific death, as per the contract's conditions. A contract, which was once a symbol of loyalty and honor, quickly became a dreadful curse after the Emperor's death, binding the Aragasa clan to eternal service as the Emperor's heralds. After many generations of heralds, however, the unending curse finally began showing signs of breaking when the heralds intervened in the Terasar succession war and obtained a copy of the Book of the Divine King. Unfortunately for the clan, before they could break the curse, a notorious traitor named Akre stole the book and fled. By the time the heralds caught and imprisoned the traitor in a ravine, threatening to kill him with the curse and various methods if he didn't return the book he stole, their hopes were shattered when Akre revealed that he'd already scattered the book's pages in the heart of the World Mountain Range. With them, unable to recover all the pages on time, Akre became the first person in history to die from the curse of the contract. Some years before his death, however, the curse's effect on his body somehow made him able to give birth to twin siblings using his male body, and that's how Azadin and his twin sister, Ariel, were born. Amongst the two, the female, Ariel, ironically became the strongest herald in the clan's history, while Azadin was rumored to be a fool. Now that she's seen for herself just how wrong the rumors are, pissed, Midiam cussed out the bastard who spread such an absurd rumor, before she can come up with any comeback words to get her dignity back. Azadin tells them yet again that, since he doesn't have any intention of taking them in, they shouldn't follow him again. Albeit embarrassed, Midiam tells him they're only going his way because they have a letter from the regional head of Salisma to deliver to him. Tired, Azadin collects the sealed letter from the teenage girl, rips it open, and reads its contents. In summary, the regional head of Salasma wants him to retrieve copies of the Book of the Divine King that's been appearing recently, and as a reward, he promises Azadin that his success will be reflected in his performance review. Upon reading the other peripheral parts of the letter, Azadin asks the kids if they know about the copies of the Divine Book that have been appearing recently, and Midiam, seeing her chance at a comeback, tells him happily that they do know. Thereafter, she moves to yap about Azadin's father, Akre, betraying the clan. But before she continues running her mouth, Ishmael, who's about had it with her childishness, steps on her leg and gets into a fight with her. Eventually, Azadin stops their argument, thanks them for delivering the letter to him, and figures he'll have to head to Salisma to meet the regional head. Hearing this, Midiam politely asks if they can tag along with him since they're heading to the same destination, and Azadin lets them follow him. After spending the entire day traveling the desert on foot, Azadin and the kids finally arrive at a savannah and camp there to rest for the night. Very early the following morning, Azadin, who wakes up first, wakes everyone else up and leads them to a spring he spotted the previous night. When they get to the spring, Azadin makes the kids fill up their water bottles with the clean spring water in preparation for the next phase of their journey. Somewhere along the line, a bunch of scalawags, armed with weapons, show up suddenly and ask Azadin and the kids why they're taking water from their spring without their permission. Sensing that they're troublemakers, Azadin gives them a chance to just talk things out, as he claims he doesn't want to fight them. Unfortunately, there's no reasoning with the fools, because they not only insult Azadin for being a spineless yapper who can't fight for shit, but also make a move to kill him and Ishmael, so they can capture Midiam. With no other option but to fight, Azadin easily subdues the fools, and has them begging him to spare them in the end, because they're innocent people. Confused, Ishmael asks if they're really bandits, and the people explain that they're like this because Margrave Kazel's children are forcibly drafting people and making them search for a copy of a book. As they continue complaining and yapping about their misfortune for running into someone like Azadin, despite not knowing shit about what they're looking for, Midiam suggests that maybe they're thieves coming up with excuses, and Azadin assures her that they're telling the truth. Following that, Midiam advises Azadin to kill them to silence them. But then again, Azadin lets her know that he doesn't kill without reason. To convince him, Ishmael says it's only sensible to kill them because even if they're good people, there's a chance they could expose our tracks if they let them live. Even still, Azadin says it doesn't mean he should kill them for his comfort because he knows everyone deserves a second chance. Upon hearing Azadin talk about sparing their lives, the fools continue yapping and thanking Azadin for being so considerate, with one of them even praying for great fortune upon Azadin's family for his mercy. Eventually, when it's time to mete out his punishment, Azadin shuts them up, leaving Ishmael, who's confused to see a herald who refuses to kill, even more confused, and punches the gang leader in the face. Upon delivering a good shot that destroyed the guy's left eye, Azadin adjusts his fists and urges the others not to move too much so their face won't be blown away. Scared for their lives, one of them asks Azadin why he's punching them when he promised to spare them, and Azadin says that even though he's sparing them, he still needs to inflict permanent damage on them so they can't harm others ever again. Soon after getting Midiam and Ishmael's approval, Azadine delivers ball-crushing pain on the poor guys and leaves many of them either ball-less or one-eyed. As all 6 guys leave for their various homes, raining insults and curses on Azadine, an ogre grabs the head of one of the ball-less dudes from behind and squishes it. Thereafter, he grabs one more dude from the crowd of 6, holds him dangling up, and calls him food. Once he's done having his fun, he throws the guy in his backpack basket and continues harvesting the others, while his goblin minions feed on the headless corpse of the ball-less man. Soon after feeding, they continue traveling for hours till they get to a human village with a huge fortress, and plenty of meat for the ogre and his goblin army to harvest and feed on. While the monsters approach the village, Azadine and the kids continue traveling towards Salasma to see the regional head. Somewhere along the way, Midiam praises Azadine's tactic of delivering permanent damage to the men from earlier, and talks about how good it was to collect their weapons as part of the punishment. Well, Azadine tells the kids that it's quite hard for one to understand others without experiencing the same situation as them. So, for all it's worth, he tells them that it's better to let those bozos lose an eye, because the people they would have victimized if they went unscathed are now the ones they would fear. Plus, a punishment like this will further encourage them to be better people, and this, above all, is a good thing in his book. Having heard Azadine's words, Ishmael admires him for giving the idiots a chance to cleanse their souls. But then again, Azadine, ignoring the inspiring words, refers back to the thing the idiots told them about Margrave Kazel searching all over his kingdom for the copy of the Book of the Divine King. While it's possible that the useless leader, Kazel, lost the fight for succession and might want to use the magical powers in the book to climb up the ranks, Azadine knows things will be really bad if a political figure like Kazel were to obtain such power. So, to prevent that from happening, he removes the eye mask he has on his face and tells the kids that they'd have to be careful until they're out of Kazel's territory. Soon after seeing what's underneath Azadine's eye mask, which happens to be pure scar skin with no eyeballs, the teens all gasp in shock, because, to their surprise, Azadine doesn't have eyes. While Azadine puts on a wretched cloak to further mask his identity, Ishmael breaks the silence by asking Azadine how he was able to navigate his way through the terrain freely, despite being unable to see, and Azadine tells them that even he doesn't know. Apparently, Bro was born without eyeballs, and has been able to see without them for as long as he can remember. Some moments later, Azadine spots Midiam, acting all weird and quiet, so he allows her to speak her mind if she has something to say. Well, Midiam tells him he'd look much better if she believed he was really hot, and then suffered an accident that cost him his eyes. Following this, she says something a bit rude about Azadine's face, and Ishmael calls her out. Unable to hide the truth behind the scar on his face anymore, Azadine ultimately tells the kids that his sister sliced through his face and gave him the scar back when he was younger, because she felt it would look more normal if people believed that the wound that healed into a scar was what damaged his eyes in the first place. Thanks to that narrative, Azadine was able to pretend like he was blind and didn't face any problems when he was alone. Hearing this, Midiam urges Azadine to pretend like he's blind to sell their disguise even better, and Azadine, having no issues with that, goes with her sentiment. After a few more hours of traveling, however, the trio arrives at the gateway to the East Village, the one the ogre and his monster army saw earlier, and continues walking toward it till they eventually join the long line of people looking to also pass through the same gates. Right after joining the line, pretending to be travelers and pilgrims, Azadine urges the yapping Midiam and Ishmael to stop overyapping and instead play their parts right so the soldiers up front don't suspect anything. However, when Azadine spots the front soldiers harassing the merchants and travelers, he calls Ishmael puppy eyes and then asks him if the soldiers were such assholes the last time he was there. As they watch the soldiers steal some of the travelers' belongings, Midiam subtly tells Azadine that they're stealing, and Ishmael says things weren't that bad the last time he was there, while Azadine tries figuring out what might be causing the ruckus, which is most likely the Book of the Divine King. A random traveler approaches him after seeing the state of his eyes and asks if he's truly blind. Once Azadine tells him yes and also introduces the orphans behind him, the traveler sympathizes with him, but then Azadine, refusing to waste unnecessary time, asks him to explain what's going on. The traveler then tells him about the rumors surrounding the copies of the Book of the Divine King, including the part about Azadine's father making copies after stealing it, and adds that Kazel's other bastards are hunting for the copies as they speak. By this time, Azadine realizes there are more bastards like Kazel, but still notes that this development just might be a bit annoying for him to deal with. Around that same time, a poor traveler at the front of the line screams at the soldiers for taking his family's feeding money, when they claim to be looking for the Book of the Divine King. To shut the poor guy up, the soldiers punched him to the ground and gave some bullshit excuse as to why they needed his money. Before long, the man's daughter, Cosette, steps in front of her dad to defend him from the soldiers and commands the soldiers to return their money. irritated by Cosette's attitude. The cowardly soldiers all gang up against the poor girl and threaten to beat her up. Luckily for her, the man gets back on his feet and protects his kid from these pathetic soldiers, calling them violent and idiotic for threatening a young child. Pissed by the disrespect, one of the idiots punches him really hard in the stomach, warns him to raise his child better, and then moves on to the next person to avoid causing a scene. At this point, Ishmael and Miriam, who are already irritated, ask Azadin for permission to fight these bastards, but Azadin, noticing something different, urges them to wait first. Before long, a commoner shows up and whispers something to one of the guards. Seconds later, some of the guards and commoners pack up their stuff and begin running inside the gates. Confused, those behind the line start asking each other what the commotion is all about. When Azadin tells them that an ogre was spotted nearby, the remaining crowd gasps in shock, because as of that point, the cowardly soldiers had already closed the gates. As soon as the others notice this, the entire place is thrown into chaos, as many abandoned travelers beg the soldiers to reopen the gates so they can have a chance to survive. In the meantime, one of Kazel's bastard sons, Tarkiev, sits comfortably in his carriage on the other side of the gate and asks his soldiers if they're sure they locked the gates. Once they assure him that they did, Tarkiev instructs them to get him out of there, since they've already confirmed that there are no copies of the book around there. But before they leave, one of the recruits calls and asks him what he feels they should do in his absence. Tarkiev tells him to fend off the ogre and other monsters that get close, citing that he's been trained sufficiently. But then the soldier, who's only been trained for just a day, begs the bastard prince to let the people outside come in, so he can command the defense at the gate. And Tarkiev mocks him for not being a knight yet. Since he has no time to waste, he allows the guy to do whatever he wants and leaves that spot instantly. The moment Tarkiev disappears out of sight, the soldiers start feeling the monsters getting much closer, as the ground shakes vigorously. Around this time, the terrified travelers just sit by the gate and accept their fate. Luckily for them, before the ogre and his minions get to them, the soldier from earlier arrives at the gate, spots the army charging toward the gate, and quickly opens the gates for those trapped outside to come in. Upon opening the gates, the trapped travelers rush inside and continue traveling toward the next settlement for hours until past sundown. At a point in their journey, one of the elderly travelers spots Azadin, who she thinks is blind, and his teen travel partners walking with them without a lantern, so she gives Ishmael an extra one to light up their path as she knows the road will be rougher as they go on. Impressed by her thoughtfulness, Ishmael thanks the old lady and promises to take care of his uncle and sister, so she shouldn't worry about them. After taking notes of how nice people treat him if he pretends to be blind, Azadin recalls what happened that evening, right after the recruit opened the gates and let them all inside the gates. Shortly after letting the trapped people in, the recruit from earlier urged the able-bodied soldiers to stand back and fight the monsters to protect the village, so that the elderly and injured would be able to flee just a little bit faster. By that time, Cosette's father volunteered to join the small army and fight the monsters, so he would be able to protect his daughter. But even so, Cosette mocks her dad playfully for being a wuss who can't fight for shit. Now that it's getting dark, Azadin gets a little worried about the men stationed at the eastern gates and hopes nothing bad happens to them. Just then, Miriam opens her loud mouth and starts complaining about the disgraceful knights who cast out the people they serve just to save their skin. After staying silent for a while, Azadin says some things about the people of Wybris, deeming the casting out process a wonderful thing, and Miriam, unfazed by what he just said, figures it's probably fine for an artisan like Azadin to not sympathize with the people of Wybris. Quite the contrary, Azadin assures her that he does indeed sympathize with them, and because of that, he removes his disguise, puts on his mask, and disappears back to the eastern gates to help the soldiers, leaving the kids shocked as they wonder where he's gone. Moments before Azadin arrives at the gates, the makeshift soldiers all gear up and await the arrival of the monsters, so the battle can begin. When the monsters do show up, Cosette's father nearly shits his pants when he sees just how many they are. Once the monsters get close enough, they stop their march, and the ogre, who's also their leader, introduces himself to the men as Goldu. Thereafter, he slams his basket full of dead and half-alive humans on the ground and tells those on the wall, in barbarian language, that they're smart monsters who store meat for a very long, and would like to raid the strong fort they're facing, so they can harvest as many humans as possible. Having heard the big ogre yap, the captain realizes that the ogre's the leader of the monster army, so he orders his men to shoot as many arrows as they can at him, and almost immediately, the entire fort starts shooting countless arrows at the big guy before their gate. Amid all the confusion and chaos, a goblin magician hiding behind the basket orders the other goblins to take this chance to break through the gate, since they're not being targeted yet, and so the other goblins charge at the gate to destroy it. Seeing this, the captain instantly orders all their foot soldiers to protect the gate by shooting the monsters near them, and the men waste no time following his orders. When the smaller monsters eventually finally get to the gates, Goldu, who's now being left alone, picks up a huge rock and throws it at the large wooden doors. After the first hit, the men behind the gate do their best to hold it down, so they can keep the useless goblins out. As for the archers remaining on the fort, including Cosette's father, they continue shooting more arrows onto the fields below them to kill more monsters, with Cosette's father hoping with every fiber of his being that his daughter is long gone by now. As the battle rages on, the magician goblin's wand glows golden yellow, signaling that the wand has just reacted to the Book of the Divine King being in proximity. However, just as the magician goblin's about to broadcast this information to his buddies on the battlefield, Azadin arrives in the nick of time and knocks him out cold. Following that, he leaps high up mid-air, spots Goldu aiming and throws another huge rock toward Cosette's father's direction, and quickly rushes toward their spot on the wall to save them from getting crushed. After managing to get them out of the rock's path, Azadin drops them and assures them that he'll be helping them defend the gate as well. When the captain of the makeshift soldiers demands to know who he is, Azadin tells him that he's just a passing herald of the emperor and returns to battle, leaving the captain and the rest of his men shocked that a herald's actually helping them out. Moments before landing on the ground, Azadin shoots 2 arrows into Goldu's eyes, blinding them forever, and then leaves the dumb monster in a world of hurt. As the enraged ogre runs through the battlefield, threatening to kill everyone on there, Azadin lands on top of his head and steers him toward his own army, so he can trample and kill most of them instead. While the clueless, blind Goldu continues trampling on his own men, Azadin continues shooting arrows at the stragglers, much to the surprise of the men on the wall, and ends up killing off as many of them as he can to reduce their numbers to the bare minimum. Along the line, the ogre's basket topples over, and Azadin gets to see one of the muggers from before slowly crawling his way out of the basket of rotting corpses. Not too long after, the magician goblin he knocked out earlier suddenly regains consciousness, and, while saying some incomprehensible nonsense about the Book of the Divine King, slowly begins morphing his form into a much horrible monster he calls the King of the Fang. A few seconds later, the magician goblin transforms into a nightmarish monster covered in malicious fangs that even makes Azadin a little concerned, and arms itself for a fight. After the transformation is complete, the magician goblin, now a fanged monster, charges at Goldu and Azadin and pounces on both of them. Upon spotting the fanged monster's attack from a distance, Azadin jumps off Goldu's head, saving himself, and leaves the blinded, bigger ogre vulnerable to the fanged monster's attack. In just a few seconds, the fanged monster wraps its huge mouth around Goldu's body, causing the once big and bad Goldu to scream at the top of his lungs, and gradually starts consuming him whole. As Goldu feels his every bone and muscle crunching under the fanged monster's bite force, he complains over how painful the experience is until the fanged monster eventually finishes his meal. Soon after, the monster turns toward Azadin, who's now back on the ground, and waits till it fully digests Goldu before attacking him. Meanwhile, the men atop the defense wall recognize the fanged monster to be the godkin Kurt, aka the King of Fangs, and Azadin corroborates their thoughts as well. Once the monster's done digesting Goldu, the magician goblin retains its sentient goblin form, pops out of a part of the fanged monster's skin, holding its glowing wand, and then points a single beam of the glowing stone on its wand at Azadin's chest. Before long, the page from the Book of the Divine King, which Azadin had kept safe in his tunic, suddenly glows through his clothes, informing the magician that it's hidden there. And the magician, seeing this, instantly orders Azadin, whom he mistakes as a servant of Yega's, to give him the page so he can kill him quickly without pain. Just as the hideous fool is about finishing its sentence, Azadin shoots his last arrow at it, and pisses off the monster while he's at it. Soon enough, Azadin, while wondering whether the light from the glow stick earlier was pointing to the Book of the Divine King, is attacked by the fanged monster. But luckily for him, he dodges in time. As he wonders why these monsters are searching for the Book of the Divine King, the fanged monster continues attacking him from all sides, and he keeps on dodging every single attack like clockwork. Eventually, the fanged monster gets super pissed at the impudent Azadin for being so light on his feet, so it unleashes a wide-range attack, killing off a few goblins, all just to get to Azadin and kill him more quickly. Right after dodging the wide-area attack yet again, Azadin grabs a random sword near him and quickly swings it to cut off the fangs on the fanged tentacles looking to attack him. While he's at it, he throws a few snide remarks at the monster's fangs to further piss it off, and the negative IQ monster, who's obviously pissed, starts proclaiming itself to be the one true king of the fangs. Irritated, Azadin lets the monster know that it's only a worthless copycat made by the King of Fangs, and then lunges forward to continue cutting off the fanged monster's tentacles. Unfortunately for him, some of the acid from the fanged monster stains the steel blade of Azadin's sword, and it instantly corrodes it. Upon realizing that his sword is now useless, Azadin leaves the sword behind and continues evading the attacks, all while thinking about how stupid he is to be doing this without receiving receiving gold coins. At this point in the battle, the captain of the small army on the wall instructs his men to fire their arrows at the fanged monster, claiming that they have to help that Herald clan member no matter what happens. However, after firing just a few arrows at the fanged monster, the men pause and remind their captain that they can be charged with a felony if the King's Church finds out they helped a herald. Unfazed, the captain lets them know that the King's Church people abandoned them in the first place, so they have no right to decide their punishment. Noticing the impasse the whole team's currently at, Cosette's dad urges the others to keep firing at the monsters, so that once they're done taking it down, they can attack the herald or whatever, and the men agree with him. Moments later, when Azadine spots the arrows flying at the monster from over the wall, he complains a little about their aim and then moves on to the next part of his attack plan. To finish off the fanged bastard, Azadine picks up some of the fangs he cut off the monster previously with the sword and throws as many as he can at the muscular flesh of the fanged monster. The moment the fanged monster starts throwing a tantrum, Azadine only mocks it for hating its fangs, and then continues hurling back at it the softest spots. In a fit of desperation, the monster proclaims itself to be a greater being again. But then Azadine, who doesn't give a shit, picks up a bigger fang for his last shot, aims it at the magician goblin's head, and cuts it off in one clean shot. As the rest of the fanged monster's body crumbles under its weight, Azadine bends to pick up the magician's wand, but just then, the captain calls him a soulless heathen, which is rude, and asks Azadine to explain why he eradicated those monsters. Without even letting him reply to their question, the other idiots start blaming him for driving the monsters to the gate in the first place, and, to nobody's surprise, they freaking believe it. So, while Azadine remains silent, most of the foolish men aim their arrows at him and get ready to fire them at poor Azadine. Luckily for them, Azadine's a calm person who's dealt with foolish clusters of people before. So, before they start a battle they can't finish, he calmly tells them that he also doesn't know why a monster appeared either. Following that, he also adds that he's fulfilling his duties according to the Emperor's golden coin because someone actually made a wish for all of them. Upon hearing this, the men on the wall all gasp in surprise, because they never thought in a million years that a human would make a wish to the demon of the golden coin. After trying and failing to figure out who made that wish amongst themselves, one of the scared idiots, not the captain, boldly asks the herald if the person who made the wish is one of them. Soon after, letting them know that he can't tell them any information about the wisher, Azadine asks them if they'll let him pass through the gates, or fight him for the King's Church, who raided their village and abandoned them to die in the hands of the monsters. Just then, another scared archer warns Azadine not to insult their faith. But while Azadine replies to him, the mugger trapped inside the ogre basket earlier suddenly crawls out, wondering if it's already over. After savoring his first few seconds of freedom, he spots Azadine, the ball crusher, nearby and scurries back in fear. Azadine, who's also spotted him, smiles and advises him to be kind, especially now that he's been given a second chance at life. As the survivor tears up, Azadine jumps onto the wall to have his final meeting with the scared Nimrods there before disappearing from their lives forever. The moment he lands on their lamppost, the captain orders his men not to attack him, and Azadine, upon landing safely and taking a few arrows from their armory, thanks them for the arrows, after which he preps to get the hell out of there. As he leaps off the walls, the captain thanks him quietly, and Azadine calls him a fool for opening himself up for execution. On their way back to the kids and travelers, the Emperor's spirit asks Azadine why he lied about getting a golden coin to the men on the wall, and Azadine says it's because they'd have lived in fear if they thought they got involved with him. When the spirit asks him if he hates them for treating him like an outcast, even after defeating the monsters for them, Azadine assures the owl that he doesn't because humans are naturally weak. Besides, the fact that they treated him nicely when he pretended to be blind makes them worthy of praise. So that's all there is to it. For now, though, Azadine complains about his tiredness and yaps about how he fought monsters without the golden coin. Not too long after, he spots the kids standing in the middle of nowhere and reunites with them. After all the niceties, Azadine tells them what he did at the gate. And when the kids ask him if he really defeated a Kurtkin, Azadine tells them that the monster wasn't that strong. After a brief silence, Ishmael sympathizes with him for wasting his energy fighting that monster and not even earning a gold coin. For all it's worth, Azadine says he was only following Miriam's advice to help and protect people. But then Miriam, hearing Azadine praise her for once, calls Ishmael a boring guy and starts feeling proud of herself. Soon after, Azadine asks about the evacuees they were traveling with, wondering if they really let them go. And Miriam and Ishmael say that they eventually managed to lie their way out of the crowd, since they didn't even know that all three of them were Aragasa. Following this, Miriam starts spewing nonsense about her pretty nature being the core reason why they were left alone, but Azadin lets her know that they listened because she looks like a kid, and this rubs her the wrong way because she instantly gets defensive. Once they get past the small talk, Azadin brings out Kurtkin's wand and asks Midium if she recognizes it. Before analyzing the magic wand, Midium gets hopeful and asks Azadin if he's already acknowledging her as his subordinate, when Azadin tells her he's only asking for a favor from her as a fellow kinsfolk. Midium tells him he'll have to do her a favor in return, so he agrees to let her inspect the wand the next morning while she rests for the night. With that, he jumps onto a tree near them and hurriedly tells the kids, who are confused, to follow his trail. Not too long after, Azadin rejoins the evacuees traveling away from the eastern gate and meets the woman who gave them the torch earlier. After the small talk, he tells the woman that he heard shouts of victory from the village, and because of that, he can boldly tell them that it's okay for them to return to the village now. As Azadin and the woman try looking for ways to signal the eastern gates, someone suddenly screams from the crowd, pointing to the eastern gates and telling the others that the vigilante committee must have succeeded because the gate lanterns are on. Gladdened by this news, Azadin urges the woman to send a small group of people to check first, and just as the woman answers him, he disappears. On his way back to the kids, Azadin complains about the fatigue he feels, but before he gets to them, he spots some smoke coming from a particular location, so he takes a detour to check it out. Soon enough, he discovers Tarkiev's encampment and overhears two useless knights yapping about the incompetence of their Margrave, who's obsessed with finding the Book of the Divine King instead of trying to protect the people. While one of them feels that Kazel's territory is doomed, the other just wants to complete one big job and get out of there. Having heard their ramblings, Azadin figures he must have just stumbled upon the camp of the bastard child who abandoned the people. Upon further investigation of the place, he spots some loot that Tarkiev and his men stole from the villagers at the gates, so he decides to steal some of the loot back, with the Emperor's spirit supporting him because he's in dire need of money. What can we say? Travel is quite expensive. So, to avoid getting caught, Azadin sneaks into the camp, steals all the loot without alerting the guards, and sneaks back out when he's done like clockwork. The following morning, when Tarkiev realizes that they've been robbed, he loses his shit and starts blaming his knights for being useless pieces of shit. The moment they try explaining that they were ambushed and didn't have time to react, Tarkiev ignores their pleas and instead turns to one of the mercenaries he hired earlier, so he can hear what the scar-faced dude has to say, since protecting the loot is also his responsibility. Unable to argue with Kazel's bastard, the scar-faced man, who we're gonna call Scarface, just accepts the blame and continues eating his apple. However, the moment Scarface notices that one of his belongings has also gone missing, he gets a little restless because he knows that this isn't the work of a mere thief. Curious, Tarkiev asks the dude to tell him what he lost. But then Scarface, irritated by the bastard, refuses to tell him anything. After Tarkiev ignores him, Scarface urges the bastard to issue a conscription order on the next village with his authority, since it's very likely that their little sneaker will go there next. Upon realizing that the closest village is a public stage station, which is managed by a noble, Tarkiev lets Scarface know that he can't be doing that because it'll be too difficult for him. Aside from that, he reminds Scarface that he's the boss in that camp, so he will not allow him to boss him around whenever he thinks he can. Having heard this, Scarface, who's about had it with Tarkiev's bradiness, tells him he's going to plunder the place in his name, and then stabs the fool in the stomach with a cursed witch knife. Once Tarkiev realizes that he's been stabbed by his henchman, he takes a few steps back and, while writhing in pain, demands to know what Scarface just did to him. As purple miasma oozes out of the stab wound, Scarface tells Tarkiev the nature of the cursed knife, and then watches, with admiration, as a witchly spider materializes out of the knife handle and burrows into Tarkiev's skin. By this time, Tarkiev knows he's in deep shit, so he starts shouting and screaming at Scarface. Soon after, waiting for a few more seconds and seeing Tarkiev fall on his knees in pain, Scarface urges him to relax because the spider in his body only gave him a little sting, nothing more. For now, though, he warns Tarkiev to listen to him very carefully, or else the spider will start laying eggs inside him, and once they hatch, Tarkiev won't like what'll happen to him. Around this time, a frustrated Tarkiev, who has no other options, painfully asks Scarface to explain what he wants from him, and Scarface, while holding his shoulder, tells him that he only wants to plunder the public stage station and capture the little rat who stole his belongings. Elsewhere, the talking spirit wakes the kids up so they can prepare for Azadin's arrival, since it's already past 10 a.m., so the kids do the needful. Before long, Azadin strolls towards them, holding another wand looking just like the goblin monster's wand from earlier. and Midiam, upon noticing the other wand in his hand, asks where he got the second one. Azadine tells her that he found and stole the second, which looks exactly like the goblin's wand, when he looted the mercenaries' supplies the previous night. With that said, he asks Midiam to take a look at the second wand for him. But then Ishmael, scared that the wand might be cursed, grabs it from Azadin and analyzes it himself. After spending the next few minutes analyzing the wand's magical components, Ishmael describes the mental image he's seeing to be green and black, which is quite different from the red mana he'd normally see from the goblin's wand. So Azadine asks him if the wand belongs to a different Kurt, and Ishmael, after telling him yes, moves on to add that the wand's function is to search for a specific target. About the target, Ishmael says it's not durable, meaning it can break easily, but even still, its creator is a really big deal because he crafted the target object's performance to surpass that of most magical tools. At this point, Azadin figures the wand must have been created to track the copies of the Book of the Divine King, since he now knows that there's more than just one of those wands around. Azadin knows he'll have to deal with more trackers from then on. For now, though, he tells the kids to follow him so they can spy on those who lost the item, and the kids follow him to Tarkiev's camp. Upon leaving the kids at a safe spot nearby, Azadine gets up to his normal hiding spot in the tree and watches the entire atmosphere around the camp change as they prepare for a real battle to collect the book's copy. As Azadine thinks about their actions after losing the wand, the kids ask him how the stakeout is, and Azadine, upon returning to their spot, tells them that the soldiers are planning to attack the next village, which so happens to be a public stage station village. Surprised to hear this, Midiam asks Azadin if these bozos have a reason to become this desperate, and Azadin tells them that they might. Following this, the trio continues traveling for hours, with Azadin touching the wand and the page to make sure they're safe, till they get to the public stage station village. When they reach the gates, the knight on duty gives Azadin special treatment just because he pretends to be a blind pilgrim and lets him in for free. Moments later, Ishmael and Midiam, finally happy to take a break, spot various things like a Khorassar's peddler's wagon inside the village. But then Azadin, on the other hand, remains cautious. As Azadin and the kids continue exploring the public stage village, one of Azadin's friends, a blonde dude who also happens to stay in that village, takes a trip down memory lane to recall the first time he met and challenged young Ariel, who was not only Azadine's twin sister but also the youngest herald ever. At age 3, on that fateful day, the blonde friend, who's always been jealous of Ariel, called her a traitor and got into a fight with her to prove that he's the strongest. Soon after getting his ankle broken by Ariel herself, the blonde guy learned the hard way that Ariel was far more than just a strong individual. Having remembered that pivotal memory in his life, the blonde dude snaps back to reality and wonders how Ariel's doing currently. Just then, he hears a weird noise outside his tent, and quickly walks outside to investigate it. A few moments before the blonde dude heard the noise, however, it was revealed that Azadin and his teenage servants found their way into the heart of the Khorassar Peddlers Association in the village. For some context, the Khorassar Peddlers Association was once an association of small merchants, but, over time, it grew into a great organization that's now known within Khorassar, and is secretly run by the Herald clan as a ghost organization. Despite knowing that the majority of the association is filled with Aragasans, Azadine, who's batshit tired, wishes to lie low and sleep, so they can regain lost strength. Sadly, before he gets his chance, 3 foolish merchants recognize him as he crosses the Khorassar peddlers' wagons with the kids, and smugly call him by the weak name He Island. When Azadin refuses to indulge in their insults, the merchants spot the kids walking behind him and also talk down on them for being servants to such a weak herald. For a moment, Azadin tries to tell the merchants that the children aren't his slaves. However, when he realizes that arguing with these bozos will be a waste of his time, he switches his mood and instead asks them to help him change his traveling goat's horseshoes. To keep the snide remarks going, one of the merchants collects the goat from him and takes it to the pen. Thereafter, Azadin gives another one of them some money so he can get some Blue River arrowheads, if they're in stock. But rather than collect the money, the other 2 merchants hold him up close and condemn his position as a herald, citing that he's only a herald because Elder Cassis recommended he become one, even though he fell behind in basic training. Once they realize that Azadin isn't going to fall into their trap, they collect his money and continue trash-talking him like the bastards that they are. Soon after, Azadin tells one of them to bring him some new clothes so he can change. And, after Midiam and Ishmael gossip about how bad the situation is, one of the idiots gives him a dress to wear. At this point, Azadin just tells them to cut the childish pranks, so he doesn't have to beat them to a pulp, but rather than act accordingly. The merchants flare up and start bitching around. Eventually, when Midiam gets tired of their rants, she speaks up and tells them to challenge Azadin to a duel if they're so frustrated by his position. The moment the merchants stare at her, she asks if they're scared of fighting him, seeing as they're pretty good at running their mouths, and one of the merchants belittles her by calling her a little miss who doesn't know shit about heralds. To prove her worth to the fools, Murim uses her magic power to attack the poor schmuck and hold him at knife point. Even after realizing how cooked he is, the idiot merchant still belittles Murim. So she not only reminds him of the situation he's in, but also lets him know that she's of Ether descent and can end him if he talks too stupidly. With all that said, she encourages the yapper to step forth and prove his worth with his actions if he doesn't like Azadin. Thereafter, she speaks some sense into the heads of the other merchants, who think they can just boss a herald around without actually knowing what they've been through, and helps them remember that, first and foremost, their duty is to help the heralds, no matter what rank they're at. Not too long after displaying her power, the blonde friend from earlier waltzes onto the scene that Murim just created, and firstly welcomes Azadin to the Coruscant Peddlers Association. After getting a response from him, the blonde friend turns to Murim and asks for her name. Once she tells him, he also introduces himself as Derek of Sabin, apologizes on behalf of his comrades, and then urges her to let the disrespectful bastard go, so no blood is spilled. Just then, Murim drops the fool, who keeps on muttering something under his breath, and has Derek mandate the merchants from earlier to go do their jobs. Shortly afterward, he tells Azadin to wash up and come over to his tent so they can eat dinner together, and Azadin, who sees this as an inconvenience, accepts his proposal. About an hour later, after Azadin's done soaking himself in the bath, Ishmael asks him why he stood still against the merchants earlier, when Ariel, who shares the same blood as he does, is revered, and Azadin tells him it's basically because he's not Ariel, who has her own way of doing things. Shocked by his answer, Ishmael calls him an odd person, and Azadin, while dressing himself up, tells him to convince Murim to leave his side, so his oddness won't rub off on them. With all that said, he leaves for Derek's tent to have a decent dinner with him. At the dinner table, Derek stylishly asks him if he's heard anything about Ariel lately, and when Azadin tells him he hasn't, he gets pissed and calls him out for not caring about his older sister. Well, considering Ariel's abilities, Azadin tells him she's not someone worth worrying over, and this makes Derek spiral down the path of insulting poor Azadin, who just wants to eat. In time, he starts talking about Azadin's results, and, even though Azadin assures him that he's collecting gold coins and working properly, Derek still reminds him about attacking the other merchant associations and keeping them in check. By this time, Azadin, ignoring his rants, takes out a wand and urges him to take a look at the wand he's retrieved from the Kurt followers. Upon looking at the wand, Derek tells Azadin everything there is to know about the wand, and then tells Azadin that he didn't know about all that because he stopped making reports to the district leader. When Derek starts talking about bringing the Book of the Divine King's copy, Azadin tells him that he does, indeed, have a page from the copy. Hearing this, Derek stops Azadin from eating his apple and demands that he hand over the copy to him instantly. The moment Azadin refuses to hand the copy over, Derek screams his lungs out and asks Azadin if he doesn't trust them to protect the copy of the Book of the Divine King better than him. To clear the misunderstanding, Azadin tells Derek not to think he's underestimating them. Rather, he's only worried that since one of the bastard sons of Margrave Castle, alongside his mercenary group, who are heretics that follow Kurt, is heading toward the village, he just doesn't want Derek staining his hands. Though unsure where Azadin's taking this, Derek asks him if he thinks they'd lose against the heretics, citing that he's also strong as a former herald, and Azadin lets him know that a bunch of merchants fighting way too well is sure to raise rumors and suspicions from the other associations. Even still, Derek tells him that protecting the copy of the Book of the Divine King takes more importance than that. Aside from that, he calls Azadin a much weaker herald compared to Ariel, and Azadin, embarrassed, tells him he's referring to when they were all kids. Although he was no match for his twin, Ariel, when he was still a kid, Azadin knows he's become much stronger than he was back then. As for Ariel, who's now the strongest herald with countless followers, Azadin wonders just how much stronger she'd be now, seeing as it's been years since they last saw each other. To avoid digressing, Azadin tells Derek that he'd be handing over the copy to the regional manager himself, as he feels that'll be for the best, and Derek continues bitching around. Before long, one of the merchants reports in to inform Derek of a new development at the inner eastern gates, and Derek instantly abandons dinner to look into it. Apparently, a few hours before Derek and Azadin's dinner date, Tarkiev and his band of mercenaries approached the knights at the gates with their small army to seek passage inside so they could wage war against the public stage station. The moment the gate guards notice the sheer number of warriors looking to pass through the gates, their leader, Sir Gerund, stops them from passing through, and instructs Tarkiev and his people to camp somewhere so they can come back and process their entry the following day. Unable to do that, Tarkiev takes charge and hands Jaren a pouch of coins as a token of gratitude for all his hard work as a bribe. Just as Jaren's about to receive the bribe, Scarface, the mercenary who stabbed Tarkiev earlier, kills Jaren in an instant, and has the other mercenaries kill the remaining knights guarding the gates. Shocked, Tarkiev scolds Scarface for killing Jaren when he wasn't supposed to die, and Scarface tells him that he only killed the man to make the raid more fun for him. Following this, the duo gets into an argument over morals, but when Scarface is done talking, he stares at his palm, releases some magic spiders from his skin pores, and blows them all on the other mercenaries. Not too long after, the mercenaries get infected by the magic spiders' powers, which burrow into their skin and morph into super mutant spider zombies, which scares the shit out of Tarkiev. Upon seeing the kind of powers Scarface possesses, Tarkiev exposes him as a curt heretic, and Scarface condemns him for being so dumb as not to notice that from the beginning. Since he now has control over more than half of Tarkiev's army, Scarface asks Tarkiev to work together with him, since it'll be like providing mutual aid to each other, so he can get his revenge in the process. When Tarkiev remains silent, as if he were reluctant to say yes, Scarface beckons to the spider embedded beneath his skin, and causes some swelling pain in his stomach, all just to remind the spoiled fool that he doesn't really have a choice in the matter. Right after subduing the bastard, Scarface turns to his new army of spider zombies and, after instructing them to restrict anyone from leaving the village, dismisses them to go get the thief. Later that evening, Cosette's father packs up his stuff and heads towards the nearest gate, so he can leave the village to be reunited with his daughter. Once he gets to the gate, he spots a crowd gathered around there and asks a passerby to explain what's wrong. The passerby then points to a bunch of weird-looking dudes, who look just like Scarface's spider zombie mercenary army, and tells Cosette's dad that those bozos aren't letting them leave the village. Around that same time, one of the frustrated travelers asks the spider zombie men why they can't leave the village, and the man tells him it's because they said so, knowing fully well that these guys don't have any right to stop them. One fella heads out anyway, since they're just mere mercenaries. But just then, one of the crazy spider zombie men grabs the fella on the head and lifts him a little bit, before reminding him that no one is allowed to leave under their watch. As the other travelers scramble for their safety, the zombie man feels a strange hunger, especially after holding the poor traveler by the head, and decides to open his large, fanged mouth, so he can devour the guy's head. Thankfully, before that happens, Azadin returns and kills off both spider zombie men with a single arrow and a spear. Not too long after, he spots little magical spiders crawling from one of the zombies' heads onto his spear, and he instantly realizes that these bozos must have been subordinates of the Spider Queen, Arthra. Not too long after discovering the Arthra spiders, Midiam and Ishmael call Azadin from a distance and ask him if he's already defeated the spider zombies. After assuring them that they aren't out of the woods yet, he instructs the brats to get to the tent nearby to get some food and water, so that the other people don't starve to death. However, just before they leave to help him out, Midiam spots one of the downed spider zombies behind Azadin get back up and calls his attention so he doesn't get killed from behind. The moment Azadin spots the spider zombie, he jumps to a safe distance to avoid an attack from it, and then watches, still from a safe distance, as the second spider zombie gets back up, with an arrow in its mouth, to hunt disgustingly for more living meat. Upon realizing that the magic spiders are the ones controlling the CNS of the dead dudes, Azadin, who can very well see the huge zombies lunging at him, decides to send a massive shock throughout the body, just to see what happens next. As soon as one of the zombie spiders takes a swing at him, Azadin dodges the swing, while picking up a dirty white fabric off the ground, and uses that fabric, alongside his palms, to deliver massive shockwaves into one of the monster's bodies. Once the shockwave resonates around the monster's body, the monster collapses, leaving just one left for Azadin to take down. Unfortunately for him, however, just as he's about to move on to taking down the next and final monster, the first one he knocked out just now suddenly evolves, and grows out all 8 poisonous spider legs. Seeing this, Azadin takes a step back and watches as the spider zombie, now with a hole in its stomach, helps itself back up. Surprised to see that the spider evolved, Azadin continues making other plans to take down both spiders all on his own. Just then, Midiam and Ishmael throw a fire torch at Azadin, and he catches it midair with a new plan in mind. Utilizing the torch, he waves it around himself and notices just how scared the spider zombies were of the fire, as they step back to protect themselves from the heat. Around this time, Midiam and Ishmael, both of whom have already caught on to Azadin's plan, surround the spider zombies in a ring of fire, trapping them, and Azadin praises them for a job well done. Upon watching Azadin tell the kids to protect the merchant tents, the other men around the spot all hurl fiery torches at the spider, the moment they realize that the fire's actually working on them, and burn the spider monsters to the ground. To keep those monsters from escaping the ring of fire, Azadine circles them and keeps the fire burning as brightly as possible, at least until the monsters are fully dead. Once the spider zombie monsters stop moving, the men move on to burn the remnants and rid their village of these terrifying monsters once and for all. As for Azadine, he asks the kids if they were able to get some food and water from the merchant tent earlier, and Midiam assures him, boldly, that they've got everything they could find. When Ishmael asks him if they should bring the goats over, Midiam shuts him up and tries to use this opportunity to manipulate Azadine, so he can take them in as his subordinates. Unfortunately for her, before her tactics can work, the Emperor's spirit returns from a patrol and informs Azadine that there's been a new request from another contractor. Hearing this, Azadine asks the spirit for some more information on the contractor, and the spirit tells him that the person, who happens to be at the western gates currently, just died seconds ago. Though disappointed, Azadine refuses to abandon his duty just yet, so he instructs the two kids to prepare the fire so they can get to the western gates, and he just disappears like he always does. On his way to the western gates, Azadine gets intercepted by some other spider zombie monsters, so he stops and slices through as many as he can, all just to get to the western gates in time to see his contractor. Despite having slashed the monsters multiple times, Azadine soon figures out that they never die and always keep on mutating. Not only that, their numbers keep increasing so rapidly that he fears that he won't be able to reach his contractor in time. At one point in his battle of attrition, a blue lightning arrow falls from the sky, hits one of the spider monsters, and fries the bastard to spider crunches in a jiffy. In the aftermath of the lightning strike, Midiam appears before Azadine, breathing heavily, and happily pats herself on the back for discovering the spider zombie's weakness to lightning magic. While Ishmael helps Midiam up, Azadine, who's impressed, praises her for being a real either, but still tells her not to use magic too often and rest up, so she doesn't get drained next time. At this point, Ishmael gets a little jealous of Midiam for pushing herself this much just to get accepted by him. But for now, he puts his feelings aside and asks Azadine why he's still choosing to complete the mission, even when he knows that the contractor's already dead. Azadine then tells him that it's because a contract is a contract, even if they're dead, so he can't just leave without checking. Following his response, Ishmael indirectly asks him what he plans on doing to stop these monsters, whose numbers are endless, and Azadine tells him that he's going to go after and kill their leader so all of them can die. That being said, Azadine makes preparations to get to the western gates and track down the leader of the spider zombie army. Moments before his arrival, Scarface, the leader of the spider zombie army, oversees the sheer destruction and chaos his spiders are causing the people around that region, and takes his time to enjoy watching every single bit of it. Along the line, Tarkiev asks him if it's really okay to wreak this much havoc on a public state station, seeing as he only claims to be after the Divine King's scripture, and Scarface tells him that while his methods are a bit different from what he expected initially, his plans are still going pretty well. By this time, Tarkiev loses his shit and throws a fit, as he tells Scarface that the thieves might have run away after seeing all the chaos spreading around the town. While ignoring Tarkiev's rants, Scarface suddenly spots a weirdly inscribed triangular symbol on the ground where one of his spiders is currently feeding and inspects it. Upon further investigation, he asks Tarkiev if he knows what the symbol means, and Tarkiev tells him that it's a symbol that's used to call the demon of the Golden Call, aka the Herald clan. Seeing this, Scarface figures that it's possible that one of the heralds, who are also looking for the Divine King's scripture as well, might have been the thief as well. When Tarkiev asks if he's planning on fighting the heralds, Scarface indirectly tells him that he doesn't mind fighting off one of them, since the request's already been made. Just then, an arrow flies right beside Tarkiev's face and goes straight at Scarface. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Scarface spots the arrow coming and holds it just before it hits his face. However, the moment he lets his guard down, another arrow swoops in and hits him in the forehead. Impressed by his attacker for making the initial arrow weaker on purpose, Scarface quickly protrudes his spider legs to get ready for a fight, and then welcomes the Emperor's herald attacking him to his death. Without wasting any time, Azadine immediately attacks Scarface's stomach region, but to nobody's surprise, Scarface dodges the attack very easily. Now, at a standstill, both sides exchange snide remarks at each other to get their blood boiling for the battle that's to come. As soon as they're done yapping, Azadine continues attacking Scarface at full force, and this makes Tarkiev, who knows how cooked he is, realize that no matter who wins this battle, things aren't going to be good for him either way. So, rather than run away like the coward he is, Bro just sits at a corner nearby and starts crying for his mother to come help him out. As the battle rages on, Azadin ends up cutting off a few of Scarface's spider legs and pausing a little to think things through before he continues fighting. After fighting the big guy for a while now, Azadin knows Scarface has to be the leader of the zombie army because the guy still has reason, even despite evolving into a spider zombie. Scarface, on the other hand, commends Azadin for being such a strong emperor as Herald, but still lets him know, while evolving yet again, that he can't kill him from that raw strength alone. Just before the spider's about to finish his transformation, Azadin suddenly appears before him, lets him know that he's still a spider after all, and then disappears to his back after dodging a desperate attack from Scarface. Thereafter, Azadin unleashes a secret technique he calls the Beauty of Nature, Mistletoe Attack, and cuts Scarface's head clean off from the back, his weakest blind spot. Once Scarface's head is off, he dies instantly, and Azadin moves on to finish Tarkiev off. Scared for his life, Tarkiev gets him to calm down first and then shows him an Emperor's golden coin that his mother gave him earlier. In his mind, Tarkiev knows that a Herald clan member can be manipulated with the Emperor's golden coins, so he plans to use these coins to make a new contract with Azadin so he'll be forced to spare him. So, before Azadin continues yapping, Tarkiev draws the triangle symbol on the ground and tosses the coin right in the middle, activating the call to Azadin as his herald. Concerning his request, he tells Azadin to save him from the spider infection Scarface gave him earlier, and Azadin, with no other choice, accepts his request. With his hands tied, he watches in disgust as the spoiled bastard rejoices right in front of his killer for being spared, and just wishes someone would come and kill him off quickly. Not too long after, Midiam and Ishmael join Azadin, and he fills them in on everything that's happened so far, including the part where Tarkiev put in a request to keep him at bay. In an attempt to teach the bastard a lesson, Azadin asks Midiam to use a much weaker version of her blue lightning spell to shock Tarkiev to the point of death. Before doing that, however, Midiam emotionally manipulates Azadin into accepting her as his subordinate, just so she can impress him even further with her magical powers. Realizing that he has no other choice, Azadin officially accepts her and Ishmael as his subordinates, and Midiam, happy to hear this, glows and thanks Azadin for making her happy. Moments before Midiam fulfills her end of the deal, Ishmael looks at her face and gets jealous to see Midiam so desperate for someone else's attention, when she never really batted an eye in his case. Just the mere thought of Azadin having such a huge effect on Midiam's life pisses Ishmael off so badly that Azadin notices this and teases him a little bit. With newfound determination, Midiam promises to deliver just enough lightning to make Tarkiev weak enough to be barely alive, and Tarkiev, who suddenly hears something about him getting shocked by lightning, tries to talk his way out of getting the nice spa treatment. Unfortunately for him, it's already too late for Bro because Midiam shocks the living crap out of that doofus and knocks him out cold. Moments after shocking the love child, Midiam gets a very bad headache, and Azadin sympathizes with her, while Tarkiev spends the next few minutes deciding whether to live or just die like a pathetic bastard. Happy to finally have her role model care for her, Midiam toughens up and assures Azadin that she'll be fine once she gets some rest. Not too long after, Tarkiev wakes up with hundreds of the magical spiders, formerly living inside his body, popping out dead due to the previous electric shock, and this makes both Azadin and Midiam get a little scared for his life. As soon as he notices the dreadful look on their faces, Tarkiev asks them to explain why they're looking at him like that, but Azadin just insults him in parables, making the situation much worse. Since they've somehow managed to save Tarkiev from those pesky spiders, Ishmael asks Azadin if it'll be okay to kill him now. Upon correcting him not to use such vulgar language again, Azadin further explains that even if they've fulfilled his request, the fact that the Emperor's voice accepted the bastard's request makes him an individual worthy of protection. In other words, once a person becomes a contractor, no matter how vile they are, heralds must treat them sincerely, even after the request's been fulfilled. After listening to more explanations from Azadin, Ishmael asks if they can leave him there now. And before answering him, Azadin considers staying back to destroy the remaining spider mercenaries in the village, even though he knows Ishmael will nag his ears off if he ever brings that up. Just as he's about to decide, the King's Church Knights, aka the Holy Knights, arrive at the village gates, and this gives Azadin some peace of mind because he knows they'll take care of the rest of the spiders for him. That being said, Azadin tells the kids to pack up their stuff so they can hit the road. Prior to their departure, however, Tarkiev begs them to take him to a place without holy knights. because he knows for sure that once the King's Church begins their investigation, he'll be done for. When Azzedine gets reluctant to take this fool along with him, Tarkiev attacks him with the words he told Ishmael earlier, and this leaves Azzedine with no other choice but to let the Nimrod tag along. After only traveling with them for a few hours, the brat starts barking out orders at anybody they see along the way. At one point in their journey, when they get to a small farm owned by a couple, Tarkiev immediately starts demanding that they provide him a room to sleep in, and this confuses the couple a little bit as they keep on asking questions. The moment Tarkiev tries to proclaim his noble status, Midiam and Ishmael cover his mouth and drag him somewhere else to hide, so he doesn't end up pissing the farm owners off. Before long, Azzedine, disguised as a holy knight, approaches the couple and politely asks them to help his party with a place to rest from their long travels. Impressed by his politeness, the man happily lets Azzedine use the barn for the night, since they have to work on the farm anyway, and Azzedine thanks them for the help. On their way to the barn, Tarkiev asks the kids why they stopped him earlier when they all know that the colonists are ultimately just lazy worms. Before replying, Azzedine tells him to explain further, and the bozo tells him that, with the way they run away when things get ugly, they'll remain poor for life. Refusing to indulge further in the spoiled brat's ramblings, Azzedine teases him a little bit and advises him to think before he speaks next time. With all that said, he opens the barn gates and waltzes inside with his minions. While inside, Azzedine dishes out instructions to the kids so the goats are well taken care of. But then Tarkiev, who's never slept in such a place before, gets scared and asks Azzedine about the fleas that might be hiding in the hay. After condemning the useless piece of shit for being so choosy when he has no choice, Azzedine continues making a hay bed to sleep on. Not too long after, Midiam approaches and asks him what the King's Church is like, seeing as people were both happy and scared that the Holy Knights had arrived. To reply to her question, Azzedine tells her that they're knights who uphold the 8 kings' laws, learn white magic, and protect people, which is why most welcome them. Moving further, Azzedine tells her, as the spoiled Tarkiev now snores like a fool, that in reality, the situation isn't so simple, because many of them are just bastards of nobility who steal a lot more than they protect. That being said, Azzedine urges her to quit talking so they can get some rest, and Midiam does the needful. Very early, the following morning, in the woods, near the barn, a group of knights marches through the thick forest in search of monsters to kill and loot. Along the line, one of the soldiers, who's tired, calls Sir Gardrig, the party leader, and asks him how long they're going to walk around. When Gardrig tells him to keep quiet and continue walking so they can be done with this in no time, the knight suggests they just abandon the monsters and lie that they killed them. As the bozo continues yapping, his knight buddies join forces to tease the fool about his daughter and her falling for their courage, and Gardrig ignores them. Eventually, when he gets irritated, he urges them to cut the nonsense and keep on looking. But just then, Gardrig hears a deep grrr sound very near their location, so he figures there must be a monster nearby. To investigate further, Gardrig and his men follow the sound to its source, and, before long, they spot a wyvern prowling the forest floors. Although scared, Gardrig keeps his cool and tells his men to calm down before doing anything rash. Sadly, the spineless cowards fold the moment the wyvern stares at them, and, against their leader's orders, start shooting multiple arrows at the monster till it flies away from trouble. Soon after watching the wyvern fly away, Gardrig figures it must be a young one, meaning there must be fully grown ones nearby. However, before he gets to track the wyvern to its nest, one of his men calls his attention to something beyond the farm's fence. And very soon, Gardrig spots the farmer injured with one of their arrows stuck in his belly, with his wife beside him trying very hard to keep him alive. By this time, Gardrig knows they're in deep shit, so, rather than own up and take accountability, he orders his men to kill the farmer and his wife, claiming that they're heathens who summoned the wyvern, also they can avoid punishment for their actions. Around the time Gardrig's soldiers kill the couple, the Emperor's spirit wakes Azzedine, who has only been asleep for 2 hours, and tells him that another contractor has summoned his services as a herald. Before getting to work, however, he complains to his Emperor spirit about his lack of sleep, and the Emperor spirit praises him for responding to the call of justice, despite not getting enough rest. Just then, the barn door suddenly flings open, and a scared young boy runs inside, screaming for help. After Azzedine manages to calm the boy, he asks him to explain what's happened, and the boy tells him, shaking in fear, that the knights have killed his father and everyone else working on the farm that morning. Around that same time, Gardrig, who's still on the farm with his men, asks one of his knights, who just finished killing one of the farmers, if he's found the kid who escaped, and the knight tells him that the kid's nowhere to be seen. Knowing this, Gardreg gets a little worried that the kid might rat them out to a third party, and figures that he should have just accepted his fate by dying next to his parents. As the knights continue searching for the straggler, Gardreg tries to convince himself that their messed up cover-up act was the only way to keep him and his men out of trouble. Apparently, if one kills an innocent Wybrus citizen, they're to be executed without trial, although he could take the less risky route by choosing to repent and be forgiven, which opens him to a mandatory repentance mission. Gardreg knows there's a high chance that the current bishop of Salasma won't accept the repentance in the first place. Aside from that, there's no record of any knight ever returning from a repentance mission, and this is because many of them either became robbers or died as vagrants on the streets. Also, with his bastard son, Maya's funeral coming up, Gardreg refuses to let himself meet such a horrible fate at his current age. So, right after convincing himself that he's doing the right thing, Gardreg instructs his men to search for those who are still hiding and kill them all, since it's a tiny village that most people don't even know about. Not too long after he gives the order, a knight spots an elderly woman running into the forest behind them. So he calls the attention of the other knights, aims his spear at the poor woman, who's still running, and then misfires it because of the slippery blood on it. Despite barely surviving the spear attack, the woman trips and falls face first on the ground, as her leg hits the spear's handle. With nowhere left for her to run to, the knight inches closer to the woman, and, with a smug look on his pathetic face, urges her to make things easier for them by just letting them kill her. Luckily for the woman, before the knight could lay his hands on her, Azadin's stone hit him on the back of his head and knocked him out instantly. As Gardreg and the rest struggle to figure out what just happened, Azadin shoots an arrow at Gardreg from his hiding, but Gardreg easily deflects the arrow. When Gardreg starts demanding that the intruder show himself, Azadin walks out of his hiding place and continues complaining about his dire conditions due to lack of sleep. The moment the knights spot him, they scream and lunge toward him for an attack. While he dodges their attacks, Azadin starts thinking about the disadvantageous situation he's in, mostly because he doesn't have a long-range weapon, like a spear, and decides to take their weapons away to level the playing field. To do this, he picks up a bunch of small rocks, infuses them with his secret technique, Beauty of Nature Kazas's Way, and throws them at the knights attacking him. After clearly dodging the rocks, the knights start spouting nonsense about his petty rock throwing. Before long, the rocks ricocheted off each other like boomerangs right after Azadin yelled out the word, "Yellow Crane," and hit the knights on their skulls. Soon after distracting them, Azadin kicks one of the knights away and grabs his spear as his weapon. Thereafter, another knight screams like a wuss and charges at him for round 2. At this point, Gardreg, who orders the knight to stop the attack, lets Azadin know that they are the holy knights of the king's church. But then Azadin, confused, asks him why he's killing innocent citizens of Wibris if he's claiming to be a holy knight. In response, Gardreg lies and says it's because they're heathens. However, Azadin, who knows that he's only spewing out BS, demands to get proof of his claims, because he just can't believe that a couple going out to do work on their farm at dawn are automatically heathen. Knowing fully well that he has nothing to prove his claim, the useless asshole tells Azadin to take his word for it, because only holy knights know more about heathens. When Azadin still refuses to bend to his will, Gardreg calls him a heathen and draws his sword for a fight. Now, before attacking, Gardreg uses an illumination magic spell, much like Kozel's from earlier, to lighten up his sword. Once the light on his sword is bright enough, he releases it and has Azadin, who has no eyes to begin with, pretend to be blinded by the same technique that Kozel used on him back then. As soon as he spots Azadin acting blind, Gardreg swoops in for an easy attack to bring him down. But unfortunately for him, before he gets any closer to Azadin, Midium, who has just arrived on the scene, fires an arrow at him, so he stops his attack to block it. Soon after stopping Gardreg, Midium rushes toward Azadin and asks him if his eyes are alright. Azadin gives her a vague answer, but Ishmael is left confused as to why Midium would ask such a stupid question to someone with no eyes at all. In any case, he lets it slide and tells Azadin that they got rid of 2 holy knights who jumped at them on their way there, but didn't kill them. As Azadin commends them for doing a good job, Gardreg, who heard what the kids just said, struggles to believe that these kids really took down 2 trainee knights. To avoid wasting time on unnecessary things, Gardreg calls Azadin and asks if he's of the Herald clan. The moment he confirms that Azadin is indeed a herald, Gardreg flares up and pats himself on the back for being right about the villagers being heretics. At this point, however, Azadin realizes that this bastard didn't even confirm if the people he just massacred were actually heretics. So, to play the detective, he analyzes the spear lengths of the knights he's knocked out, and figures Gardreg and his lackeys probably came there to hunt. During their hunt, they might have accidentally killed someone gathering herbs in the forest, and decided to kill everyone else there so they could cover up their murder. Knowing fully well that Azadin's deduction of the situation was on point, Gardreg calls him a soulless heathen and tells him to shut the hell up. Upon figuring out their entire plan, Azadin promises to spare their lives if Gardreg and his men swear to compensate the village and become repentant knights. Since Gardreg is a proud MF, he refuses to do that and, upon assessing Azadin as a high-ranking herald, decides to capture him. To do this, he activates his holy power, conjuring a big magical hammer over his head, and swings it toward the chappy Azadin's direction. With no time to waste, Azadin throws the spear in his hand at the hammer looming over his head, but unfortunately, the hammer shatters the spear, so Azadin and the kids jump out of the way before they get crushed into mashed potatoes. Seconds after surviving that terrifying attack, Azadin borrows some of Midiam's arrows and returns to the fight, dodging as many hammer attacks as he can, when he can. At one point in the battle, when he gets to a safe distance, Azadin places 2 arrows on his bow and shoots them into the sky, totally way off target. While Midiam just stares at Azadin, confused, Gardreg, on the other hand, mocks the herald for not being able to hit his shot and lunges at him to attack him when he sees an opening. Azadin stands in place until the last minute, when he's sure Gardreg wouldn't be able to escape his next attack. The moment Gardreg falls into his trap, he vanishes and appears behind Gardreg, catches one of his boomerang arrows, and shoots Gardreg in the back of his head, killing him instantly. In the aftermath of the battle, Midiam asks Azadin to tell her what he just did. And Azadin, after catching the second boomerang arrow he shot earlier, tells her that he just used the technique called arrow boomerang. With Gardreg dead, Azadin carries the corpses of the poor farmers they killed back to the barn and lays them all on haystacks outside, so their families can mourn them. Before long, the survivors come out of their hiding places and rush towards the corpses, crying their guts out as they grieve their deceased. While they're at it, Azadin turns to the 2 knights, Midiam and Ishmael, knocked out earlier and are now tied up, and asks them what they plan on doing now that they've been captured. Before letting them respond, Azadin promises not to kill them if they compensate the families of the deceased and become repentant knights. But, as you'd expect, the knights didn't give a shit about the families at all. All they cared about was getting out of the situation they're currently in. However, just as they're about to play along with Azadin's plan, the survivors of the deceased speak up and refuse to let them live because they killed their people like they were livestock. With Azadin remaining silent the entire time, the woman they tried to kill before Azadin came by lets out a few words about them, serving the king's church with all they had without resentment, even when the drought was killing them. Despite being in no situation to even make demands, the useless knights still had to effrontery to tell the lady to shut her trap and revere them as holy knights, as if they were innocent. Having seen how unrepentant the knights are about their sins, the lady, together with her people, killed off both knights, after letting them know that they just can't let them go scot free. Azadin, who didn't interfere with their revenge, knows that these people are no longer protected by the king's laws because they've killed knights. So, to survive, they'd have to leave their farms and become nomads forever, which is a painful life to live. Later that evening, Azadin buries the knights in the plains and offers a rescuer's prayer at their graves. After he's done, Ishmael gets a little confused because he knows it's an insult to bless the holy knights of the king using the rescuer's faith. So he asks Azadin if he was really planning on forgiving them from the start, if they'd promised to become repentance knights. To reply to his question, Azadin begins an hour-long crash course on how trust and promises are usually handled between the Aragasan clan and the other clans. To begin his explanation, he tells the kids about a metaphorical quote popular amongst the Aragasans, one that talks about making a promise with a rock on a road, and asking if breaking said promise can be considered a sin. For all he knows, it's always been right to uphold a promise a herald makes under the light resplendence. However, with the Aragasans being referred to as soulless heathens, many other clans would often compare them to rocks, meaning that most promises made to the Aragasans are considered null and void. With this logic, even if the holy knights made a promise to Azadin that they'd become repentant knights, nobody would ever know if they'd uphold it in the end. Upon hearing Azadin's explanation, Ishmael asks him to explain what happens if these knights make a pact, but don't keep it. How do they resolve the resentment of the families of the deceased? To answer his second question, Azadin assures Ishmael that surviving takes priority over resentment, given the fact that the survivors were mostly young children. Even if their resentment has now been resolved, they still have to live as nomads, which will only make things much worse for them. Tired of all the yapping, Midiam tries to end Ishmael's discussion with Azadin, but Ishmael moves on to ask Azadin why he wanted to avoid killing the holy knights in the first place. Apparently, Azadin realized that since they already beat the shit out of them, killing them might be too much of a sentence for them. If, maybe during a heated battle, he accidentally killed the knights. Azadin says the situation would have been different, but Ishmael's not buying this absolute confidence BS, especially when it concerns the obnoxious holy knights. Well, since that ordeal is all in the past now, Azadin ends the discussion and asks the kids if they know where Tarkiev's at. When Midiam says she saw the idiot running away, citing just how good it'll be to their cause, Tarkiev suddenly pops out of nowhere, reuniting with his party, and they all camp at that spot for the night. The following morning, Azadin continues traveling with the 3 kids and continues complaining about his tough schedule in the early morning, alongside his lack of sleep. Not too long after they hit the road, one of the young girls who survived, who also happens to be traveling the same path as them, suddenly flares up and blames Azadin and his people for showing up at the barn and bringing death to her family. Thankfully, her guardian stops her on time and apologizes on her behalf. After accepting the apology, Azadin asks another man where they're all headed, and he tells him that they're going southwest, to a relative's place, so they can take refuge there and think about their children's futures. Also, since the drought is getting worse in the fields, this might be the big break they need to survive and thrive. Satisfied with the adults' responses, Azadin wishes them good luck in their travels and splits up with them, before letting him go. However, the man he talked to refers to him as a herald and gives him the Emperor's spirit blessings, which puzzles his kid, because the little boy starts asking his father if the Emperor's blessing isn't a curse anymore. As Azadin slowly leaves the people, the talking owl perches on his shoulder and asks him why the people are treating it like an epidemic, despite having worked hard to make them possess civilization and wisdom. Though surprised by the spirit's bitterness, Azadin tells him he should have set the future leaders before he died, and the spirit, upon acknowledging that, moves on to continue yapping about his generation, his accomplishments, and the Yaega's godkin. Eventually, when they're done with their yap, both sides officially go their separate ways to continue surviving any way they can. After several hours of continuous traveling, Azadin and the 3 kids get to the Khorasar's Peddlers Association, and Tarkiev, who's been talkative the entire journey, loudly praises Azadin for defeating so many holy knights so easily. At this point, Midiam calls him out for hiding like a rat when they got shit done, and Tarkiev, attempting to save face, stutters. As the group reaches the heart of the peddler's market, Azadin warns Tarkiev not to say anything unnecessary because he knows for sure that things will be bad for them if other Aragosans were to find out that he defeated a holy knight. Despite hating the brat's guts, Azadin knows he has to tolerate Tarkiev's spoiled behavior because he still needs to use the fool to investigate further into the golden coin and those spider mercenaries from before. So, for now, they wait and respond to a Khorasar merchant's call, who serves them tea to welcome them from their journey, and asks Azadin, silently, to reveal the identity of the spoiled knight traveling with them. After Azadin tells the guy that Tarkiev's a golden coin contractor, he assures him that there will be no information leakage because of him, and so, the merchant, who switches his mood, urges Azadin to tell him where he's headed now. Noticing the mood switch, Azadin tells him that they're headed to Salisma and then asks the merchant if there's some work to be done there. Although the merchant claims that there's work, he does give Azadin the right to refuse, because it's related to catching wyverns and a band of thieves. Upon hearing the terms, Azadin promises to do the job for the merchant if he can just get them some snacks made of sugar, mugwort, and the merchant, though surprised by Azadin's odd request, fulfills it. Upon receiving the snacks, Azadin tells the merchant to provide a detailed explanation of the mission, and so the merchant begins by telling him that some other merchant associations are forcing offerings to the rescue knights doing relief work on the way to Salisma to basically bribe them into doing their bidding. Hearing this, Azadin makes some offhanded comment about the merchants receiving offerings from the wealthy and using them on the people who are in need, but the merchant ignores his ramblings and moves on to tell Azadin about the people taking alternative paths to avoid the knights. So far, he's heard that those people come across wyverns and bandits on their way to boycott the rescue knights and lose their stuff in the process. While one could understand that the bandits are runaway refugees, whom the rescue knights are working so hard to subdue, things are pretty chaotic at the moment. As such, the merchant wants Azadin to help them subdue the bandits and make the path safer for everyone. That being said, he asks Azadin if he's really okay with helping him out, seeing as he usually doesn't do work for merchant unions, and Azadin assures him that he's cool with this as long as it doesn't involve him assassinating people. At this point, the stupid merchant starts running his mouth at the ignorant Azadin so much that Midiam loses her shit, attacks, and holds him at knife point before condemning him, a mere servant, for provoking a herald like like that. As she continues talking down to the disrespectful bastard, Azadin, who's had enough of her anger issues, tells her to stop and then reminds her that the merchant is of a higher rank than she is, regardless of whether she's an either or not. Granted that their clan values the tradition of seniority, which is something she knows, Azadin orders her to put down her blade unless she wants to kill him, and she does the needful. After diffusing the situation, Azadin apologizes to the man on Miriam's behalf, and the merchant, realizing just how ruthless Azadin's group can be, accepts the apology in a jiffy. When all's been said and done, Azadin tells the kids to get their stuff, so they can go get the wyverns and bandits in no time. And so Azadin leaves the angry merchant at his stall to continue their journey to Salasma. About an hour after hitting the road, Azadin first of all thanks Miriam for helping him confront the merchant earlier, and then warns her to never get into trouble with those who have connections to the Savin household again, because he's heard rumors that his predecessors were killed by the Savins. While Miriam feels herself for having Azadin worry over her well-being, Tarkiev, who never knew that the Herald clan consisted of systematic and capable households, considers asking the Herald clan, aka Azadin's people, if they can help him with something. However, just as he's about to mention what he needs their help for, Azadin cuts him short and tells him he's never going to help a spoiled brat like him become the count, if that's what he needs them to do. When Tarkiev tries to convince him, Azadin takes a moment to remind the foolish kid that he's sure that Count Kazel, who's living healthily, isn't going to decide succession just yet because he'd want to enjoy the bribes and financial offerings he receives from the families of his wives, including Tarkiev's mom, for as long as possible, before ceding the throne to anybody else. Although Azadin is right, Tarkiev tells him he just can't sit by and do nothing while time passes him by. By this time, Azadin, alongside the other two kids, tells the fool to keep doing nothing, because he and his stupid brothers have stirred up so much shit already. And Tarkiev, with no other choice, keeps his mouth shut for the rest of the journey. Not too long after, they get to the inn the merchant mentioned earlier, and Ishmael lets them know they can rest there. Happy to finally see a familiar sight, Azadin suddenly gets excited, as he tells the kids that he's eager to meet someone he hasn't seen in a while. Hearing this, Miriam gets a little jealous, as she wonders if Azadin's talking about a woman he's not seen in years. However, when they get to the inn, and she spots Azadin hugging his travel goat, she gets pissed, but relieved that her spot as his future wife is still safe. Some moments later, Ishmael asks him why he decided to leave his mountain goat there at the inn before he met, and Azadin says it's because the place where he met both of them was too barren for his goat to survive in, so he asked a merchant union to have the goat moved there and taken care of. Soon after petting his goat, Azadin gets up and ushers his people to get inside the inn, just so they can settle before dusk. The moment they open the inn doors, however, Tarkiev gets the shock of his life when he spots his half-siblings also dining at the inn. When all three half-siblings notice each other, Azadin, sensing the awkwardness in the air, asks Tarkiev to tell him who those two bozos are, and he says that they're his half-siblings. Before long, the other two introduce themselves as Karkar and Chico to Azadin, who they figure must be Tarkiev's company, and Azadin tells them that he and the other two kids are pilgrims traveling under Tarkiev's protection. Though shocked to see Tarkiev bodyguarding pilgrims, Chico asks her half-brother about the mercenaries he hired earlier, and Tarkiev tells them that they betrayed him in the end. Eventually, Chico and Karkar offer Tarkiev, Azadin, and the other kids a seat at the same table so they can talk over a meal. Over their meal, Azadin and Tarkiev carefully tell the duo everything they've experienced in their journey so far. And so Chico, having heard everything, asks them where they're headed now. Tarkiev says he's going back to Salasma and is guarding them because they're also heading to Salasma. While Chico asks what they plan to do about the rescue knights, Karkar, who's noticed Miriam, the beautiful maiden amongst them, warns that the knights might take a girl like her hostage, so they should avoid them at all costs. Around this time, Azadin, who's an acting pilgrim, asks Karkar and Chico if the rescue knights, who serve the great archangels, would take a child who doesn't want to be taken. And Karkar, disappointed to meet such a devout believer, just continues eating in silence till their lunch time's over. By nightfall, Azadin remains downstairs at the bar to have some drinks with the merchants they'll be traveling with to Salasma, so he can get acquainted with them before going up to sleep. Some minutes into their drinking party, many of the merchants at their table get drunk and start spouting profanities at each other. At one point, a drunk dude recognizes Azadin as the pilgrim they're accompanying, and Karkar explains to a confused Azadin that these drunkards are their employers, who'll be going through the woods to avoid the rescue knights. Just then, one of them accuses Azadin of having an easy journey because of them. even though they'll be the ones paying for the mercenaries. And another drunkard tells Azadin, as he cackles stupidly, that they're practically his saviors. Around this same time, Azadin, who considers dropping these corrupt bastards, figures it's best to go into the woods with many people, even if their attitude is nothing to write home about, to reduce their chances of being ambushed by the monsters since they're known to hunt alone. Thankfully, he already sent the kids up to sleep first, so at least they don't have to hear these bastards talk shit the entire night. As Azadin continues enduring the vulgar language and stench of booze, one of the drunks pours and offers him a drink, so they can get to know each other better. But Azadin rejects the drink because he's on a pilgrimage, and this makes the others a little disappointed in him. Just when the atmosphere gets quiet, another drunk asks if he can see through the bandages on his eyes, and Azadin says that he can see through the gaps, though he's a little concerned that they're gonna try to provoke him over his bandage scars. As if that wasn't enough, the drunk lets his intrusive thoughts win as he demands that Azadin remove the bandages so he can see what's underneath them. At first, Azadin lies that his eyes are filled with pus, but when the drunk refuses to back off, Tarkiev, who's just about had it with these assholes, tells the bastard to quit disturbing the boring lad who's been through enough already. After explaining to Tarkiev that they need some entertainment while drinking, the guy suddenly remembers the kids Azadin brought with him earlier, and asks if the pretty girl was his kid. Despite telling the guy that Midiam's is his cousin, the guy just chuckles and asks Azadin to give them the girl, so they can groom her into becoming a fine woman one day. Azadin clearly knows they're bullshitting him, but rather than beat them up and cause a scene, he keeps calm, apologizes, and then tells them that their parents are waiting for them in the next town, clearly irritated that the drunks aren't even hiding the fact that they want to groom her. By the time the guy realizes that they can't have the girl, he sighs heavily and offers Azadin a drink again. This time around, Azadin feels bad for always rejecting the drink, so he collects the drink and takes a sip. Not too long after, another drunk calls the attention of the entire table and tells them about a woman of the Herald clan he heard is being held captive at a sawmill on their route to Salisma. When another drunk asks why there are women in the Herald clan, when most of them are thought to be monsters, the informant says that it's her father who's part of the Herald clan. If anything, the informant says the Herald dad must have had a kid on some mission and couldn't take her to the land of the Heralds. So, along the line, the sawmill's owner probably bought her as a slave and raised her to be the beautiful girl that she is now. Even if the guy's story is true, another drunk tells the whole table that slaves are illegal. So, if the king's church finds out about the deeds, it'll be bad for the sawmill. Just then, the informant condemns the king's church and tells everyone that he wants a slave like that too, or at least one of the kids she has birthed, seeing as she has quite a few kids. As the bozo continues, saying stupid, condescending things about the poor slave woman, citing that she'd sleep with him for a good bottle of liquor, Azadin gets up, slams his hand on the table, and, while pretending to be drunk, sinks his head into his palms and sobs quietly. Thereafter, he loses his shit, screams at the top of his lungs, and condemns the stupid citizens of the Divine King for being so corrupt. At this point, even the other drunkards feel sorry for him, because two of them hold him up and try to get him to calm down. After all they did wrong was admitting that they wanted a slave. However, Azadin, who refuses to calm down, shakes them off like ants and continues raving mad. By this time, one of the drunks, curious, asks him how he's so strong. And Azadin lies to them that the great Archangel Trinity gave him white magic and sealed themselves in the peninsula, all because he tightly upkeeps their three virtues. As if that wasn't enough to calm the drunk assholes down, Azadin continues spewing out so much shit about them, reveling in corruption that even the drunkest of drunks in the bar were shocked at how high poor Azadin was. Eventually, when they get Azadin's point, one of them helps him up to his room, so he can rest up and leave with them the next day. As Azadin leaves the bar on his own, the other drunks complain about him ruining the fun, and the guy who offered him a drink in the first place curses the person who offered him the drink. Eventually, when he returns to his room, Tarkiev asks him if he was really just pretending to be drunk, and Azadin says that he was. Soon after, Midiam and Ishmael get up and tease Azadin, who claims he was pretending to be a fanatic. But Azadin, surprised to see them awake, asks if they heard everything, and the kids say the entire building heard him rant. Thereafter, Ishmael asks him if he was being like that because of the Herald woman they were talking about, and Azadin says he needs to confirm if she's a Herald first or not. When Midiam asks if he's going to kill the slave traders, if the drunks were right, Azadin clears his throat and tells her he doesn't know yet. With nothing more to discuss, Azadin and his group go to sleep to rest up for their journey the next day. Very early the following morning, Azadin, who's still pretending to be a pilgrim, sets out with the three kids, alongside the merchants and mercenaries, to the deep, accursed woods to continue their journey to Salisma. Moments before they enter the danger zones of the woods, The mercenary leader tells the non-combatants to be very careful and shout the moment they spot a monster to alert the others. As they progress on their journey, Azadin appreciates the sheer number of people accompanying them on their journey, but still can't shake off that ominous feeling that the deep forest brings. At that same moment, Midium also gets the weird vibe Azadin gets from the forest, so she lets him know that something seems off. And Azadin, impressed by her sharp senses, figures this ominous feeling in the forest must be coming from traces of dark mana decomposition. For now, though, since none of the other mercenaries seems to have noticed the ominous dark mana flowing past them, Azadin warns the kids to stay close to the goat, as there's something ahead of them. Not too long after, Azadin, the kids, as well as the other mercenaries, soon hear growling sounds from the shrubs nearby, and realize that some monsters must be lurking beyond those shrubs. Before long, a pack of undead hounds rushes out of the shrubs and slowly inches toward the group, barking like rabid dogs every step of the way. With no time to waste, the leader of the mercenary group orders his men to get into formation, and almost immediately, those with shields cluster together to form an arrowhead defense and stick out their spears for long-ranged attacks. By this time, the rabid hounds stay in a spot and begin howling into the sky, as if waiting for something to happen. When Azadin realizes that the dogs aren't attacking, he figures they must still have memories from back when they were alive, meaning it's very likely that they're trying to hunt them as if the humans are in a pack. If that's the case, Azadin knows that their most vulnerable spot right now would be the backlines. Unfortunately, before Azadin can issue a warning to those at the backlines of the formation, a hound dog suddenly pops out of one of the shrubs in the rear, and bites one of the unsuspecting men hard. Amid the commotion, Tarkiev steps in, pushes the bitten guy out of the way, and strikes the hound dog multiple times till it dies. While he's at it, Azadin and the kids, though impressed by his performance, figure this is the least Tarkiev can do since he took all the gold-plated armor for himself. As soon as he's done killing off the hound dog, Karkar rushes to check up on him, hoping he's okay, and Tarkiev assures him that the hound dog is nothing to him. Some seconds later, while Karkar and Tarkiev wonder why the other hounds are just barking from a distance, one of the mercenaries suddenly spots a familiar silhouette approaching them from the dark forest, so he calls the others' attention to it, and asks if the person coming to them is Karim and the other mercenaries they lost a few weeks ago. As the silhouette keeps on approaching them without uttering a single word, the mercenary group leader realizes that something is very off. Eventually, when the humanoid silhouette materializes from the darker areas, the mercenaries realize that they're being attacked by zombies. Knowing fully well that they're going to be surrounded if they don't act fast, the mercenary leader instructs his archers to shoot arrows at the freaking zombies. But unfortunately, the stupid archers, who are way too scared of the zombies, all take useless shots, irritating Midium and Ishmael, and completely miss all of them. At this point, Azadin, who knows he can't trust the skill of these useless archers under pressure, decides to intervene and save all of them. To do this, he picks up a few stones, takes aim, and throws them all at the hunting hounds. After knocking most of them out, he turns to the surprised mercenaries and tells them to handle the zombies while he takes down the hunting hounds. With no time to ask questions, the mercenaries get right to work, and many of them stab, slash, and pierce through every zombie in their vicinity. At one point in their battle, Karkar, while stabbing a zombie, leaves his back totally exposed to another zombie looking to attack him from behind. Luckily for him, before the zombie manages to get to him, Chico stabs it and saves his life. While the battle rages on, Azadin, though thankful that the mercenaries are competent, knows that there must be a sorcerer controlling the zombies from somewhere since they move too well for the undead, so he keeps his wits about him and continues doing his part of the deal. A few minutes later, after the team finishes off the last of the undead monsters, the mercenary leader, who initially expected to hunt just wyverns, confronts the merchants for lying about the kind of monsters they were hired to fight. But in the merchants' defense, they claim they didn't know about the undead either. Well, since they've already killed them, one of the merchants urges them to continue moving, but the mercenary leader fears more will pop out if they keep moving forward. However, just as he's about to suggest going back to town to take the normal route, Azadin lets them all know that the path leading back to the town they just left has already disappeared, meaning there's black magic at play here. For all Azadin knows, the sorcerer must have blocked their way out of that ominous forest just to trap and kill them. So, before doing anything, he takes his time to figure out whether these mercenaries, who are currently arguing and blaming each other, are worth saving, especially after thinking about what they said about doing very bad things to the clan woman, and ultimately decides to keep them alive for now since he doesn't have any solid proof against them yet. That being said, Azadin calls Tarkiev and tells him to try to calm the arguing mercenaries down. Tarkiev, who's a little confused, asks him why he's sending someone like him to the mercenaries, and Azadine tells him it's because the mercenaries will listen to a noble over a pilgrim like him. Satisfied with the Herald's answer, Tarkiev boastfully approaches the mercenaries and captures their attention by calling them inferior things. Thereafter, he commands them to listen to him, and then moves on to introduce himself as Tarkiev of the Great Divine King's bloodline. As if that wasn't enough, Tarkiev worsens the situation by telling the mercenaries that since his life is more valuable than theirs, they're obliged to fight for him and bear witness to his honor and glory. Eventually, when the foolish knight is done with his condescending yap, the mercenaries split up from the group, and Tarkiev, shocked, asks Azadine why they're leaving. At this point, Azadine, who seems to have the patience of a freaking angel, asks the bozo to explain what the hell he was thinking. But before he responds, Karkar, who's just as disappointed, also asks his half-brother why he said such a stupid thing. When he tells Tarkiev just how dangerous it is for them all to split up, Tarkiev gets pissed and asks Karkar why they all didn't follow the merchants to retrace their steps. In response, Chico tells him, while spreading some sorcery powder of Bethema, which Azadine notices, on the ground, that if there's a spell messing with the path they took there, then going back the way they came would be more dangerous. The moment the powder on the ground turns into a dark purple miasma, Chico informs the crew that there's powerful dark mana in the forest. Judging by how strong it is, Chico tells them that the sorcerer casting the spell might be dead and reborn as a resentful spirit, which would explain the group of undead they just saw. Having seen just how useful Karkar and Chico are to the team, Azadine welcomes them on board and continues their journey, as Midium asks them if the darkness is all because the clan's woman died. Since they can't be certain yet, Azadine tells them that there's a likelihood that the sorcerer might have learned dark magic without dying, especially if she's a herald. So, to find out if their sorcerer is alive, Azadine points to a nearby village in the forest, after walking for about an hour or so, and urges the group to get there first, and they can investigate before they can talk. Moments later, when Azadine and the group get to the village, Karkar complains about how quiet the entire space is, and Chico figures they must have stumbled into a ghost town. Just as they pass beside a random door to a storage room, they hear something banging on the door from within, and wonder if that thing is an undead monster. Just then, the person inside lets Azadine and his people know that she's a holy knight of the king's church trapped inside the door, and then begs them to let her out. Once Azadine removes the latch, unlocking the door, the beautiful female knight falls face first on the ground, gets up without uttering a single word, and runs towards a nearby bush to answer nature's call. At first, Azadine tries following her for protection, but when she asks for her privacy, they all realize what's going on and let her do her thing in peace. Before long, the knight returns from the bushes, thanks them for getting her out of the door, and introduces herself as Maya, an overseer of Salisma Parish. Noticing her elite status, Azadine asks her what someone as high-ranking as her is doing trapped in such a place, and Maya, though embarrassed, tells him that she came to the village to carry out a sacred mission. However, while she was investigating the storage, there was a monster invasion, so the panicking villagers locked her in there and forgot about her. Since her weapon was still with her horse at the time, she couldn't break down the door, nor could she use divine punishment spells, because it'd have been too dangerous for her. Now that everything's quiet, Maya asks the group if they know what happened to the undead monsters, and Azadine tells her everything that's happened on their way there. Having heard everything, she then asks if they saw any holy knights around that region, looking worried, and Azadine, who's a little confused, asks for some clarity. To further explain the situation, Maya tells them that she was sent there to hunt down wyverns alongside her father, who is an instructor for the knights in training, and was supposed to meet with him there. After a brief silence, Azadine asks if her father is also a holy knight, and she not only boasts that her father's an amazing holy knight, but also tells him that her family's been holy knights for generations. Around this time, Azadine figures that the farmer's town they pass through and this village must be connected by a road. If that's the case, then Azadine realizes that Gardrig, the knight he killed, might be Maya's father. Also, about the way she boasts about her family breeding holy knights for generations, Azadine knows that, according to the rules, holy knights are not allowed to have children. Anyway, to confuse the lady, Azadine tells her that he saw an undead horse with a weapon attached to its back, and then urges her to go look for the horse with Tarkiev and his half-siblings, with the hopes that maybe she might find her fellow holy knights. Happy to hear this, Maya takes Tarkiev and the other two and begins a search for her horse and weapon. Shortly after she leaves, Azadine and the kids enter the storage room to investigate it. Upon realizing that there isn't much there, Midium asks what their next move will be, and Azadine tells her that they'll use the room as their new base and look for the dark magic sorcerer. If the culprit behind all this is a spirit, then there's a high chance that they're a resentful spirit who died a violent death and didn't get a proper funeral. On the flip side, if the culprit's human, then they must be the woman who was treated as a slave from the Herald clan and possibly killed. That being said, Azzedine and Midiam spend the next few hours outside the storage area, sitting around a fire and crafting the signature Herald clan type arrows, while Ishmael works on catering for the goats. Around twilight, Ishmael complains about the amount of work they have to do to make these arrows, seeing as they can't even use the horn bows, but then Azzedine lets the simp kid know that they have no other choice since they're trying to hide the fact that they're a part of the Herald clan. Just then, Midiam, who's been silent the entire time, asks Azzedine if he's sure they can make the arrows like this, and Azzedine assures her that it's all good since they're also going to use iron arrowheads alongside them. Satisfied with his reply, Midiam moves on to ask him if he'll consider trying to change the sorcerer's mind, assuming they find them alive, and Azzedine, a little confused, asks her why she's talking like that in the first place. While Midiam admits to killing the sorcerer right away, she knows Azzedine is soft at heart and wanted to know how he would handle such a situation. After considering both scenarios, the sorcerer either being a resentful spirit or a living human using black magic, Azzedine tells her that even though the Herald lady's painful past is worth sympathy, he still can't excuse the disaster her revenge brought on the village they're in. In any case, Midiam tells him that if he actually does manage to change her mind, then she's going to respect him even more. Although he's shocked to hear this, Azzedine silently praises Midiam for understanding the beauty in protecting one's people. Ishmael, on the other hand, stops the conversation and tells them that the Herald woman isn't worth forgiving, because it's just absurd to spare someone who used black magic to wreak this much havoc on an entire settlement. Additionally, the fact that Midiam is discussing respecting the traitor's son, who has no eyes, when she never showed much concern for others in the clan as old as him, is mind-boggling and confusing, to say the least. Sensing the tension in Ishmael's voice, Azzedine gets up and lets the kids know that he doesn't give a shit whether they respect him or not, because he's just doing what he thinks is right. As he watches Azzedine leave the fire, Ishmael gets even more pissed at his nonchalant attitude when it comes to dealing with Midiam, but for now, he sucks it all up and focuses on the task ahead. A few minutes later, Maya, Tarkiev, and his half-siblings return from their weapon search and help Azzedine and the kids move some crates in preparation for their encampment. At one point, after complaining about the unusually thick fog surrounding them to Tarkiev, Maya spots Azzedine discussing with Chico and Karkar, and then asks Tarkiev if he knows who Azzedine really is because he doesn't look like a normal pilgrim at all. When Tarkiev claims not to know about him, Maya boasts about being a professional and then suggests that the whole group let her take the lead. By this time, Midiam, who's near them, reminds the stupid knight about her fuck-ups and incompetence, so Maya can get off her haughty-mighty attitude. And this embarrasses Maya so much that she nearly loses her shit. To avoid any fighting, Tarkiev urges Maya to cheer up, but not too long after, the whole group gets surrounded and stalked by countless zombies and monsters. Moments before any chaos begins, the leader of the zombie and monster army, a big-ass wyvern, hovers above the building where Azzedine stands, and pauses to chat with its visitors first. The moment Azzedine realizes that the wyvern is the army commander, he asks if it's the one from the Herald clan who massacred the entire village, and the wyvern, surprised, asks him how he knows about it. After finding out that he heard from the merchants, the wyvern continues the story by telling him that her captors turned her into a slave and crushed everything she had, all just because she was a herald. With all that said, Azzedine moves on to ask the wyvern if she's still alive. And even though she claims that she is, Azzedine can't really tell because most resentful spirits always claim to be alive. So, for now, he asks the wyvern to spill out how she got her powers, and the wyvern tells him to become one of her undead first if he really wants to know how she became that strong. Eventually, the wyvern gets tired of all the yapping, so it flies away to begin the battle. Refusing to let her go, Azzedine assures her that they have nothing to do with the people who abused her, but the wyvern ignores him anyway. Midiam, who's watching the altercation inside the building, climbs upstairs to ask Azzedine if he ever plans on telling the wyvern that they're Arogacents. Azzedine reminds her that they can't do that just yet because of Maya and Tarkiev's siblings, and Ishmael suggests they should just kill them instead. Irritated by what Ishmael just said, Azzedine warns the kids not to value human life so lowly, even if the opponent is a holy knight of the king's church. While Ishmael calls his thinking outdated, Midiam asks if he has another plan in mind, seeing as the wyvern values strength over everything. Azzedine places an arrow on his bow and begins the battle by firing the said arrow over the other mercenaries' heads and into 3 zombies, killing them, all just to show her who the stronger side island. Thereafter, he fires several more arrows at the zombie army to take down a few more, hoping that'll be enough for the wyvern to take him seriously. but unfortunately, the wyvern ignores him the entire time. As he continues firing more arrows, Midiam and Ishmael get a little disappointed at him for not even trying that hard to hide the fact that he's from the Herald clan, especially now that Midiam's seen just how much stronger Azadine's horn bow is compared to the other heralds. With the battle raging on and the mercenaries getting their fair share of enemies, Midiam takes a moment to think about how Elder Kazas was able to train Azadine, who never even got past basic training, to become such a strong herald in just 3 months. For now, though, she knows she doesn't have time to think about stuff like that, so she climbs back down the staircase and joins the others to fight the battle. A few minutes later, while Azadine's busy killing off zombies with multiple arrows at a go, Midiam peeks out of a window in the building. Azadine standing on, and supports the mercenaries from the rear by firing arrows at some zombies near them using her horn bow. Before long, Ishmael spots her using the horn bow and asks if it's okay to use it so carelessly. Midiam then assures him that she can use it as long as Maya doesn't see it and clock that they're Aragasans. Around that same time, Maya, Chico, Karkar, and Tarkiev unleash their combat experience as they cut, slice, behead, and slash down every zombie monster that comes their way. Azadine, impressed by their performance so far, asks the wyvern monster if she can now see who's the stronger one, but the wyvern, irritated by the arrogance, the wyvern tells Azadine not to get too full of himself after firing just a few arrows, because she's yet to even use her main force against them. So, to even the battlefield, the wyvern monster, who sees no point in sparing her main forces now, lets out a roar to call out to her main force hiding in the forest. And before long, various huge undead monsters, huge undead bears, other wyverns, stronger zombies, and even hounds all pop out of the thick forest surrounding the village and charge at Tarkiev and the others. Almost immediately, Azadine tries to take one of the huge bears down by firing an arrow at the forehead. But to his dismay, his arrow deals no damage at all, as the bear faces those on the ground and attacks them. Not too long after he fires the arrow, one of the wyvern's subordinates destroys the roof of the building he's standing on. But Azadine, who's quick on his feet, lands safely below, where Midiam and Ishmael's currently hiding. After welcoming him back down, the happy Midiam calls his attention to the battle that's happening outside the house. And Azadine, upon investigating the battlefield a little further, warns the kids that things are looking a bit dangerous outside. At that same moment, Tarkiev, who's backed to a corner by a huge undead bear, risks getting crushed by the bear as it raises its humongous paws to attack him. Luckily for him, he has a shield, so when the bear attacks him, it hits his shield and sends him crashing heavily into a pile of wooden crates behind. Seconds later, just as he's about to get up, he spots a few zombies slowly closing in on him for an attack, and lets out a terrifying scream that alerts Maya, who has just finished beating down some zombies. With no time to waste, she creates the ultimate strike, a divine punishment hammer similar to the one Gardreg created earlier, and slams it on Tarkiev and the zombies. Yep, you heard right, our golden holy knight, who claims to be a professional, just knocked down an undead bear and a bunch of zombies, alongside her own ally, Tarkiev. As if that wasn't a bad enough move for her, the hapless idiot collapses from exhaustion right after delivering the final blow, leaving their entire small army 2 men short. Having seen Maya's erratic display of unnecessary force, Azadine concludes that she must be a stupid piece of shit who should never be let on a battlefield. Luckily for them, the wyvern finally acknowledges their strength and praises Azadine for taking all those undead, despite being overly outnumbered. Unfortunately for them all, this isn't the end of the battle, because she only ends up summoning more undead animals to join her main army, even though Chico and Karkar are already at their wits' end. As the zombies continue attacking the kids, this time, the wyvern starts boasting, thinking she's fighting mere Wybrus citizens, that her black magic power is the power of the Herald clan they all resent so much. To show her just how wrong she is, Azadine, while placing another arrow on his bow, tells her she doesn't know jack shit about the Herald clan's power, and quickly fires the arrow at her shoulder. While the wyvern tries to figure out what Azadine means by all that nonsense he's saying, she feels a sudden pain in her shoulder, and soon realizes that Azadine's arrow destroyed a chunk of her shoulder flesh. Almost instantly, she lets out a huge roar and collapses from the pain shortly afterward. As he fires more arrows at the remaining wyverns, Azadine lectures the fallen wyvern on the full power of the heralds, all while referring to himself as a true Aragasan, and ultimately introduces himself to the wyvern as Herald Azadine of the 108th Spirit. Following the revelation, the fallen wyvern, who struggles to get back on her feet, asks Azadine if he's really serious about being a herald, and Azadine assures her that he has no reason to lie. Seconds later, the wyvern, who's now standing, laughs maniacally, coughs up a huge amount of blood, and collapses again. This time around, the spirit controlling the wyvern loses all her power, so she returns to her crackly human form, gets up, and, with dark miasma oozing around her, begins her origin story. Apparently, back when she was younger and still a slave, she waited thousands of nights for someone from the Herald clan to come and free her from her pathetic life. But no matter how long she waited, no one came for her. Around this time, Azadin discovers that the Herald lady's already there, even though she doesn't appear to be aware of that yet. So, to ease her pain, he apologizes on behalf of the clan for abandoning her to bear the burden of the abuse and insults all on her own. Irritated by his sudden apology, the female Herald spirit screams at him, saying that there's no use in apologizing anymore since her body's already rotten, and her soul tainted with black magic. Now fueled by pure resentment and anger against all that's living, the Herald spirit summons more undead monsters to surround Azadin and the kids, and then promises that she'll kill all that's living so she can be comforted. Despite being faced with enemies left and right, Azadin takes a deep breath and asks the Herald spirit if she knows where her children are. Enraged, the spirit tells him she never wanted those children because they're the children of the Wybris bastard who assaulted her. Even though she's right, Azadin still reminds her that those children, the ones she hates so much, will suffer, probably more than her, purely because they inherited the Aragasan blood, if she continues her madness like this. So, if she doesn't want to pass down her pain to her kids, Azadin urges her to surrender to him first and tell him about her children, so he can find and rescue them. Although shocked to see Azadin so concerned about saving her children, the Herald spirit still refuses to trust him because she doesn't think it's possible. When Azadin reminds her about the impossible things the Aragasans have done in the past, assuring her that he's willing to risk his life just to save them, the spirit calms down and gives him listening ears. Sensing her calmness, Azadin continues by telling her that they, as Aragasans, have not lost their convictions light despite the hatred they suffer from those of Wybris. But even the kids, Midiam and Ishmael, who are both chilling on the sides, listening to the conversation, can tell just how much Brother Azadin's capping right now. This is because the duties of a herald are enforced upon them by a curse and greed, so everyone in the clan is after wealth and power, not honor and faith. Also, Midiam knows that if the Aragasans find the Divine King's scripture and undo the curse of service, then there's a high likelihood that they'll not only take everything away with their immense power, but also take revenge against those of Wybris for everything they've suffered at their hands. Judging by how terrible the system of their current world is, a world that permits revenge to those with power, Midiam can clearly see how Azadin is lying to the poor spirit. Even still, she can't understand why all that bullshit sounds so believable, coming from Azadin. Is he a trained liar? Well, that all depends on how the spirit reacts to his words. Not too long after he ends his speech, the Herald spirit finally surrenders, much to Ishmael's disappointment, and tells Azadin everything about her kids. It all began one night when the poor woman woke up to hear her newborn child crying helplessly on the cold, stony floor of the cell she was in. To calm her baby down, she extends her hand toward the poor thing, plays with it a little bit, and sobs quietly at the warmth she feels from embracing her baby. Realizing that the baby's all she has left in this world, the Herald spirit, while on her knees, places a request to Azadin in faith of his beliefs and honor, and begs him to save the children she was unable to love. Around that same time, Ishmael and Midiam notice the undead and black mana slowly vanishing from the village. Literally seconds later, when the village returns to its original form, Midiam happily admits that one can really save people with faith. Ignoring the kids, Azadin goes on his knees with the spirit and, while holding her soft hands, swears on his life that he will save her children. Before letting her go, however, he asks her if she remembers how many children she had, and where they were sold to. And the spirit tells him that she hid some clues in the storage, so she wouldn't forget them. When Azadin asks her where she got the black magic from, she tells him that she got it from a magic scripture whispering to her, and it called itself the Divine King's Scripture. Inext was paid for meaning. Just then, a third party, who happens to have been hiding in the bushes, sets the poor woman ablaze with the flames of the autumn fields and insults Azadin, who's now holding the woman's burned body, for being stupid and a fool. Following that, the third-party Aragasan emerges from the shrubs with his small army, telling Azadin that his inability to use magic got him fooled by a woman who truly isn't one of them. And Azadin, who's seriously confused, demands to know who the intruder is first. After introducing himself as the Herald Calypso of the 106th Spirit, the leader of the gang of idiots tells Azadin that he's eliminating evil spirits and collecting copies of the Divine King's scripture, and Azadin asks him why he's suddenly taking over his job. Once Calypso tells him, it's because he's heard about his incompetence and inability to control his subordinates, citing that he couldn't stand the embarrassment. Azadin finally remembers the fools standing behind Calypso to be the tea merchant and Korasar peddlers, whom Midiam threatened back in the post town. For all he knows, these bozos must have sided with Calypso to get back at them. But despite knowing this, he doesn't really care too much about them, because he's more concerned about the lady who died from Calypso's flames. Nevertheless, Calypso calls him once again and explains that the woman he was protecting truly wasn't one of them, simply because she didn't possess the beauty of nature powers at all. As he continues yapping, citing that Azadin should be grateful that he finished her off for him, Calypso grabs a Kurtkin wand from his tunic and uses the tracker spell embedded in the stone to extract the copy of the Divine King's scriptures hidden inside the Herald woman's body. However, just as he's about to collect the magical page, some strange wind blows it all the way to Azadin's side and places the page gently in his hands, almost as if the scripture chose Azadin to keep it. The moment Calypso tries to bitch about this, Midium shoots a magic arrow infused with a spell she calls May showers at him, missing the shot on purpose, and then tells the angry Calypso, after sinking the arrow in a tree nearby, that the divine scripture must have recognized the true owner for it to choose Azadin just like that. After teasing Calypso and his group a little bit more, Midium changes her tone and scolds them for setting the Emperor's land, which has suffered enough from a drought, on fire unnecessarily. At this point, Calypso just tells her to shut the fuck up, because, despite being an ether, she's in no position to give him lectures about the Emperor's land and drought-infested trees. Hearing this, Midium literally starts boiling in rage, as she just can't stand those idiots behind Calypso cheering him on, as if they're the victims here. Thankfully, before things escalate, Azadin tells Calypso that he's finally remembered that he's his junior, and then asks him if he has complaints about how he trains his subordinates. Rather than give a straight response, Calypso starts claiming that he has a higher rank than Azadin, even though Azadin became a herald before he did, and, before long, both heralds get into a petty argument about seniority. Eventually, when he's done arguing, Azadin tells Calypso to divulge everything he knows about the woman's kid's whereabouts since he claims to have investigated her, and Calypso, shocked that Azadin's still stuck on that, reminds Azadin that the woman he's protecting so much is not Aragasan. Although he's right, Azadin still tells Calypso that if they abandon the woman after all the abuse and terrifying nights she endured, all in the name of being labeled an Aragasan, just because she's not of their blood, then they'll tarnish the honor of Aragasa without even knowing it. Having heard the beautiful speech Azadin just gave, Midium, who's in awe of Azadin's heart, finally concludes that the 108th Herald spirit is genuinely kind at heart, simply because Azadin's a guy who sticks to his honor and dignity, regardless of who he's dealing with. Unfortunately, Calypso and the other idiots don't see things the way she does, because, once Azadin's done with his speech about Aragasan honor, they all burst out laughing at him, the biggest idiot of the clan, for speaking about the honor of Aragasa. Soon enough, they stop laughing, and Calypso challenges Azadin to a duel, with the copy of the Divine King's scripture and his subordinate, Midium, at stake. To even the playing field, Calypso tells Azadin that if he loses, then he will cede his rank to him, and also tell him where the woman's children are as well. Before accepting the challenge, Azadin asks Calypso why he's bringing Midium into their banter, and Calypso tells him that it's because he wants to teach her about respecting her elders, as well as understanding how business goes. Upon noticing the rage in Midium's eyes, Azadin pats her on the head and rejects his conditions for the duel, claiming that there's no need to bet on the Divine King's scripture when it has already chosen him. Also, concerning the information on the woman's children, Azadin knows he can just spend a few more hours and find her record instead, so Calypso can literally go punch himself in the face and leave him alone. Refusing to let Azadin go just like that, Calypso ups the stakes and promises to find the woman's children, free them, and take them to the clan's sanctuary if he loses the duel. Even though he's interested, Azadin tells him to promise that he'll also sponsor the kids and raise them as great Aragasans, before accepting the challenge. And so Calypso does the needful. After bringing Azadin on board, Calypso asks him if they should do the duel the proper way and starts 100 steps apart, but Azadin refuses and just advises that they start right away. The moment Calypso agrees to begin the duel, Azadin throws some rocks at Calypso and knocks him down literally seconds after the duel begins, ending the whole fight in his favor. Shortly after winning the duel, Azadin instructs the kids to take care of those who are injured, and almost instantly, Midium and Ishmael get to work. As for the Calypso supporters, they're all left wondering how Azadin managed to even knock their leader down from such a distance. While they rack their brains to figure out Azadin's tactic, Azadin asks them one more time if they're still going to keep their promise. By this time, one of them accuses Azadin of cheating and ambushing Calypso, but then Azadin, who's puzzled, tells them that he seriously reduced the damage of that technique to make sure Calypso didn't walk away with lasting injuries, meaning if he'd just increased the damage of the attack, even by the slightest, then there's a high chance that he'd have blown the bastard's head off instead. At this point, the foolish followers cower like rats and assure Azadin, who they now know is much stronger than they, that the promise will be kept. At sunrise, Azadin takes his time to inspect all those who are injured and knocked out to know which of them needs special care and attention. Soon after diagnosing Tarkiev to have no internal bleeding, nor fractures, Azadin instructs the men from earlier to throw the fool in the carriage, and they instantly get right down to work. Seconds later, Midiam shows up with Ishmael, asking him if he learned medical skills, alongside training to become a herald, and Azadin tells her that he only trained his vision to be able to look at bones inside the body. As Midiam and Ishmael stare at the guy in disbelief, Azadin moves on to check up on the next injured persons, Karkar and Chico. After taking a look at them, he discovers that Chico's injury is a result of her crashing into a bear while wearing light armor. As for the dumb holy knight, Maya, Azadin figures she's just in shock after using too much magical power at a time. When Ishmael begins suggesting that they kill her in her sleep, Azadin, who calls him a stubborn little shit, lets him know that they're sparing her. Soon after loading everyone up on the carriage, Midiam calls Azadin and Ishmael and informs them that they're all ready to leave the village now. The moment they hit the road, Midiam engages Azadin and Ishmael in a conversation about the unexpected things that have been happening lately, the disaster caused by black magic, the copy of the Divine King's scripture choosing its next holder, and the Kurt tribe being on the move now. With all these things happening in chronological order, Midiam asks Azadin if these tragedies are all signs of some great chaos about to come, and Azadin tells the kids that the great chaos has already begun. Upon traveling for a few more hours, Calypso finally wakes up after staying unconscious for hours, and is greeted by Azadin, his arch-nemesis. At first, he was shocked to see the person who knocked him out so close to him, but soon enough, Bro plays it cool when Azadin reminds him that it's time to keep his promise since he lost the duel. Before long, Azadin gives him a box that Midiam and Ishmael found in the storage, and lets him know that the box contains an umbilical cord wrapped in bandages, with information about the children's birth dates and the merchants they were all sold to, all written on it. To ease his search, Azadin promises to check on the kids that are Salasmo once he gets there, and then asks him, one more time, if he's going to go back on his word. In response, Calypso tells him that he's a herald who keeps his word, so he's not breaking his promise anytime soon. With that said, Azadin asks him why he's politely talking to him all of a sudden, and Calypso, though embarrassed, tells him it's because he's his senior now. Before vanishing, Calypso tries asking Azadin to tell him how he defeated him so quickly during the duel, citing that maybe he used Elder Kazus's technique. But Azadin refuses to give away his secret so freely. Not too long after, he asks Calypso where he got that wand from, and he tells him that he took it from the Kurt heathens in his region. Having heard this, Azadin realizes that he was right about these Kurt wands being mass-produced. But with no more time to waste, Calypso ends their little chit-chat, gears up, and vanishes to begin their new mission. Shortly after he leaves, Azadin stares at the others in the carriage, sleeping their arses off, and decides to sleep a little bit since it's been a long night. A few hours later, they stop the carriage to rest the animals for an hour or two, and Maya, who wakes up shortly, listens to the idiotic mercenaries take all the credit for killing off the undead as well as eliminating the corpse, causing the black magic miasma. As Maya believes the nonsensical story, Azadin heaves a sigh of relief and is happy they came up with a story beforehand. Following all that small talk, Azadin asks Karkar and Chico where they're headed, and Karkar says they'd get off at a nearby inn to return to their guild later once they heal from their injuries. That being said, Karkar asks Maya if she'll be returning to Salasma like Azadin and the kids, but, to his dismay, Maya says she'll go search for her father first and join them later. When she gets up, Azadin asks if she's truly going to begin her search that instant, and she tells him that she has no choice but to start her search. With nothing more to discuss, she bids Azadin farewell, wishing they meet sometime in the future, and leaves shortly afterward. When Midiam spots him staring at Maya, who's leaving, she asks him if he's that worried about her, and Azadin, after telling her he's not, returns to doing his stuff. Not too long after, he remembers that he hasn't heard the Emperor's voice since that morning, and sincerely hopes the talking owl is okay. The next morning, while Azadin and the others pack their stuff to continue their journey, Tarkiev gets into a minor fight with a horseman over a horse he specifically wanted to ride on. Even when the horseman tells him that the horse he wanted has already been taken by someone else, Tarkiev still babbles around, accusing the poor horseman of disobeying someone with the Divine King's blood. As both of them continue their argument, Karkar and Chico call Azadin's attention, and then tell him that they don't think he's an ordinary pilgrim. Although confused by that statement, Azadin keeps calm and continues listening to what the siblings have to say. Seconds later, Karkar tells him that Chico is capable of foreseeing the near future, aka she's a psychic, which Ishmael knows is a synonym for fraud, and would like to read Azadin's future. Upon getting the go-ahead, Chico performs her voodoo and ultimately tells the fake pilgrim that in his near future, he's going to be a great knight, which sounds just about as ambiguous as expected. In any case, Azadin considers her prophecy a good one, so he thanks her the right way and bids the siblings farewell on their travels. A few hours later, Azadin and his people reach barren, drought-infested lands again, and Azadin spends half of his journey time silently searching for the Emperor's voice. While he's at it, Ishmael tells him that the goats are tired, and Azadin suggests they get water from somewhere since it's too dry out there. As they search the landscape for a water source, Tarkiev starts complaining about how good things were when he headed east, but Azadin ignores him and keeps his eyes peeled for water. Soon after searching for a minute or two, he finally spots a small stream nearby and tells everyone to follow him there. Getting to the stream, Azadin and his peeps get disappointed when they see the entire water source filled with dead, smelly, and rotten aquatic life. Just as Azadin warns the kids not to let the goats drink such water, some villagers, who look thin and malnourished, suddenly rush toward the stream, warning each other not to waste time, and start picking out some good-looking lobsters and fish from the stream to eat back at their village. Seeing this, Azadin worries that there might not be any fish left if they take too much stuff. But then Midiam lets him know that they should pick as many as they can since they're going to die anyway, and Azadin realizes that she's actually right. Moments later, Ishmael suggests they find and fetch water from the well that the villagers fetch water from, but as Azadin says something about getting permission from the villagers to get water from the well, Tarkiev, who's filterless, steps up and decides to do things his way. Before Azadin can stop him, the fool calls the villagers inferior peasants and demands that they give him access to their well water. Luckily for all of them, Azadin quickly pushes the foolish guy away before the villagers get pissed, and chats a little with them, after which he asks them for access. While he's at it, Ishmael condemns him for pretending to be a blind pilgrim again, but, to his dismay, Midiam not only approves of it, but she also seems to like him even more. Although he doesn't see any issue with Azadin getting too close to the people of Wybris. Considering that's how he does things, Ishmael just can't understand why Midiam is disgustingly interested in how Azadin does things. For now, though, he keeps his mouth shut like a coward that he is, and reminds himself never to be swayed by Azadin, especially when Azadin calls them to follow him to the village. After a few more minutes of walking, settling, and waiting, Azadin and the three kids finally get served a bowl of some hot lobster for them to enjoy. Upon receiving the humongous serving, Azadin asks the chef if it's right to give them that much lobster to eat, and the chef assures them that it's all good to eat it since it'll just rot anyway if no one eats it. That being said, Azadin returns to his seat with the rest of his kids, near the chef's station, and offers everyone a full lobster to crack open and enjoy. As she takes her pick, Midiam asks Azadin to explain what he plans on doing now, and Azadin says they need to find the dead woman's children first, as he feels they shouldn't be too far from where they are. Having heard this, Ishmael then asks him what they're going to do after they find the kids, seeing as they can't obviously bring them with them, and Azadin says they're gonna hand the kids over to the Coruscant peddlers, so they can ultimately be handed over to Calypso later. When Ishmael finally shuts the hell up, Azadin takes his time to think through everything he's been doing lately. Though it's a lot of work, he actually feels compelled to help the dead woman as a herald because that might probably help him hear the Emperor's voice again. Elsewhere, Calypso and two of his lackeys are seen traveling through the woods, quite far away from Azadin's crew. Quiet, when suddenly, one of the lackeys asks him if it's true that he lost a duel to Azadin of the 108th Spirit, and he boldly accepts that he lost. Shocked to hear this, one of them asks him if he's just going to accept it, reminding him of all the sacrifices he's made to track down the Divine King's scriptures to get ahead of the other heralds, so he can become part of the Savin household, and Calypso figures that he probably might just forego everything. After consoling himself for being the current lowest ranked herald, Calypso admits defeat again, but this time around, he warns his lackeys to make sure those Coruscant peddlers keep their mouths shut on anything related to Azadin's strength. When asked why, he tells them that it's because he doesn't want to be the only one to suffer. A few minutes later, after they continue their walk, a voice suddenly calls Calypso from the forest, and Calypso, unfazed, demands that the voice identify itself. In response, the voice tells him that it's Ariel's voice, and this has Calypso pretty freaked out because he doesn't know why Ariel would even need his help in the first place. For now, though, he keeps calm and keeps his curious lackeys quiet, so they don't interrupt his meeting with the strongest herald. Before the voice continues talking, however, Calypso racks his brain to try and figure out if Ariel's really the one behind that ominous voice. For all he knows, the Emperor's voice voice is a network of artificial spirits systematically connected to manage the requests and share information. As such, only the Emperor's spirit can create such strong magic, not Herald, not anybody else. Following this, Calypso asks the voice why it's meeting with him in such a manner, and the voice, who still claims to be Ariel's voice, says it's because it has an offer he can't reject. That being said, the voice materializes before Calypso in the form of a zombie-looking crow with a huge red eye on its stomach, and continues its meeting with Calypso in secret. A few hours later, Azadin and his party finally arrive in the first village where one of the dead woman's kids is being kept, and ask some of the people living there if they've seen a kid matching the description of the dead woman's kid. Judging by the scared demeanor of the villagers after being faced with such a question, being that many of them either advised them to look elsewhere or just ran away, Midium and the others know something is very fishy about them, almost as if they were too scared to share such information. Knowing fully well that this is the right place, according to the woman's information, Tarkiev springs into action and finally puts his nobility status to good use. After enforcing his divine king's blood status on some villagers, one of them finally points in the direction of the village baker's house, adding that he's the only person who deals with the Telverine Guild, and Midium, happy to finally get a response, urges her people to visit this baker dude. On their way to the baker's home, Azadin assumes that the kids can't have been through too much since they're only 8 years old, maybe just household chores at best. Upon getting there, Azadin and his crew politely bring the baker, who happens to be holding a bloody whip in his hands, out of his house for a brief questioning. After all the niceties, the baker asks them what they're doing at his house, and Azadin, who can clearly see the scared children inside the baker's living room, tells him that they're looking for a girl who's about 8 years old. Following this, Azadin gives the baker the description of the girl they're looking for, and the baker, after reading the text, rudely asks him why he's looking for her. At this point, Tarkiev angrily lets the stupid baker know that they have no reason to tell him why they're looking for her, and the baker, realizing that these guys are not messing around, apologizes for being rude. With no other choice, he reluctantly tells Azadin and his people that the girl had already passed away because she was too weak when he got her. Tarkiev, who's about had it with this piece of shit baker, then asks him about the children in his house, and the baker says that he took them in as orphans so they can work for him to get fed. Hearing this, Azadin asks the baker to explain how he conducted the funeral for the kid, and when the baker gets hesitant to talk, he permits Tarkiev to beat him up. After beating the shit out of him, Tarkiev holds the guy's head up and lets him know that they've made a promise to the kid's parent, as well as someone of high rank already. So even if she's already dead, they still need to know where the funeral took place. Scared for his life, the baker tells them that he just threw the girl's body into the river and let her go. Shocked, Azadin crashes out, understandably, and finally figures out how this bastard conducts his slavery operations. Turns out, the guy buys the children cheaply from the guild and then enslaves them for as long as he can. If, peradventure, they end up dead, the POS just tosses their bodies into the river once there is enough of a current, and continues doing his stuff. Considering how unnerving this useless baker can be, especially in a world where the dead can come back to life, Azadin is practically short of words to say to him. Around this same time, Ishmael sees his chance to embarrass Azadin, so he asks Azadin, with a smug look on his face, if he's going to kill the baker after everything he's done. When Azadin remains silent, the little twerp moves on to ask about what he plans on doing with the kids, hoping to know if he's going to save them, even when they're not one of them. In response to Ishmael's trick question, Azadin reminds him that the baker's working with the Telverine Guild, so the situation's a difficult one. To make things even more difficult for Azadin, Ishmael lets him know that leaving the kids with the Coruscant merchants would likely cause conflict between the two merchant groups, so such a problem can't be solved with just pity or justice. As Azadin remains quiet again, Ishmael suggests they teach the useless baker a lesson. But at this point, Azadin gets a little concerned about Ishmael's psychology on things. Eventually, he concludes that Ishmael's definitely right, and permits Tarkiev to give him another round of beating. Without hesitation, Tarkiev calls Azadin their group leader and continues punching the life out of the useless baker. Not too long after, Azadin questions Tarkiev for calling him their leader, and Tarkiev, eager to please him, assures him that they can just take these kids to his mother's house. Apparently, his family is always in need of servants, and since the environment will be much better over there, they might as well consider this approach a lasting solution to their problem. That being said, Azadin and Midium agree to let Tarkiev take the kids to the Coruscant's peddlers first, so they can eventually wable the kids down to Tarkiev's family's household. Thanks to Tarkiev's beating, Azadin and the kids easily got the baker's signature on the papers that held the rights over the children. Upon getting the transfer paperwork done, Azadin and his group ended up handing the kids over to the Coruscant merchants for safe transportation. Later that night, just as Azadin and his 3 kids are about to leave the Coruscant merchant branch around the village, two random Aragasans spot and call Azadin back for a discussion. The moment Azadin turns back, they remind him that they used to hang out so much back when they were younger, as his seniors, and Midium asks if they're heralds. Sensing that Azadin doesn't know yet, one ignores Midium's question and then, while drawing his sword against Azadin, informs him that he's been dismissed from his role as a herald. Confused, Azadin asks the two fools if they're high or perhaps drunk, but then one of them assures him that the higher-ups called the shots. Following this, the partner urges the first one to quit, trying to explain and just capture him instead, so they can become heralds in his place. Before they fight, however, Azadin asks them if capturing him is why they're wielding a weapon in the middle of the village. When they tell him yes, he gives Ishmael his walking stick and prepares to beat the details out of them, regardless of how disappointed he island. At this point, one of the idiots reminds Azadin of the days when both of them beat him up and left him sobbing, and Azadin tells them that he not only remembers those days, but he also recalls how they'd cover up the upper half of his face and forcefully smooch his lips after convincing themselves that he looked just like Ariel. Having heard such a disgusting thing, Azadin's crew instantly gets sick, and Azadin, irritated to have remembered such a disgusting memory, finally steals his resolve to teach these PDFs a good lesson. After a brief silence, both Aragasans charge at Azadin and take swings at him simultaneously. Soon after, stopping their first attacks with his bare hands, Azadin blows them away using a magical technique the attackers call the beauty of nature Kazas's way. Shortly after getting blown away, the attackers get back on their feet, refusing to believe that Azadin could pull off a lightning-themed magic attack, and wonder how Azadin got to learn magic when the rumors say he's so talentless. Well, as they try to wrap their heads around what the hell is going on, Azadin, on the other hand, only lets out a few satisfied breaths and urges the guys not to die yet, so he can at least extract the information he needs after giving them their beating. That being said, he disappears into thin air using the dusk magic teleportation technique, one that heralds are used to using, appears behind the confused Aragasans, who try desperately to punch him before the teleportation is complete, and sends them crashing into a few crates, several feet back, with an amazing roundhouse kick, which the Aragasans call the Twilight technique, to the head. Thereafter, he heaves a few sighs of relief and recovers his breath. Not too long after, the Aragasans struggle to get up, complaining about their broken rib cage, but then one of them analyzes the nature of Azadin's techniques, plus the speed with which he relayed those attacks, and gets even more confused as to how he ever learned how to use magic. Ignoring their demeanor, Azadin praises them for being sturdy, given the terrain they're fighting him on, and then moves on to ask them to explain everything they said earlier about him getting dismissed as a herald. Unfortunately, before they even utter a single word, the Emperor's spirit, now appearing in the form of a crow, suddenly arrives, calling Azadin of the 108th spirit, and informs him that there's been a problem with the elders. After welcoming the Emperor's spirit, Azadin asks why it's talking to him through a vessel, aka the crow, and the Emperor's spirit tells him that it's because the head spirit has not only dismissed him, but has also activated the curse of service. Shocked, Azadin and the kids remain speechless, as they can't understand what Azadin did to deserve such a harsh punishment. For some context, it's revealed that the reason why the contract of service between the Emperor and the Herald clan is called a curse is because of the way loyalty was enforced. As such, if the head spirit and the elders activate a curse on someone, then the accursed will be forced to choose someone to take their place and die. Seeing as the whole process is a messy one, Azadin understandably gets super pissed at the spirit for the unfairness. Right after breaking the bad news to Azadin, the Emperor's spirit moves on to tell Azadin that the curse will be activated in a year and that he will die, just like his father did, once his successor is born. At this point, Tarkiev had to question the Emperor, because he didn't understand how Azadin, a man, for that matter, could give birth at all. As Tarkiev continues asking his incessant questions, Azadin loses his shit completely and asks the useless spirit to tell him what the hell the stupid Emperor was thinking when making the contract. In response, the Emperor's spirit says that the penalty was chosen by the founding head spirit of the Heralds, Harkonia, and, although the spirit claims he's not allowed to tell Azadin something, he still tells Azadin that the Emperor's voice magic lets the artificial spirit exist forever in the real world, on the condition that certain information isn't revealed. Moving on, the spirit tells him that the fact that it's even talking to him when it's been dismissed means that it's eating away at his existence. In other words, the Emperor's voice is breaking the rules just to talk to Azadin. While the others wonder what Azadin did to deserve such special treatment, Azadin complains that he's still going to bear the brunt of dying and giving birth. all because of the stupid curse it created, so all this acknowledgement that the Emperor is giving him is bullshit. Around this time, the assholes he fought earlier start yapping and calling him out for being impertinent. But then Azadin, who isn't having their stupidity, tells them to put themselves in his shoes and see if they'll still say such good things about the useless Emperor who created such a dire situation out of his sheer stupidity. Amid all the chaos and confusion, Tarkiev asks the kids if it's really possible for Azadin to give birth. And Ishmael says that since that's how he was born, then it's very possible. Shortly afterward, Azadin orders the Aragasans to tell him why he's being dismissed and afflicted with the curse, despite working his arse off. And one of them tells him that it's because his twin sister, Ariel, murdered Elder Kenahan and stole all of the copies of the Divine King's scripture before running away. In other words, Ariel has committed treason against the state and is now a fugitive. Even so, Azadin questions why he's the one who's fired when she was the person who committed treason, and in response, one of the fools tells him it's because they think he's working with Ariel. By this time, Azadin, who gets really mad, reveals the things Ariel's done to him back when he was younger, and assures them that there's no way he's working with her after everything she's done to him. Nevertheless, both Aragasans still tell him that there's no way they can know what his relationship with Ariel is like, because to everyone, it looked like Ariel was really protective of him. Azadin, upon hearing all the nonsense they just spouted from their mouths, fully goes into rage mode, so he holds the two idiots and asks them if there's ever been a time in his life when he benefited from Ariel and her successful career. With the fools remaining quiet, Azadin moves on to explain all the bullying and emotional manipulation he'd suffered in his sister's hands, and then reminds them all about the time they kissed Ariel's arse, calling the second coming of one stupid angel, and openly ignored the bullying he was facing from her. As his voice gets increasingly louder, Miriam, Ishmael, and Tarkiev all stare at him in fear, because they've never seen him that mad before. Eventually, when he's done letting off some steam, Azadin stares at the Aragasans, expecting a tangible reply to everything he's said so far, and genuinely hopes they don't act like assholes. When the pathetic cowards inevitably act all nonchalant towards him, Azadin places them down, cackles like a crazy person, and then suggests he just goes around, killing all people of his kind, since he's already dismissed anyway. Scared for their life, one of the idiots quickly advises, without thinking, that he go to the elders and the head spirit and just ask them to take back the punishment, since there's only one person who's died from the curse of service anyway. Just then, Azadin punches the idiot in the face and reminds the Aragasans that the only person who's ever died is his freaking father. So their bringing that up must mean that they're purposely trying to piss him off. Knowing this, Azadin spends the rest of the night beating both arrogant bastards up so badly, all just to teach them a lesson about manners. At sunrise, the following day, after getting the baker's foster kids into a carriage, Azadin faces the beat-up Aragasans and tells them he'll get to the head spirit soon enough. After praising his decision to meet with the elders, one of the Aragasans asks Azadin if he can tell the elders that he was captured by them, since he's heading there, and Azadin threatens to castrate them if they continue pushing some narrative to him. Shocked, one of them asks Azadin why he's being so cruel to them, but then Azadin lets them know that his castrating them is nothing compared to how they treated him as a kid. Upon hearing this, the Aragasans apologize for the way they treated him back then, but still let him know that his agreeing to tell the elders is also for his safety. Apparently, there's an order to the entirety of the clan to capture or kill him, so, unless Azadin really wants to fight everyone from the clan, some who might actually kill him, he might as well just agree to let them capture him. Nevertheless, Azadin tells them that he knows they'll treat him worse if he lets himself be taken in, so he'll just go to the Salasma's branch leader himself. Also, now that he doesn't really care about what happens to people who aren't his master or aides, Azadin assures the bozos that he'll kick the arse of anybody who gets in his way. That being said, he places the idiots in the carriage with the kids and tells them to take good care of the kids. As the carriage disappears into the horizon, both Aragasans promise Azadin that they'll not only help them reach the Baroness up north, but also report to the elders that the Emperor's voice was on his side as well. Soon after seeing them off, Azadin and his 3 subordinates continue their journey till they arrive in Salasma, a city divided into 3,000 sectors with their own farmland. The city's large copper deposits are a major economic resource for the 1,000-year-old city, and so they welcome any nobles looking to visit. Moments after Azadin and his people arrive at the city gates, Tarkiev takes charge, boasting of his noble status as Count Kazal's son, and demanding that people pave the way for him to pass through. Although many townsfolk at the gates aren't that happy to see him around, the knights still grant him easy passage into the city due to strict laws that give nobles like him special treatment. So, due to Tarkiev's influence, Azadin and his people get inside the city and make their way toward an inn to spend the night. On their way there, as Tarkiev continues spouting nonsense from his noble Azadin spots 2 Khorassar merchants staring at him, and figures they must know about the execution order put out for him. Luckily for him, before things escalate, Tarkiev spots them staring, so he not only makes them apologize for staring, but also forces them to get them all some clean water to drink. Having seen how useful Tarkiev's being, Azadin praises his acting and figures that the Coruscant guys can't do anything about him. Before long, however, Tarkiev starts saying some stuff about them stealing, and Azadin and the kids realize that he's back to being plain old Tarkiev. A few minutes later, another one of Tarkiev's half-siblings, a girl, this time, approaches him and his people with a caravan full of food items they've stolen from the merchants in the city. And Tarkiev, recognizing her as Vin, gets a little surprised to see her. After introducing her to Azadin and the others, he asks Vinny to tell him what she's doing in Salisma. And while Vinny winks at him, Azadin figures she must have been around to steal those food items in their caravan. In any case, Vinay asks Tarkiev, after noticing the weird look on his face, what happened to the mercenaries that were with him earlier, and he just ignores the question. Moving on, she tells Tarkiev that Kozel got beaten, physically castrated, and lost all his subordinates. And Tarkiev, happy to hear this, starts rejoicing and thanking his ancestors for rewarding him for all his good deeds. Upon realizing that the spoiled brat is now all alone, Vin draws her sword against him and takes a swing at the idiot, who's still busy rejoicing. Luckily, before she harms him, Azadin knocks the sword out of her hand with a stone and lets her know that he's been onto her ever since he noticed her getting too close. With nothing more to hide, Vin orders her lackeys to attack all of them, and, while the brawl begins, Tarkiev asks Vin why she's trying to kill him. When Vinny says it's because killing is easier than searching for the Divine King's scriptures, Tarkiev, understanding the situation he's now in, gets serious and begins defending himself against his attackers. In an attempt to show Vin just how much of a mistake she's making, Tarkiev calls Azadin, who he's sure will beat their arses, to help him. Rather than help him out, Azadin tells him he wants to see how well he fights, and Miriam, the brat, teases Azadin that he's probably opting to avoid fighting now because of the baby that he's currently carrying in his belly. At this point, Azadin condemns her sick and twisted thoughts, but even so, Miriam doubles down, urging Azadin not to get so angry because it won't be good for the child, and Azadin just ignores her. Not too long after, some of Vinay's lackeys attack them for ignoring her, but Azadin vanishes in the nick of time and instructs Ishmael and Miriam to fight the other two without killing them. Even when Ishmael and Miriam tell him that those guys are using real swords, Azadin still urges them to fight them, so he can see how skilled they are. With that said, the kids draw their swords against the bozos and start fighting the remaining attackers. Somewhere along the line, Azadin spots Tarkiev struggling to defend himself while riding his horse, and wonders why that's even happening in the first place. Ignoring the fool, Azadin continues scanning the battlefield in front of him, and soon figures out who the most skilled fighter amongst all three of his subordinates is Ishmael. With Azadin watching and tracking his every move, Ishmael dodges a major attack from his attacker, lands behind the idiot, and wounds the attacker's balls, leaving poor bro in a world of hurt. Seeing this, Azadin praises his battle IQ and skills for going for a region that would pose a risk of his attacker bleeding out, and figures that bro will definitely make a very good herald. Around this same time, the attacker takes another desperate swing at Ishmael, but after he dodges it again, Ishmael ends the battle by knocking the fool out cold. As for Tarkiev, who's still struggling to stand his ground while on his horse, he finally falls from the horse after a stupid move that makes Azadin so disappointed in him, and leaves himself foolishly open to a fatal attack. Luckily for the proud fool, just as the attacker's about to take him out, Azadin steps in and beats the shit out of every single one of them, including Vinay, in a jiffy. Right after subduing them, he plucks all their nails and has Vin insulting him for still plucking out their fingernails, even after making them return all the food they stole and refilling the hay. Hearing this, Azadin then tells them to be grateful that that was all he did, because if they'd taken any lives on their little run, then he'd have killed them all. That being said, he makes a final threat to keep on plucking their nails if they continue acting up, and so Vinay and her people scram after promising never to act up again. Shortly after the whole ordeal, Tarkiev expresses how disappointed he is to find out that Vin wanted to kill him for succession rights, when he thought they were pretty close. While Azadin tries to calm him down, the boring Midium comes again and starts acting all concerned that Azadin's mood swings and mind have healed from all the trauma. For a moment, a very confused Azadin asks her what she means by all that nonsense. But when Midium starts spouting nonsense about things her mother told her about pregnancy, Azadin flares up for real this time and then tells her that childbirth through the curse of service is not like a normal pregnancy. Not too long after he corrects Midium, Ishmael reminds Azadin about the silver candle holder that he sold the last time he looted the mercenaries, and then asks him why he did all he could to return all the stuff Vinay pillaged. In response, Azadin says it's because there was too much stuff to return then from too many mercenaries as well, and also adds that those things would have just been a burden to the refugees. That being said, Azadin tells Ishmael that he usually acts based on the given situation and context, and then asks if he has a problem with that logic. After a brief silence, Ishmael tells him that while he doesn't have an issue with that, he just can't understand him because he acts like a foreigner. If anything, it's much easier to understand murderers or pillagers than to understand him, and, to his surprise, Azadin actually agrees with him. As they continue their journey up ahead, Tarkiev warns them to be quiet as the rescuers are ahead of them, and Azadin, hearing this, instantly ogles and fanboys over them, making the kids a little weirded out. For a moment, Miriam considers telling Azadin about the reality of the POSs and the rescuer team, but when she refuses to, all in the name of caring for his feelings, Ishmael uninterestingly calls her out for acting concerned all of a sudden, and she claims that it's because she's considering Azadin's pregnancy. While both kids continue gossiping loudly, Azadin, who's been hearing them the entire time, tells Miriam that she's the one acting like an asshole and making him pissed right now. When Miriam tries playing victim, Azadin ignores and tells them all that this pregnancy and curse thingy is all a mistake from the higher-ups. As such, all will be resolved once they meet with the regional leader. To further solidify his belief in this solution, Azadin considers the fact that he's already gotten 2 sheets of the scripture, as well as 3 golden coins in such a short time, and figures that those things, which are already impressive, should help persuade the elders, because he knows they won't try to kill him to steal the Divine King's scriptures, as that'll be acting out of paranoia. With that, Azadin continues journeying to the rescuers' camp, hoping for good news, and when they get there, the entire group splits up to search for supplies. Moments later, while Ishmael gathers some firewood for the rescuers, he spots Tarkiev complaining about being forced to do manual labor, and then tells Miriam, who's currently searching for Azadin, that he went in the direction of the rescuers earlier. When he notices the blankets in her hand, he asks her about them, and Miriam says the rescuers are just lending them to them, and have cursed them to hell if they don't return them. A few minutes later, Azadin returns with something looking like bread, and Miriam, mistaking it for bread, reminds him that they have their own food, so he didn't need to waste money. In his defense, Azadin tells her he was curious about their relief goods, but then claims that he didn't steal them at all, because he offered a donation. After hearing everything, Azadin donated to the rescuers. Miriam, who's disappointed in her master, tells him that the rescuers aren't good people, because she's sure they'll try to kill them all as soon as they realize that they're part of the Herald clan. Despite being told all that, Azadin assures Miriam that his faith in them won't be betrayed. Soon after, he tries to bite into the bread, but soon realizes that it's as hard as a rock. Confused, Azadin checks under the bread and stares at the rescuer symbol, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Eventually, Azadin and the others end up cooking the bread with some other stuff into a stew for dinner. While they're busy cooking dinner, Miriam asks Azadin if it's really necessary to cook the bread, seeing as it smelled like sawdust, but then Azadin advises her not to be so picky and just make sure the bread doesn't get mixed in too much. Apparently, the rescuers prepared the bread for the refugees, so he just can't waste it. A few moments later, just as dinner's about to be ready, 3 malnourished kids approach Azadin's group and beg them for some food because they haven't eaten in 3 days. Before giving them some food, Azadin asks them why they weren't given the bread that the rescuers are handing out, and one of the kids tells him it's because they're giving it only to the adults just to force the kids to join the rescuers' order. When Azadin ultimately invites the kids to eat with them, Tarkiev loses his shit and asks him why he's sharing food with these little twerps when he made him, a knight, do all the chores in the first place. In response, Azadin says it's because he got the bread from them even though he's not a refugee, so they can just think of it as passing it forward. Upon extending a bowl of soup to one of the kids, Azadin notices their reluctance to collect it, and figures that the other refugee kids must be making them do this. With this, he assures the kids that he'll let them take some back with him, and almost instantly, they hurriedly collect the food from him. Not too long after, an elderly man wearing a cloak, accompanied by some merchants, approaches Azadin and commends him for doing charity work. As the man unveils his cloak to continue yapping about him being a wanted man and taking main roads, Azadin instantly recognizes him to be Salisma's branch leader, the very person he was looking for, and lets his thoughts out clearly. Seconds later, one of the branch leader's lackeys introduces the branch leader as Elder Salem, and then moves on to tell Azadin everything he did to Derek's men, including the fact that he beat them up, too. In due time, when the elder gets ready to talk to Azadin, he orders his men to have the nearby folks go away, and so his men instantly surround Azadin and his group. To avoid causing a scene, Azadin tells Tarkiev to chase the kids by putting up his usual act, and Tarkiev does the needful. Thereafter, Midiam and Ishmael also drag the bozo out of the scene to give Azadin and the branch leader some privacy. Moments later, after getting the privacy, they both need to have a one-on-one. Salem has someone play some harp music to make it impossible for people to hear what they're discussing. When Azadin tries to begin the discussion on a good note, Salem loses his temper and lets him know that if he hadn't hidden in a place with so many people, he'd have already killed him. Although shocked to see that he even has time for that, Azadin asks Salem why he isn't taking care of Ariel, who betrayed them first. Rather than give him a normal, diplomatic response, Salem flares up instead and concludes that Azadin's truly working with Ariel. Hearing this, Azadin calmly assures him that he would never work with Ariel to betray the clan. So, for all it's worth, he'd at least like for the elders to take back their decision on his dismissal. Irritated by Azadin's confidence, Salem, who gets more pissed, asks Azadin why he would do that, when he's pretty sure that their siblings' quarrel might just be a ruse, and Azadin, though surprised to hear such a stupid thing from an elderly man, replies by asking Salem if he thinks he's getting access to some information with all the hard work he's doing. Refusing to back down, Salem follows up with yet another question, asking why he should discuss rolling back the decision, even if he's not working with Ariel, and Azadin says it's because it's the right thing to do. As the duo continues arguing back and forth, Salem lets Azadin know that if the elders and the head spirit roll back their decision to dismiss him, then it'll destabilize the organization's prestige, and having a system of order is crucial at the moment. Hearing this, Azadin tells him that they can't recover the prestige that's been lost when Ariel betrayed them by dismissing him. However, since it's now come to this, Azadin promises not to rebel outwardly if they can roll back the dismissal and cancel the execution order in half a year in the form of a written contract. Unable to ignore the arrogance anymore, Salem loses his temper again, calling him arrogant for wanting to get a contract out of him. But this time around, Azadin also screams at him, saying that he wants a contract because his life's the one on the line. Following Azadin's outburst, the two continue arguing like children until Azadin tells the old man to settle their differences with fists outside. Before accepting his request, the old man warns Azadin that he really will kill him with his own hands. But just as they're about to begin their battle, the first spirit herald, Aldous, arrives at their camp and greets Azadin. Upon recognizing her, Salem calms down and officially welcomes her, but Aldous tells him to raise his head. After the niceties, Salem asks Aldous why she's suddenly there. But before responding, she tells him that she couldn't sit back when she found out Azadin was getting dismissed. Soon after scolding Azadin for getting into trouble, Aldous moves on to tell him that she came from a faraway place to tell him that she was able to get a pact with the head spirit and the elders' signatures, announcing that they'll cancel his dismissal in half a year. Gladdened by the news, Azadin, while collecting the scroll containing the pact, thanks Aldous for going that far for him, and Aldous assures him that she did it because it's the right thing to do. Having said all that, Aldous offers words of comfort to Azadin, placing her hands on his head when she can, and this makes Midiam, who's had a thing for Azadin, a little jealous. For starters, she doesn't understand why Azadin's treating Aldous differently from everyone else, and this is a big problem for her. So, while Aldous and Azadin continue chatting about the sensitive older people, Midiam racks her brain to try to figure out what the relationship between the two of them island. Upon telling him a little more about the hierarchy of the heralds, Aldous praises how far Azadin's grown and then remembers the first time she ever met Ariel and Azadin when they were babies. Back then, the Herald clan used to give Aldous special treatment because of her purple eyes, which happened to have some relation to Harkonia. For some context, Harkonia is the first head spirit of the Herald clan who analyzed the grimoire, the beauty of nature, that she received from the Emperor, and made it so that the Herald clan could utilize the power. Just because of this, the Herald clan called those with purple eyes like Aldous the Eyes of Harkonia, and the strongest herald of the generation, aka the second coming of Harkonia. As such, it was only customary that Aldous, one of the noble Zedahar blood, with her purple eyes, as well as her excellent skills, would be named the second coming of Harkonia. As time passed, still in the past, the head spirit had her took Aldous in as a disciple, and had her analyze the Divine King's scripture while she was at it. Unfortunately, the Herald clan's fate changed on the very day. Young Eleceed found Azadin and his twin sister, Ariel, lying and crying beside their father's corpse. It's then revealed that Akre, the traitor, used to be a researcher accompanying them before he stole the Divine King's scripture and faced a tragic death while at it. Soon after seeing the little twins crying their hearts out, Aldous, who feels sorry for the kids, inches much closer to them, even though the passers-by didn't want anything to do with the kids, or the traitor mutters a few things about their father, Akre, who she realizes was really skilled, and picks up one of the twins born from the curse of service. Right after confirming that the curse is real, the head spirit Hatire asks her if she's really thinking about taking those kids, given how beneficial it'll be for them to either just cut off the traitor's bloodline, or kill one of the twins to even out the curse. But just before Aldous gives her reply, she realizes that baby Azadin doesn't have eyes, and tells the elder about it. The moment Hatter notices this, he reminds Aldous that twins are always a bad omen, so they'd be better off killing them. But then again, Aldous tells her master that Azadin not having eyes isn't a reason to kill him. If anything, she can feel the little boy looking at her, almost as if he can still see without eyes, so she will consider sparing it. Refusing to cede to her pleas, Hatter raises his voice and tells her that they should kill him now, considering the harsh fate they'll face if he stays alive. However, when he picks up the other baby, aka Ariel, and spots her signature purple eyes, which are similar to Aldous', Hatter starts reconsidering just killing them off. Sensing this, Aldous presses him to let her take them both in, as they just can't let Aragasan babies die like that. Eventually, after a brief silence, Hatir finally lets her take the babies back with her since they had already lost the Divine King's scriptures. Later that night, in the Aragasan sanctuary, Hatir and Aldous host a meeting with the other elders to discuss the recent development with Akre's kids, and take their time to hear the naysayers. While some of them object to letting the twins live out of pure spite, others propose they just kill one of them, since they could be incarnations of the scriptures, and watch them turn into the book. Having seen how chaotic the elders find keeping the twins, Hatter turns to Aldous, who's been quiet the entire time, and waits for her to respond. When it's finally time, Aldous shocks everyone in the room by assuring them that she'll not only keep the kids, but will also name them. Shortly after the meeting, Aldous meets with Hatter in his private office and tells him that she'll be naming them because they were born in the hatred of their own kind. Upon hearing this, Hatter throws a fit and refuses to permit such a thing from happening in the Herald clan, because he knows that if she gives them names, then Aldous will be connected to the twins by fate. So, before she makes such a rash decision, he asks her why she cares so much about those kids, and Aldous tells him that she honestly doesn't know herself. All she knows is that it's right to help children in need, and since Akre, the traitor, and she were formerly friends, Aldous admits that she finds it hard to hate him, even though she understands why he betrayed the clan. That being said, Hathire warns her never to say all that stuff in the presence of the other elders or they'll be enraged and think she was possessed or something, and Aldous assures him she'll be careful next time. Not too long after they're done with the small talk, Hatir finally takes on the responsibility to name the twins, Azadin, the eyeless dragon of destruction, and Ariel, the angel that represents light and darkness. As protagonists of mythological deities, the Aragasans worshipped long before they came to Wibris. 3 years after taking the twins in, Ariel, who's now a toddler, takes on her first bow right in front of the elders, and fires an arrow impressively at the bullseye in the training yard. After seeing just how skilled she is, Hatter and Aldis comment on Ariel's amazing mana and grimoire control, citing that they're the most powerful they've ever seen. But then, one of the other elders there, who's also spectating, teases Aldis for being a little jealous of having some competition. While Aldis does feel that Ariel's stronger than her, seeing as she has the potential to become the strongest herald, she also strongly believes that the title of the second coming of Harkonia will also become hers. However, just as they're about to continue commenting on Ariel's potential, the useless twin brother, Azadin, cries behind them after trapping himself inside his bow, and then runs towards Ariel, his stronger one, for protection. At this point, Aldous reminds the elders one more time that one child is supposed to be born to the curse of service, meaning it's possible that Azadin and Ariel were originally one. Now that they've been born separate, it seems as if everything inside Azadin's just remnants of what Ariel already has. While Ariel seems to have perfect mana control, alongside the purple eyes of Harkonia, Azadin's mana, on the other hand, is busy causing turmoil inside him, and although the turmoil has created a resistance to black mana, Bro won't be able to use magic in the long run. In other words, the elders expected a very harsh fate to come upon poor Azadin, whose only mistake was being alive. Anyway, as Aldous continues her flashback, she moves on to reveal the Aragasans' obsession with strength, as well as their loathing for weakness, to Azadin and the Elder Salem. While it's no news that the Aragasans were obviously stronger than the people of Wibris, the clan's obsessive need to raise more heralds and become more powerful made most heralds and powerful members prone to darkness. On the flip side, those who are much weaker than the everyday Aragasan are usually persecuted and bullied all day of their lives. Young Azadin was one such person. You see, Azadin was incredibly weak as a child and would often cry at the slightest sight of trouble. One day in the past, while he was throwing up after being chased by 3 bullies. The bullies caught up and trash-talked him pretty badly before punching him in the head. Not too long after, Ariel shows up on the scene, and the bullies immediately get scared of her because whenever she shows up like that, especially when they were bullying her twin brother, she would beat the shit out of them and send them packing. However, this time around, rather than chase them away, Ariel just stares at the 3 bullies for a few seconds and walks away, ignoring her twin brother's cry for help. Confused, one of the bullies asks the other why Ariel isn't beating them up like she used to, and the other bully says it's because Ariel's been ignoring Azadine ever since they began basic training. With this new development, the bullies turn their sights back to Azadine and mock him for being abandoned by his older sister, calling him useless and pathetic. Later that night, Azadine walks to the waterfall in the forest, near the Aragasan sanctuary, and spends the next few hours crashing out and screaming pretty badly from the hurt he faces daily. A few hours later, Aldous is seen in that same forest, climbing a mountain with a bag of gifts stuck to her back, and complains on the way up about the many gifts she brought for whoever she hopes to meet on top of the mountain. When she finally gets to the top of the mountain, she rests for a few minutes and admires the beautiful view of the waterfall. Just then, a mosquito perches on her, hoping to at least get a good blood meal from her. Thankfully, before that happens, her Emperor's spirit reminds her not to donate her precious blood of the Yagus bloodline to the mosquitoes, and Aldous, heeding its advice, uses the beauty of nature, Sparrow technique to destroy all mosquitoes swarming around her. A few minutes after killing the mosquitoes, she hears a loud splash below the cliff she's on, and asks her Emperor's spirit what could have caused that. When the spirit tells her that a child has fallen into the water, Aldous jumps straight down into the stream to rescue the child, whom she later found out was Azadine. Apparently, the poor guy was tired of life and wanted to end it all right there, so he could at least have peace. After pulling the drowning guy out of the water, she finally wakes him up and asks him why he tried to kill himself. With Azadine, who just woke up, remaining silent, Aldous asks him if he's just having a bad day at the training grounds. But then Azadine tells her he's been cut off anyway, since he doesn't have any potential to be a herald. Seeing how bad the situation is, Aldous still cheers him up by assuring him that there are other jobs he can do. After a few more minutes of talking, Aldous finally covers Azadine with a blanket to keep him warm near the fire and places his back against a tree. Thereafter, she asks him if they can watch the stars from that spot for the rest of the night. And then Azadine, who's confused, replies by asking her if, by stars, she means those shiny things in the sky. Feeling even more sorry for the poor guy, Aldous decides to read him a book about the fairies' constellations. So she lies back with him on the soft cloth she spread on the ground, and tells him stories about stars, the connections they have with each other, and also the fairy language she's been learning recently. That night, Azadine got to know about beauty and the hidden stories behind the infinite stars in the sky. By the end of their stargazing session, stars became a sense of melancholy for our brave MC, Azadine. A few days later, the Herald clan begins the annual summer festival, where heralds from all over the world gather to celebrate life and togetherness as one clan. Thanks to this, Azadine was able to spend time with Aldous because he made sure to see her every day. Mind you, while Azadine was obliviously visiting his mother figure, Ariel, who was already getting jealous of his relationship with her, kept tracking and watching him from behind the shadows, waiting just for the right time to confront him about it. One day, during the festival, the eyeless Azadine visited Aldous to return a book about the rescuer's order that she had borrowed from him earlier. While serving him some sweet sugarwort candy, Aldous asks him to tell her the part he liked about the book, and Azadine talks about white mana, which is the power that the Yagus' divine kings use, and the 3 virtues, courage, wisdom, and mercy, wishing he could also use magic too. Although she knows that the rescuer's order is a group full of frauds, Aldous still lets Azadine say good things about them. Upon listening to his yap a few more times, she asks him if he'd like to join them, and Azadine, shocked to hear such a question, reminds Aldous that she's an Aragasan. From what the other kids have told him, Wibers hates them because they're stronger, which puts him in a pretty tight spot because, for one, Aragasans hate him for being weak, and he's also hated outside for being Aragasan, which is not fair at all. As Aldous listens to Azadine talk down on himself, narrating just how people put bags on his head and whatnot, she helps little Azadine know, after hugging him tightly, that if he hates himself, then it means he's hating on her for wanting him to live, seeing as she's his mom. As Azadine stares at her, confused, she reminds him of the 3 virtues and urges him to work on those 3 things, so he can be whatever he wants to be. A few days after the summer festival, Aldous leaves, and Azadine's life goes right back to the trenches. One day, while getting bullied by the 3 bastards as usual, Azadine's life changes forever, because his sister, who's been jealous of the time he's been spending with Aldous, suddenly shows up out of nowhere, and physically hurts him really badly. to understand how Ariel hurt poor Azadine. Let's backtrack to a few hours earlier, before the time she wounded his eyes. During that time, Ariel strolled in, as usual, on the bullies as they beat the shit out of the poor guy, pushed them out of her way, and stared down at Azadine for a few seconds. Shortly afterward, she calls him disgusting for taking all of Aldous' attention, pretending to be a weak kid, and finally snaps when she spots her twin brother holding the rescuer's book. Aldous gave him a book she calls the Heretic's Book. Without even trying to understand why he had and loved such a book, Ariel yanked it from Azadine's hands and ripped it right in front of him. At this point, Azadine crashes out and tries to attack her, but she slaps the shit out of him, scaring the bullies, and asks Azadine, while the bullies run to hide behind a tree, if he's in love with Aldous. At first, Azadine stares at his sister, confused, but eventually, Ariel moves on to tell him that Aldous only sees him as a son because she's obviously 12 years older than both of them. That being said, young Ariel also lets little Azadine know that Aldous will look even more beautiful when she's older because of the divine blood coursing through her veins, meaning she's going to look the same as now when they become true adults. Once that happens, Ariel asks Azadine if he'll still be able to think of Aldous as a mom by then, before replying to her odd question. Azadine takes a moment to think about the admiration and respect he has for Aldous. If anything, she's the only person who taught him that the world is beautiful. She's literally his standard of beauty and his everything. Seeing this, it's only normal for him to develop feelings for her. However, since he has no intention of dirtying his mind with such lustful desires, Azadine swore to himself to keep his feelings hidden forever. When Ariel spots him getting angry at her for being an asshole, she encourages him to foster those feelings, and also advises him to become the strongest Orogasan if he wants to love such noble blood. Enraged by her words, Azadine attacks her out of anger a second time. This time, however, Ariel accidentally slashes his eyeless region with her magic blades, leaving him in a world of hurt. And then, rather than apologizing, she tells him to be grateful because a wound would look better on that spot than some useless flesh where his eyes should be. Soon after destroying her brother's face, Ariel runs away and leaves him bleeding right there on the ground. A few days after the incident, Azadine wakes up screaming in a random cabin out in the middle of the woods, and threatening to kill Ariel for the pain she's caused him. Not too long after, the cabin's owner, who happens to be an elf, approaches and calms him down. Once Azadine's calm, the elf teases him a bit, calling him the eyeless dragon, and finally introduces himself as the Elder Kazas after revealing his elven ears. The moment Azadine spots the ears, he instantly covers his head and begs Kazas not to eat him. Hearing this, Kazas laughs pretty loudly, yaps about the stories of Nagashura, and assures Azadine that while he did eat human meat back in the day, he doesn't do that anymore. In any case, Kazas urges him to be happy that he's been chosen by the great Elder Kazas to be an apprentice, and then swears on his name that he will teach Azadine the infamous beauty of nature. Kazas script. While Kazas feels proud of himself, Azadine reminds the guy that he isn't an Orogasan, meaning he doesn't have the beauty of nature, which is weird. When Kazas tells him that he doesn't really have such magic capabilities, Azadine also tells him that he can't use magic, which makes both of them equally useless. Right. Well, you see, Kazas didn't care about magic or whatever fancy stuff mages use, because he let Azadine know that his script, the Kazas script, would teach him a secret, that everyone, including mages, all die if they were beheaded or had their spines snapped. Even after hearing all this, Azadine remains hesitant to believe that Kazas' script would teach him such power to defeat the beauty of nature. Sensing his hesitation, Kazas gets tired of begging Azadine to become his disciple and then urges him to just continue being a loser since he doesn't want to believe him. Using reverse psychology, Kazas lets him know that he was going to give him a chance to get revenge on his sister after he heard what she did to him, but now that he doesn't even want to believe him, he can have it his way. Thankfully, when Azadine hears the word revenge, especially against his sister, he changes his mind, begs Kazas to take him in as his disciple, and the rest becomes history. As Aldis ends her memory recap, she tells the current older Azadine that she was very shocked when she first heard that he became his disciple, and then asks eagerly to know what the elf's way of life was like. While Azadine knew Kazas to be insane and a pervert, he assures Aldis that Kazas hasn't eaten any human meat ever since. Hearing this, she heaves a sigh of relief and reveals that she was always scared that he was going to eat him. At this point, Azadine gets a little worried about Aldis for not knowing much about Kazas, because he's always felt like Aldis was the one who recommended him to Kazas. After a little bit more chit-chat, Aldis asks Azadine if he knows what Herald did to the clan, and Azadine tells him everything she did, including murdering Kenahan and running off with the copy of the Divine King's scripture. Despite knowing all this, Aldous says they still don't know why she did that. When Elder Salem suggests that maybe she wants to monopolize power, Aldous lets him know that that's a dumb statement, because a grimoire requires decoding, meaning the more people to analyze it, the better. Also, since Ariel is the second spirit, she would have gotten even more recognition if she had analyzed the Divine King's scriptures, making it hard for any other person to surpass her. Realizing how beneficial it would have been for her to betray the clan after decoding the scripture, Aldous just can't understand why she'd do that now. Well, for one, Salem reminds Aldous that Ariel has a very cruel personality, so there's no telling what she might be thinking. Even though he's right, Azadin knows that Ariel's the type of girl to always do whatever she wants, regardless of third parties. So, if she chose to betray the clan now, they need to do more investigation and find out why. For now, though, Azadin, Aldous, and Salem end their meeting on such short notice and exit the tent. The moment the kids realize that they're finally done with their discussion, Ishmael, who spots the first spirit, Aldous Zedahar in all her splendor, calls her a goddess, and Midiam, who heard him, teases him for having a thing for her. While Ishmael does admit to admiring her, he does clarify that he sees Aldous as someone who exudes the Yagas bloodline, judging by how she looks, and can't even imagine someone of divine blood dining with the Aragasans. Despite hearing Ishmael's true thoughts, Midiam still asks him if he thinks Azadin likes Aldous. Ignoring her question, Ishmael instead warns that it'll be best for them to stop being Azadin's subordinates. When asked why, he explains that it's because he has this weird feeling that the elders are going to order Azadin to kill Ariel himself to prove his innocence and dedication to the clan. Also, Ishmael doesn't think Ariel started the revolution without reason either. So when Midiam asks if he has any clue as to why she stole the Divine King's scripture, Ishmael gets more serious, and then tells her that she probably wanted to stop people from analyzing the copies of the Divine King's scripture. As to why that might be the case, Ishmael zones out and figures it's probably because of the practice of hereditary succession. Apparently, power has always been focused on the bloodline of the founder within the Herald clan, regardless of whether an outsider decodes the Divine King's scripture or not. As such, seeing as Ariel's a second-class citizen, it might be that she's trying to overthrow the system with power. In any case, Midiam soon notices him spacing out, so she calls him back to their conversation. And Ishmael, after clearing his throat, tells her that there's a possibility that Azadin may change sides. Explaining further, he tells Midiam that Ariel will try to expand her forces, and in doing so, she might offer her hand to him, since they're siblings. If the elders get wind of this, they might try to have Azadin act as a spy. Hence, the reason why it'll make more sense for Azadin to get rid of his subordinates if he's going to infiltrate her forces. Despite figuring out the danger of the situation, Midiam still refuses to give up on Azadin just because that's the kind of person she island. That being said, the duo ends their conversation, and Midiam spends the rest of the night stalking Azadin and Aldous. At sunrise the following day, Aldous gets up, yawning, and tells Azadin, who suggests she rest a little bit, that she really enjoyed talking to him all night. Seeing as the day's already breaking, she tells Azadin that she has to go, and he asks where she plans on going next. For now, Aldous plans to go to Bithuma and talk to Ariel there. Before leaving, however, she does warn Azadin that the elders might tell him to kill Ariel to prove his innocence. Supposing that happens, Aldous asks him if he's truly going to fight her, and Azadin says if she wants him to. Although Aldous advises him not to fight his sister, Azadin tells her that if Ariel attacks him first, then he'll be forced to protect himself. Around this time, Aldous holds his hand and promises him that she knows Ariel won't try to fight him first. But Azadin, moving on from Ariel's talk, tells her that he's found 2 pages of the Divine King's scripture. After showing the pages to her, Azadin asks Aldous to keep them for him, but Aldous refuses to do that and instead tells him to keep them, so he'll be able to protect himself. To make carrying them around much easier for him, Aldous then gives him a magic bracelet and conditions it with magic to store the pages for him. This way, he'll also find it easy to avoid being tracked down by the Kurtz. Finally, after all's said and done, she bids Azadin farewell and leaves their tent after hoping to see him at the summer festival. A few hours later, Azadin and his people finally arrive in the main city of Salasma and ride on a carriage to Tarkiev's mother's estate. On their way up the hill, they notice the suffering and wailing of abandoned refugees, staining the streets and begging the citizens for a coin. After riding in silence for a while, Azadin finally says something about the sheer mass of refugees around. Soon after hearing him speak, Ishmael continues to say a few things about some missing expeditioners. And Azadin curses Salem, the old bastard, for acting like he did him a favor by telling him how bad things are, given that Azadin's the spirit in charge of the region. While Midiam tries to cheer him up, Azadin asks Tarkiev for directions to his mother's mansion, and he gives them to them. As they continue riding uphill, they come across a homeless dude carrying the rescuer flag, and preaching the pilgrim gospel, just like Azadin did back when dining with the drunkards. Once the idiot starts condemning sinners, Midium calls him a scumbag for making up a prophecy because his own life went to shit, and Azadin urges her not to be so strict, as everyone has their foolish moments. Following this, he says a few things about forgiving the weaknesses of humans, but when Midiam suggests he take his advice and forgive Ariel, Azadin goes back on his word and refuses to do that. In due time, Tarkiev and the others arrive at his mother's, the Baroness's, mansion and find the gates completely blocked with guards standing outside it. Upon inspecting the mansion, alongside several other mansions in the estate, Ishmael tells Azadin that the same thing is happening to the other mansions around them as well. Soon after, Azadin asks Tarkiev, who's busy arguing with the guards, to explain what's going on, and he says that his mother's gone missing. Hearing this, Azadin decides to go inside the mansion and investigate things. So once Tarkiev opens the gates, they rush into the lobby briskly and split up to investigate the first and second floors. When Azadin and Tarkiev get to his mother's room, they look around the room, and Azadin soon spots a smelly cluster of weird hair. So, based on the analysis he's done so far, Tarkiev's mother might have been abducted by the subordinates of the Kurtz Rat King, Mijeri. For some context, it's revealed that werats are creatures born with the power of the Rat King, Mijeri, and are horrible creatures that enjoy human meat. So, when Tarkiev finds out that they kidnapped his mother, he gets restless and very worried for his mother. As Azadin continues thinking about the Baroness's chances of being alive at this point, he suddenly spots spiderwebs under Tarkiev's mother's bed, and gets curious. Investigating further, he feels the spider webs under the bed and realizes that they've been infused with mana. Seeing as the mercenary captain from before, whom Azadin killed, was also a spider demon, the appearance of spider webs under her bed must mean that Tarkiev's mother is no ordinary noble. With this, he raises the bed with one hand, shifts it to reveal a loose tile on the floor, and removes the loose tile to expose the hidden space underneath it. Inside, the space lies a round object with an intricate spider drawing inscribed on it. When Tarkiev sees the weird object, he asks Azadin why his mother would have something like this hidden under her bed, and Azadin tells him it's because she's a follower of the Spider Queen, Arthra, who blesses her as a noble woman with the powers to seduce others. Upon hearing this, Tarkiev asks Azadin if the werats kidnapped her because she served a different Kurt divinity. But before Azadin answers him, the kids, who are investigating the lower floor, call Azadin to come check something out. The moment Azadin gets down to their floor, he asks them what the matter is, and Ishmael says they just found 5 freaking Emperor's golden coins. Given how rare it is to come across just one, Azadin knows that golden coins earned without a quest are of much higher value. As the 3 Aragosans stare lustfully at the coins, Tarkiev throws a fit and promises to give them all the coins if they can save his mother. By this time, the kids consider killing Tarkiev and just taking the coins for themselves. But Azadin, aka Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, remembers his dignity as a herald and refuses to let the kids do what they want. Following this, the 4 of them talk about Azadin's dismissal, but before long, they soon start investigating the crime scene a little more seriously. Not too long after they begin their investigation, Azadin and the 3 kids soon discover a piece of Tarkiev's mother's torn dress at the edge of a stone well, and, upon confirming that the dress really does belong to the Baroness, figure that the well must be an underground pathway. However, before diving into the well, Azadin and the kids do a brief risk assessment of their staggering enemy numbers, and then conclude that going into the well without proper gear would be too dangerous for them. To lessen that risk, Azadin puts on a full body armor, one that knights wear, and prepares himself to get into the underground system with the kids. Soon after having some small talk, the 4 of them climb down into the well and follow the footsteps in there, with Tarkiev holding the lantern. Upon walking through the underground passageways in silence for a few minutes, Azadin and the kids not only discover that most wells in the neighborhood are connected through these pathways, but they also find out that all the footsteps are headed in one direction. When they get to a junction in the system, Azadin spots a tripwire placed meticulously at the entrance to another path, and instantly shushes the kids, so he can investigate the trap quietly. The moment he bends to investigate, a voice in the hollow pathway shouts to them, asking who they are. Before Azadin responds, they let him know that they've already seen the light, so they know someone is there. Realizing that they've been caught, Azadin tells Tarkiev to use his status to his advantage, and Tarkiev, upon clearing his voice, screams back to them that he's Margrave's son. Once the people on the other side notice that they're dealing with a knight, they inch closer to the entrance and ask them why they're there. Rather than respond to their question, Tarkiev asks them to first explain what they're all doing there. Well, the three stooges say they're looking for a place to stay, but Azadin, who's already clocked their game, draws his sword and exposes them as the filthy werats they are. Upon realizing that they've been caught, the stooges morph into their original form, as werats, and attack the group, making sure to leave the girl unscathed, so they can eat her later. Once Tarkiev sees their real forms, he crashes out and attacks them blindly. Not too long after, one of the werats scratches his armor, leaving a real dent on it, and this makes Tarkiev scared shitless of their power. At this point, the rats sense that he's a coward, so they attack even more aggressively, thinking everybody there was like Tarkiev. Unfortunately for them, Azadin takes charge of the defense and lands a devastating uppercut on one of the bastards coming for them. Thereafter, he picks up the rat's mace, looms over the other two, and gets himself ready to continue beating the shit out of the rest. About 30 minutes later, after basically killing all three rats one by one, Azadin finally pauses to search their bodies, hoping he'll find something that can lead them to locating the Baroness's whereabouts. While he's at it, Tarkiev asks him why he's just killing the rats without even knowing where his mother is, and Azadin tells him it's because he's found out, after questioning them one after the other before killing them, that they all don't know shit about her whereabouts. Shortly afterward, he finds the Rat King's symbol drawn on a small human leather parchment and decides to keep it since it might prove to be useful later. Just as he's about to continue searching, Midiam and Ishmael rush back to the intersection, where they are, and inform Azadin that they've found a path connecting to the river in the tunnels behind them. With no more time to waste, Azadin removes his body armor and gets the hell out of the underground waterways with the kids. The moment they step outside the underground path, Azadin and the kids notice the wretched people living in the area, staring ominously at them, and so, they suggest that maybe they're being too conspicuous. Nevertheless, they press on since there's no time to waste, and somewhere along the line, Midiam and Ishmael suggest that they hang out somewhere cool, and continue their search for the werats at night, since that's the time they usually get active. Just then, the homeless dude, still holding the rescuer's flag from back then, pops out of nowhere again to preach the pilgrim gospel and screams, even louder this time around, as he urges people to repent because the era of Jupiter is upon them. Almost instantly, Ishmael and Midiam recognize the nuisance and comment on his messed up ways of spreading the gospel. Amid all the hubbub, Midiam gets an idea and asks Azadin if he's sure that the werats took people to the underground waterways. When Azadin confirms that he's sure, Midiam then suggests that it's likely that the bastards have a building nearby that they use as a safe house. Just like the rescuer's order, the building must be big and structured in such a way that they only take those people who sign up to be taken. In other words, Midiam is referring to the big building, just a few meters ahead, with the rescuer's order flag stationed on top of it. For a moment, Azadin gets scared and hesitant to investigate the big building in front of them, just in case Midiam's right about the werats using the rescuer's orders building as their base. However, when Ishmael and Midiam talk some sense into his head, he gets his affairs in order and walks toward the homeless dude to ask some questions. Soon after getting the homeless dude's attention, Azadin gives him some bread as an offering for endeavoring to teach the truth, even in hard times. Upon receiving the bread, the homeless dude thanks him sincerely for being very thoughtful, and so Azadin starts his questioning by asking him if the rescuer's orders relief center, aka the big building up front, is still operating. When the homeless dude tells him that the building's been shut down because it's too old, Azadin reluctantly asks him if he's ever been inside, and the man says they haven't been allowed in recently because the rescuers there said there was poisonous air coming from underground. Apparently, the building's basement is connected to the waterways, and there's a big wine cellar in there too. After telling Azadin everything he needs to hear, the homeless dude offers to take him in there if he wants to see it. But Azadin, realizing that Midiam just might be right, declines the homeless dude's offer and walks to the entrance himself. Getting there, Azadin, pretending to be a blind man, tells both guards at the entrance that he's there for relief items. At first, the guards were hesitant to even pay attention to him, but when Azadin showed them the Majeri symbol on the human leather, claiming that a man in the underground waterways gave him that as a ticket to get food, the guards instantly realized that he's the real deal. As such, one of them asks if the man in question gave Azadin a passcode or anything, and while he claims not to remember, Azadin tells the guards that he was told there needs to be 10 of them. Having heard enough, the guards open the door and usher him into the house, promising that they'll get him stuff once he's inside. As soon as he steps inside the house with the guards, Azadin realizes that Midiam was right all along, because the whole lobby was scattered with human blood and werat hair. Before long, two men dressed in religious attire show up and scold the guards for letting people in during the day, because it's against the rules. However, once they find out from the guards that Azadine is blind and here for relief goods, they change their tone and, while muttering silently and calling Azadine fresh meat, promise him that relief will be there soon. Since he's confirmed that the building's being used as the base of the Mercenary followers, Azadine decides to send in 10 people underground and kill the werats once they're divided up. Unfortunately, just when it seems like Azadine's plan is going to work, a buff guy with Wolverine claws suddenly jumps from the first floor above Azadine, lands, and attacks him without uttering a single word. Since he obviously can't let himself die easily, Azadine defends and dodges all the guy's attacks skillfully. Eventually, the guy pauses, chuckles a little, and exposes the so-called blind man to be the very Azadine who used to crawl between his legs as a weakling back in the days. The moment the guards who brought him in hear this, they, as well as the priests who had berated them earlier, all realize that Azadine must be a part of the Herald clan. With nothing else to hide, Azadine takes out the guard, drawing his sword near him with a single punch, and then moves on to say hi to Kervin, the Wolverine guy from Temu. After 10 long years, before Kervin even replies to him, Azadine picks up the guard's sword and condemns the useless POS for stooping so low as to become an Aragasen subservient to Mijiri. In his defense, Kervin lets Azadine know that the Emperor hasn't done anything for them as heralds other than the curse of services. However, now that he's on Kurt Mejiri's side, he's been completely free from the curse and can do whatever he wants when he wants. That being said, Kervin reminds Azadine of his loser days and promises to give him a nice beating, just like he used to back in the day. Unfazed by his empty threats, Azadine calls him a pathetic Nimrod for blaming the curse for his messed up life, and then lets him know that his life didn't amount to anything because he was only lacking in skill. Refusing to listen to any more yaps from him, Kervin lunges at him with immense power and swings his claws at the guy, insulting Azadine's skill as a herald. Upon blocking the attack, Azadine makes a move to deal counterattack damage to the guy, but Kervin dodges and moves in for another strike. When Azadine blocks the second strike again, Kervin stops being cocky while their blades clash, because then he notices that Azadine's strength matches his, and tries to figure out how he got that strong. While he's at it, Azadine, who's having the time of his life, promises to make Kervin crawl between his legs and holds Kervin's wrist. Thereafter, he activates the beauty of nature, Kazaz's script, while carrying the fake Wolverine on his shoulders, and slams him to the floor with the technique, Clear Day's Pine Tree. Shortly after getting his arse slammed on the floor, Kervin gets back up, bleeding profusely, and complains to Azadine about the name of the technique he just used to subdue his arse. Confused, Azadine asks if he wants to see the technique one more time, and Kervin begs him to stop. Ignoring his pleas, Azadine picks him up again and repeats the same technique on the idiot multiple times till the bro finally keeps his mouth shut. With Kervin down and unable to fight, he turns to the werats, orders them to go after Azadine, who's happy to fight them, and watches the magic happen. Before long, one werat lunges at Azadine with an axe in his hand, but before the brainless oaf hits the ground, Azadine swings his sword and cuts both the werat's axe and head, all in one singular motion. Thereafter, Kervin spots a crack in Azadine's sword and orders the rest of the rats to attack him quickly so it'll break eventually. Before they attack, Azadine challenges Kervin to come fight him since he's ranked higher than the rats, but then Kervin, enraged by such a baseless confrontation, hurls one of the werats near him at Azadine. Soon after cutting off the second werat's head, Azadine's blade snaps, and Kervin attacks him with the third rat and the second guard as well. Noticing the situation he's in, Azadine drops the broken sword, stabs the third rat in the chest with his bare hands, and uses the third werat as a meat shield to defend against Kervin's attack. Around this time, the second guard starts chanting some weird Mercenary sayings, calling himself a hunter and a plunderer, and tries to attack Azadine from behind. After calling the pathetic idiot a rat, Azadine drops the third rat and ruptures the dumbass's internal organs with a devastating kick to his stomach. In the aftermath, the guard coughs up some serious blood, and Kervin finally realizes that Azadine didn't get his position through the back door. As 2 more werats attack Azadine, Kervin watches as he skillfully kills both of them, before finally concluding that Azadine does indeed fight like a top herald. While he's deep in his thoughts, wondering if this is truly the same Azadine he knew back then, Azadine throws the head of a werat his way and freaks him the hell out. At this point, Kervin knows he can't beat Azadine anymore, so, while cornered, he begs Azadine to let him go, for old time's sake, which is one of the stupidest things he can say, and Azadine refuses to, since Kervin's now a follower of a Kurt deity. Just as Azadine raises the axe to end him, Kervin desperately promises to give him some information in exchange for his life, and Azadine, choosing to believe him, gives him time to spill. When Kervin starts yapping about the copy of the Divine King's scripture that's underneath them, Azadine lets him know that he's here because Salem sent him to investigate a missing case, so he mustn't digress. Hearing this, a shaken Kervin tells Azadine that he was captured when the werats were collecting their offerings, and so they turned him into one of them. Azadin then asks him if he can tell why the Werets were collecting offerings, and Kervin says it's because the Divine King's scripture they found hadn't completely manifested yet. It's no news that the copies of the Divine King's scripture choose their owners, but the Werets were told by some entity that if a human carrying the blood of the Divine King was in pain near it, then the page would manifest. With this, Azadin asks if Baroness North was one of the people abducted, and Kervin, after telling him yes, urges him to hurry up if he wants to save her because the rats underground are much more violent than the ones he just fought. Realizing just how urgent the situation is, Azadin repeats everything Kervin just said about the copy of the Divine King's scripture responding to human pain, and Kervin assures him that he just gave him crucial information that only the higher-ranking mages know. That being said, he asks Azadin if he'll finally let him go now that he's revealed the truth to him, and Azadin gives him a chance to run. Unfortunately for Kervin, Azadin never told him once that he'd spare him, so before he even gets to the door to escape, Azadin throws his axe at the guy's leg, injuring him, and then reminds him that he never once promised Kervin, during their conversation, that he was going to spare him. Frustrated, Kervin accuses him of lying, but then again, Azadin tells him that he just can't spare him because he betrayed them and stooped so low to become a follower of Mercenary. While raising his axe to finish him off, Azadin tells Kervin one more time that he shouldn't have betrayed Aragasa in the first place. Then, in one strike, he strikes Kervin at the heart, killing him instantly. Soon after killing Kervin, Azadin cleans up the blood on his face and moves toward the staircase connecting to the basement. Before walking down those blood-stained stairs, he prepares himself for whatever killing he might have to do down there, and figures he can't go back up to get Midiam and Ishmael or else the Werats will run away. After reminding himself that he has no other choice, Azadin boldly walks down the stairs and busts into a room, resembling some sort of torture room, with 3 men stabbed from their backs with large hooks, and hung in a way that makes their blood drain much faster. Upon further investigation, Azadin also spots a live, but tied-up man shaking vigorously on the cold cadaver table, devoid of hope, almost as if he knows what's coming next for him. A few seconds later, a Werat dressed in a white lab coat and holding an amputation saw enters the room, and, while approaching the man to operate on him, tells him that he's going to become a predator like them soon. Since he can't let that happen, Azadin exposes himself and punches the useless Werat in the face. Thereafter, he mutters something about Weratigers being the real predators, and them just being rats. As the Werat gets back on his feet, he condemns Azadin for insulting the Mercenary's blessing and demands to know who he island. Since Azadin's sure that he's gonna kill the rat, he tells the Werat that he's the Emperor's Herald. But just then, the Werat, after insulting him, orders the fighter rats to attack Azadin. The moment he senses he's being attacked from behind, Azadin kicks the fool from the back in the stomach, and then grabs and slams the first Werat to the ground. By this time, the first Werat starts freaking out as he claims that he's supposed to be the predator. Unfazed, Azadin kills the Werat instantly with his axe, releases some of the other human prisoners, including the first human tied to the cadaver table, and gives them the rat's amputation saw as a weapon for protection. Thereafter, he asks the previously tied guy if he's seen a noble woman wearing a red-stained dress, and one of the other survivors tells him that they took the women deeper inside. Before letting the guy go, the first guy asks Azadin if he's truly the Emperor's Herald, and Azadin assures him that he island. At this point, the other humans gasp in shock, because they never expected to be saved by a soulless heathen. For what it's worth, though, the first tied guy mans up and thanks Azadin properly for saving his arse from these bastards. Happy to finally see some sensible people, Azadin reminds them to get the freak out of there before more Werats arrive, and then continues further down after telling them that he has business down there. Not too long after, Azadin stumbles on a corpse being eaten by smaller rats with red eyes, lying on the ground unattended, and figures the real boss guys must be nearby. Not too far away, a human follower of Mercenary is seen standing before a floating magic orb, on a bunch of wine barrels, holding and protecting the page of the Divine King's scriptures, which the Werats recovered earlier. As the guy tries to dispel the orb with his magical power, he notices just how difficult it is for him, and complains about the sheet of the scripture. Before long, Azadin reaches the room he's at, and, judging by the rat's reaction, the guy instantly knows someone hostile's coming. When he gets down to the last part of the basement, Azadin comments on the increasing number of rats in the space, and introduces himself to the human follower, who calls him a great meal for the rats. After all the niceties, the follower sends the rats to attack Azadin, but Azadin remains unfazed. Over the next few minutes, he cuts down as many rats as he can with his axe, before finally realizing that there are way too many of them. At this point, rather than continue defending himself, he jumps on the barrels that the human Mercenary follower is currently on, removes his leather belt, and flogs all the rats attacking him to death. Having seen just how skilled Azadine is, the Mercenary follower figures he won't be able to kill him with just the rats. After thinking about Azadine's origins for a few more minutes, it all finally clicks. To confirm his suspicions, the Mercenary follower asks Azadine if he's from the Herald clan, and Azadine, upon telling him yes, asks if the follower is also a corrupt paladin of the Rescuer's order. While the follower agrees that he's a paladin of the order, he does argue that he's not corrupt by any means. Apparently, the guy follows Mercenary because he is now able to serve a real lord, instead of a fake archangel, but Azadine disagrees with him on that. To convince Azadine, the man lets him know that the thing about getting white mana, if one believes in the top 3 angels, is all just bullshit, because the 3 archangels are already dead, and their corpses hold no real power, making the Rescuer's order just a giant group of frauds. Right after saying all that, the Mercenary follower proclaims the Kurt deities to be the real ones, and then offers Azadine a seat at the table, so he can taste what real power feels like. Unfortunately for him, Azadine refuses to join his order because he still believes in the 3 archangels. Frustrated, the follower repeats everything he just said about the 3 archangels being dead, adds that the knights using white mana are just all from noble households, and also tells Azadine that he's experienced everything firsthand. Even still, Azadine, while removing his pilgrim's robe to reveal his holy drip, tells the follower that he doesn't really care about the Archangel's story because he's already given salvation. That being said, he mutters a few more things about being the one to betray his faith, to let the bastard know that he's not giving up his faith without a fight. Enraged by his adamant attitude, the follower calls Azadine a soulless heathen and insults his skill right after. The follower summons an undead Werat riding another Werat from the underground and orders them to attack and kill Azadine. Sensing the danger he's in, Azadine kicks the shit out of the Werats coming for him and knocks them both out like clockwork. Soon after, another Werat-Warhorse Rat combo burrows out of their underground lair to continue the fight against Azadine. This time around, as they lunge towards the Herald with immense murderous intent, Azadine dodges a few of their attacks and knocks them out, when he gets the chance, with a devastating axe kick. Seconds later, the horde of smaller rats charges towards him, and Azadine, realizing that there's no end to them, searches around the room for his pilgrim robe. Once he spots the robe around a corner, he picks it up and baits the rats to chase him to a good spot with good footing. Then, he maneuvers the robe around and lets the smaller rats all trap themselves inside the robe. Once the robe is packed with rats, Azadine gets on the barrels and slams all the malicious vermin on the ground, killing off the majority of them in the process. At this point, the Mercenary follower gets pretty scared of Azadine's skill and battle IQ, but while he racks his brain, trying to figure out how he got that strong, the magical orb protecting the sheet of the Divine King's copy suddenly cracks, and the follower instantly realizes that the Divine King's scripture is acknowledging Azadine as its owner. Well, now that the copy's resistance is weaker, thanks to Azadine, the follower figures he can finally get the copy if he just kills Azadine. With this, he calls Azadine's attention, tells him he can't let him run wild anymore, and activates his dark power in a bid to show Azadine who he truly island. As soon as he activates his full power, the follower sends a sword trail of dark magical energy his way, but Azadine dodges it like clockwork and watches the magical energy hit an innocent man behind him and consume his entire life force. Seeing this, Azadine knows that getting hit by those sword attacks will be dangerous for him, so the next time the follower attacks him, testing how long he can dodge, Azadine jumps up to dodge again and then rushes to save the woman tied up behind him from getting hit by the dark energy. Shocked to see a herald going so far to save people, the follower tries to trash talk him for believing in angels, but Azadine instantly cuts him off right there and lets him know that saving people shouldn't be shocking to anybody else. That being said, the Mercenary follower attacks the next person hanging behind Azadine, who happens to be Baroness North, Tarkiev's mother, and Azadine lunges forward with all his strength to save her in time. As he grabs the Baroness and pulls her out of harm's way, the Mercenary follower's dark magic hits him and causes a huge explosion. Seconds after the explosion happens, the follower starts trash-talking Azadine for sacrificing himself to save a Wybris citizen, not knowing that Azadine is resistant to dark mana. The moment the smoke clears, the follower, shocked to see Azadine holding the Baroness unscathed, crashes out and asks Azadine how he's doing fine, when he knows that any living person gets their life force taken from them with just a touch of the dark mana. In response, Azadine tells him it's because he's pretty resistant to dark mana, and this pisses the Mercenary follower even more. Following Azadine's response, the follower makes empty threats to finish Azadine and his princess in his next attack, but Azadin assures that that won't happen because he has the advantage in places like that. With nothing more to discuss, the Mercenary follower attacks Azadin with another blast of dark mana, but this time around, Azadin uses all the ropes hanging down from the ceiling to maneuver his way out of getting hit. Nevertheless, the follower refuses to back down, as he continues sending dark magic blasts toward his spot. Eventually, when the fool realizes just how quick-feeted Azadin is, he figures that he can't keep up with or catch him if he doesn't change his attack style. Just as he's about to enact his new plan, however, Azadin jumps down from the ceiling ropes, activates the Causus's script, Clear Day's Pine Tree, a solely clear and tranquil technique, and slams the bastard's head into the barrels he's standing on. As the useless POS takes his final breaths, he regrets not transforming when he had the chance, and Azadin tells him that he didn't transform because he was too drunk on the power of Mercenary. Thereafter, the Mercenary follower dies, and Azadin moves on to complain about the sore pains he feels in his body. Not too long after Azadin kills the follower, the purple magic orb holding the copy of the Divine King's scripture breaks free and releases the sheet of magic paper to Azadin, who is somewhat confused about how to react. Having acquired the third copy of the Divine King's scriptures, Azadin stores it in the bracelet Aldous gave him earlier, carries the unconscious Baroness, while complaining about how messy things have gotten lately, and walks out of the basement, satisfied to have fulfilled the Emperor's law. Moments later, Azadin leaves the building with the Baroness and is reunited with Midium, Tarkiev, and Ishmael, who all welcome him back to the surface. Thereafter, Midium asks Azadin why he went down there alone when they were supposed to divide up the enemies among themselves, and Azadin says it's because one of the enemies was an acquaintance of the clan, which left him no choice. Shortly afterward, Tarkiev walks up to check on his mother and make sure she's doing okay, but then, seconds after, she regains consciousness and tells Tarkiev that she's been awake and afraid to talk because of how Azadin, her savior, would act. As the Baroness continues yapping, Midium, who's but jealous at this point, tells Azadin to put her down. After doing that, Azadin asks Midium to tell him what happened to the people who came out of the underground tunnels, and she says Ishmael led them all outside. As for the aftermath of his battle against the Werats, Midium says the Rescuers' Order is going to come and clean the scene up, since it's their building in the first place. Gladdened by such news, Azadin works his arm and complains about needing to rest. Eager to repay the debt to her savior, Tarkiev's mother invites them over to her estate for dinner, and Azadin honors her request. Later that night, after dinner, the Baroness meets with her son and his saviors over tea to catch up on everything Tarkiev's witnessed since he met them. Upon confirming his name, the Baroness calls him a newer version of Ashadin, the legend of the old Anukia, aka the eyeless dragon Ashadin, and Azadin tells her that's exactly what the name means. After the niceties, Azadin moves on to begin their real discussion. However, just as he's about to get into the details, Midium tells the Baroness that they were promised the Emperor's golden coins by Tarkiev for saving both of them, and Azadin, though embarrassed by Midium's interference, asks the Baroness where she got the coins. The Baroness then tells him they were passed down as a family heirloom, and adds that she gave Tarkiev one golden coin as a charm when he left, as well as the mercenaries she hired. That said, she turns to Tarkiev and asks him how the mercenaries are doing. But before Tarkiev can respond, Azadin takes over and tells her everything that's happened up until that point. After hearing the full gist, the Baroness comments on how dangerous Tarkiev's experience must have been for him, but Tarkiev says that the golden coin she gave him was what made him liable to receive their help. Touched by this, the Baroness thanks them all for saving both of them and promises to give them all the coins as promised, as long as they make themselves comfortable here while they stay in Salasma. Although it's not a big deal, Azadin can feel that something about the Baroness is off. For starters, she's a devout Arthra follower, so it doesn't make any sense that she'd have hired the mercenaries without knowing that they were Arthra's subordinates. Plus, Arthra the Spider Queen only seduces the opposite sex and gives one power to assassinate. So, with everything he's discovered so far, Azadin figures he might as well keep a close eye on her when he can. That being said, the Baroness continued discussing small talk with the others till it got very late, and dismissed them to their quarters a few hours later. Once everyone's retired for the night, Midium and Ishmael sneak out of the mansion to revisit the old building, where the Werats were hiding, and see how things are faring there. When they get nearby, they spot people from the Rescuers' Order swiftly cleaning up and burning off all the evidence of Werats ever being there. Irritated, Midium comments on just how fast they are when it comes to hiding their corruption, and figures they're just being assholes, preying on the people's faith and generosity. As it turns out, the people of Wybris usually give alms to the Rescuers' Order, even when the drought is severe, all because they think doing this helps them build up good deeds to prepare for their afterlife. Unfortunately, what the public didn't know was that the core of the order, which consisted of 3 branches, namely, the School of Wisdom, the Knights of Courage, and the Relief Facility of Mercy, was very lax because each branch considered the other as rivals. Because of this, none of them found out on time that one of their relief houses became a base for the Werets. In any case, Ishmael tells Midiam that he feels a lot of creepy stares from beyond them, and Midiam, after assuring him that she knows, he moves on to tell him that she suspects there are still lots of Kurt's heathens hidden underground, even though Azadin won this time. For now, though, she suggests they return to the mansion to avoid trouble, and Ishmael does the needful. The following morning, Azadin walks through a corridor in the mansion, yawning and working his arm muscles, as he complains about being tired. Apparently, he spent all night looking to secure the exit routes of the house, because he just couldn't trust the Baroness to be good. Before long, Midiam and Ishmael catch up to him and greet him gracefully, pretending to have been at the mansion ever since. However, when Azadin asks where they've been, Midiam lies that they were just looking around the area, and then shifts the conversation to the tired look on his face. After complaining about his tiredness, Azadin asks if they noticed anything odd, but Midiam says they only saw a bunch of servants coming in with a bunch of groceries, almost as if they were preparing a flamboyant meal for them. As the trio takes their seat at the dining table, expecting breakfast, Midiam teases that the Baroness must be trying to impress someone, and Azadin just shuts her up. Soon after taking their seats, one of the servants rolls in their breakfast and presents a super sumptuous meal packed with everything rich people eat: steak, fluffy bread, shrimp soup, and even expensive gravy. As the servant serves them, Midiam suggests that maybe the Baroness is in love with him, and Azadin reminds her not to forget she's Tarkiev's mother. When Midiam starts yapping about her beauty and all that, Azadin tells her it's because of the Spider Queen's blessing. That being said, he asks Ishmael if he knows where the Baroness went, and he says she went to see Count Kazel at his castle. Just then, Midiam reminds Azadin and Ishmael about the stuff the branch leader of Salem told them about Kazel searching for the copy of the Divine King's scripture with some witch, and then insinuates that the witch might be the Baroness. While both boys just stare at her overthinking arse, Midiam continues by saying that she's pretty sure that both of them are planning to steal the copy of the Divine King's scripture from, since they know he's also searching for them. Although Azadin commends her nice approach, seeing as the Baroness is indeed suspicious, he tells her that if she's right, then it'll make no sense for the Baroness to be caught in the Werets base. To find out what her true motive is, they'll use the Kurt bone wand they got from the spider mercenary back then, right in front of the Baroness, and see how she reacts to seeing it. With that said, Azadin continues eating and agrees to meet her once she's back soon. However, when the Baroness returns a few hours later, by evening time, she invites Azadin to her private quarters for a meeting, which is odd in itself, and has some tea with him. In the early moments of their meeting, Azadin reminds himself to watch her a bit more closely for any slip-ups and hopes she's a good person through and through. After a brief silence, the Baroness apologizes for coming back later than expected and intruding on his personal time, but Azadin assures her it's all good. By this time, he can't see anything dark magic related, but just to confirm, he asks her about her meeting with the Count. The Baroness says he only called her for a wellness check and made her report to the maid and leave. To justify the Count's rudeness, the Baroness tells Azadin about the army of ogres and goblins coming from the east, and figures he's probably busy because of that. Hearing this, Azadin knows Salasma is in deep shit if the army is the same as the ones from the Kurt of the Fang. However, since the Count is too focused on the Divine King's scripture, things may just get worse before they get better. To keep the conversation going, Azadin asks the Baroness if she knows magic, and she assures him that she knows just a bit. With this, he takes out the bone wand from earlier and asks her if she can use it. While the Baroness claims to have never seen the wand before, she does suspect it's not an ordinary magical artifact. Upon guessing where the wand came from, which is from the followers of Kurt, the Baroness infuses the wand's gemstone with some magic and throws it on the ground beside them. As the wand glows with some ominous green-blackish flame, it points towards the Count's castle, and the Baroness asks Azadin if he's currently searching for the Divine King's scriptures. After Azadin affirms her question, the Baroness lets him know that Kazel's also collecting them, which might make him come across him. Knowing this, Azadin asks if she intends to stop him, and says no. Moving on, she says that her marriage with the Count wasn't a proper one in the first place, because the Count admires a witch he brought in from the Puma jungles. Following that, she holds Azadin's hand gently and tells him that she was planning on selling the place, and going down to North Barony to get remarried. With Azadin remaining silent, she promises to divulge any information about the Count that he might be seeking, and Azadin thanks her for the help. With all that being said, the Baroness tells Azadin, who's currently wondering why she's so willing to help him, that she fell in love with him when he was fighting the follower of Medjari. Right after confessing her feelings to him, she asks Azadin while hugging him closely to marry her so they can spend eternity together. And Azadine just sits on his chair, shocked and unsure of what to do. As he continues, staring at the Baroness in shock, the Baroness reveals that he's the first ever warrior she's seen in a long time who's so strong and beautiful, especially in an era where the Knight Code has been dirtied and mocked. Thereafter, she calls his name one more time, in a very romantic manner, and asks him one more time to marry her. Just as Azadine's about to respond to her advances, he senses some very ominous dark magic voice nearby, and gets up instantly to investigate it, while the Baroness continues staring at him, confused over what just happened. Azadine analyzes the patterns in the voice and ultimately realizes that the voice is of something way more ominous than just the usual Emperor's voice. Around this time, the Baroness asks him what the matter is, and he tells her that he needs to end their meeting that instant and go somewhere. That being said, Azadine thanks the Baroness for the proposal, but then tells her that his heart already belongs to someone else. Although heartbroken to hear that Azadine's taken, Baroness handles the rejection maturely and praises the nice girl who's lucky enough to deserve Azadine's love. With nothing else to discuss, Azadine promises the Baroness that she'll meet someone nice and leaves the tea room via the balcony. Soon after walking for about an hour, he finally arrives at the source of the dark magic mana, which happens to be a thick, dark forest, and spots a crow with a big red eye on its stomach, sitting on a tree branch nearby. Though unfazed, Azadine arms himself when he notices that the bird isn't the Emperor's voice, and demands that it identify itself. By that time, the bird introduces itself as Ariel's voice and moves on to relay her message to him. With Azadine listening, the bird tells him to swear his loyalty to Ariel to obtain utmost power, and Azadine, amused by how stupid Ariel must think he is, outrightly tells the bird that she's crazy if she thinks she can win against the Herald clan when she's not even united with its people yet. Aside from the fact that he's also being dismissed, the bird still tells him that Ariel knows a way to avoid the curse of service. If anything, she's seen firsthand that the Herald clan will not save him, no matter how many gold coins and copies of the scripture he gives them. As the bird relays Ariel's final message, promising that she'll send someone, it warns Azadine to ask Ariel for salvation before he's killed by the curse of service, and explodes. Shortly after watching the bird explode, Azadine realizes that it's an artificial spirit created by Ariel's super advanced magic, which also contains dark mana, and figures she must have gotten involved in some evil magic shit. With this, he throws a few rhetorical questions out there to try and figure out if Ariel will somehow respond and tell him whatever he's planning. When he hears nothing, Bro just calls it quits and returns to the Baroness's mansion for the rest of the night. The following morning, Azadine meets up with the Ariel simp, Derek, as well as a bunch of his lackeys, at the front of the Baroness's mansion, and then asks him if he's the person that Ariel sent to talk to him. When Derek says yes, a shocked Azadine asks him if he's always been on her side from the start, and Derek says no. In any case, he does tell Azadine that Lady Ariel will make the clan's old wish come true because she's the angel of justice, and Azadine, amused to see how low this freaking simp will go, reminds him about the time when Ariel broke his legs the last time he hit on her. Embarrassed by such an incident, Derek talks down to Azadine, calling him an idiot, and then signals to his lackeys to bring a small stool before him. Once they place the stool down, the foolish Derek places the leg Ariel broke on it, raises his trousers, and, while revealing an ugly scar, tells him that the wound he's suffered on that leg has healed. Before Azadine can say a word, however, Derek starts yapping about how strong he feels now, compared to the last time, and Azadine asks him if this is seriously all he got from Ariel in return for betraying the clan. To defend his foolish behavior, Derek tells him that the head spirit, Hatir, and the elders were the ones who betrayed them initially by studying dark magic and keeping weird creatures within their circle. Along the line, Ariel found out that Elder Kenahan is a vampire and eliminated her like clockwork, so, in his book, she's a savior. Explaining further, Derek tells Azadine that everyone's always known about the elders' betrayal on the down low. They were all just waiting for the right time. Upon hearing everything he just spouted, Azadine, after asking if Ariel's the trigger for everything, tells him not to make it sound as if Ariel's trying to save people from dark magic, because he can also feel the dark mana oozing out from his legs, which means Ariel's also gotten into dark magic. Even so, Derek refuses to believe Azadine's words because he can feel that the magic power in his scar is the power of green mana. While that's true, Azadine tells him there's also very little dark mana mixed in it. But then Derek, forever the dumbass, just continues simping irritatingly for Ariel, claiming that even if she were to use dark magic, true power still embraces all. By this time, Azadine asks if they're there to just praise Ariel to his face, and Derek, suddenly remembering that he was given a letter, removes the sealed envelope from his breast pocket and extends it to Azadine. Upon receiving the letter, Azadine senses an ominous mana around it, and when Derek asks if he's scared of a letter from his sister, he assures him that he is, seeing as there's no knowing what might be inside the letter. Once he removes the seal to open the envelope, dark miasma oozes out of the letter and teleports into an alternate dark world. Not too long after, Ariel's apparition appears before him in the dark world, and the siblings exchange greetings before moving on to discuss things. While he listens to Ariel's terms and conditions, one of Derek's lackeys asks him if he knows what the letter is all about, but Derek says he didn't bother to check it, because Ariel told him not to show it to anyone other than Azadine. Eventually, when Azadine's done reading the letter, he squeezes it and throws it away. Enraged by the disrespect, Derek and his people call him a bastard for not even reading it, but then Azadine assures them that he's already read it and is turning down her conditions because they're too ridiculous for him to even accept. Right after saying all that, Azadine moves on to bait the simps into fighting him by calling Ariel his younger sister, and when the simps all start praising Lady Ariel, claiming that she's the bigger one, Azadine urges them to fight him. Before any chaos happens, Derek stops his lackeys from provoking Azadine, telling them that Ariel truly cares about him, and this makes Azadine's heart skip a beat in anger. Apparently, lots of people serving under Ariel are already complaining because Azadine not only became a herald using a loophole, but he's also receiving special treatment for being Ariel's brother. Refusing to believe anything Derek has to say, Azadine baits Derek and his lackeys to fight him, so he can teach them a lesson. But this time around, after a brief silence, Derek stops the confrontation and assures Azadine that they're not fighting him. Although disappointed, since he's not going to be able to teach them a lesson, Azadine tells him one more time that he's not joining Ariel, and urges him to get the freak out of the mansion. As they leave, however, Derek warns him to be very careful moving around in Salasma, because he doesn't want to be framed if he suddenly ends up dead. But then again, Azadine pays him no mind. Shortly after leaving the mansion, one of Derek's lackeys asks him if he's truly going to let Azadine be, and Derek, after telling the dude to shut his yap, adds that although he's not Azadine's biggest fan, he's heard enough about his recent activities to know that Azadine's not like he used to be. For one, he knows that Azadine's the one who eliminated Arthur's subordinates, aka the Spider Mercenary boss. And even though the other guys claim that they can also take on Arthur's subordinates, Derek still warns them to think wisely, and not stupidly. If they play their cards right, Derek knows they can somehow manipulate the information they have into making someone higher up, someone with a lot more resources than them, kill Azadine. That being said, Derek tells his men about Kazel, aka Count Kazel's son, whom they escorted recently, and then moves on to reveal that Azadine was the person who made him like that. Realizing the genius in Derek's plan, the other lackeys figure Count Kazel will get to action soon enough. If things go according to their plan, Derek knows the Count will kill Azadine without them having to do anything. So, for now, they all wait and see. Around that same time, Azadine, who's now back at the mansion, meets with Tarkiev, who showed up to tell him that his half-brother, Kozel, is back in town. At first, Azadine didn't know who Kozel really was, because he didn't get his name on the night he crushed the poor guy's balls. However, when Tarkiev tells him what Vin told him a while ago about Kozel getting castrated and losing his eyes, including the fact that he was escorted into Salasma with the Coruscant Merchants Union, Azadine finally remembers him to be the eldest son of Kazel, whom be castrated back then. Upon realizing that Derek purposely didn't tell him that Kozel's in town, Azadine screams at Midiam and Ishmael to pack their shits up, ignoring their complaints about getting a nice bed and blanket, and tells them they need to leave the mansion, so they don't become nuisances to the Baroness. When Tarkiev tells him that his mom really wanted him to stay there, Azadine says they need to head to the Count's castle, and then urges him to help him thank his mother for everything so she doesn't feel indebted to him. At this point, Tarkiev suggests Azadine thank the Baroness herself, but Azadine refuses to do that, because he's afraid she might try seducing him into staying back and becoming Tarkiev's stepdad again. Well, since it's come down to farewell, Azadine tells Tarkiev to take care while he's gone, and Tarkiev, while shaking hands with his savior, wishes to see him again if fate allows it. Not too long after the handshake, Azadine and his subordinates leave the Baroness's mansion and head towards the Count's castle. Hours later, when they get to the castle's outskirts by twilight, Midiam asks Azadine what he plans on doing now that they've left the mansion, and Azadine, while checking the castle's blueprints, complains about the Count's thoroughness, seeing as there's no place to hide in the castle. Apparently, the Count designed his castle in a way that places guards or thick steel doors at every point, including the waterways, which intruders like Azadin might want to spy. With their hands tied, Azadin and his subordinates rack their brains to figure out an efficient way to infiltrate the castle without any guards knowing. Just then, Midium suggests that they ask the Baroness for help instead, and Azadin says they can't risk it because Kozel's mother and the Baroness are rivals, and it'll be dangerous for them to ask her for help like that. As they continue brainstorming possible ways to gain access into the castle, Azadin suddenly spots Zebek and Maya, alongside one other fat dude walking out from the castle, and towards them, and recognizes them as the paladins from back then. Seizing this opportunity, Azadin assures the kids that their problem has been solved, and then approaches the knights shortly. Moments before he catches up to them, Zebek and May take a walk to discuss their experiences these past few months. While on their walk, Maya asks Zebek if it's true that he was forced to become a repentance knight, and when Zebek tells her it's indeed true, Maya feels really bad for him. This is because she thinks he was the one who fought for Kozel to return alive, since he's the Countess's only legitimate son. Well, Zebek figures that the Countess probably feels bitter about the fact that Kozel can't be the heir anymore, hence why he's getting punished. For what it's worth, though, Zebek tells Maya that he's taking this duty as his chance to work in the common ranks, fighting ogres and whatnot at the border. Just as Maya's about to speak to him, the fat guy, who was with them earlier, suddenly rushes toward them, searching for Sir Zebek, so he can tell him what Kozel's planning. Upon spotting the guy, Zebek asks him why he's not escorting Kozel, like he usually does, and the guy says it's because he needs Zebek's help. As it turns out, Kozel found out from his sources that Tarkiev is becoming the household head, which means Tarkiev would be doing better than him. Unable to take such disrespect, Kozel ordered the fat guy and a few others to hire mercenaries to ambush Tarkiev and kill him when they had the chance. After exchanging shocked glances with each other, Maya asks the guy if Kozel's really planning to ambush the Baroness's estate, and the fat guy says he's tried his best to change his mind, but the blind bastard won't just listen. Initially, the guy thought of hiring refugees, but given the Baroness's good connections, she'd definitely know about it sooner. At this point, Zebek clocks the guy's game and then asks him if he's insinuating that he should prevent the Baroness from actually getting hurt. Happy to see Zebek understands, the fat guy tells him that if he can pull that off, then he should be able to avoid becoming a repentance knight, as a reward for saving her life. After brooding on the matter a little bit, Zebek tells the guy that his plan basically involves pushing a bunch of young men to their deaths, and the fat piece of shit assures Zebek that those people's lives are inferior, so it's no big deal. Mind you, they're literally discussing sacrificing human lives just to play freaking politics. Having heard such demeaning stuff come out from him, Zebek takes a moment to remember everything Azadin told him that night about people's beliefs and actions, deeming them of being noble, and then concludes that he's only going to pretend that he didn't just hear everything nonsense he just told him. Just as the fat guy's about to continue persuading Zebek to do his bidding, Azadin and the kids approach Zebek and Maya and ask them if they need mercenaries. Almost instantly, Maya recognizes and welcomes them warmly, but as for Zebek, he shockingly asks Maya if she knows them. After telling Zebek where she found them, which is at the black magic incident, Maya moves on to tell Zebek that Azadin's a very skilled pilgrim, making him realize that she didn't know Azadin is currently a herald. Before long, Azadin greets Zebek normally, to which Zebek responds, and then asks him if he's really in need of mercenaries. Before Zebek responds, Azadin assures him that he can do the mercenary job for him, and the kids ask Azadin a few questions to make sure bro is in his right mind. Now turning to the fat guy, Azadin tells him that using him would still be the same as hiring a bunch of skillless refugees anyway, so he might as well introduce him to Kozel, so he can prove himself to him. While Maya tries to warn Azadin of Kozel's foul personality, Zebek, unable to figure out what he's planning, wonders if Azadin remembers that he's the one who blinded and castrated Kozel. Eventually, after several more minutes of persuasion, the fat guy takes Azadin and the kids to Kozel's crib in the Count's castle to see him. When they get there, Midium and Ishmael whisper to each other, surprised that they actually entered the Count's castle this easily. As the fat guy tells them about Kozel's selectiveness, Azadin tells the kids to scan the place and see if they notice anything strange. So, while the fat guy goes inside to talk to Kozel and bring him there, Azadin and the kids feel the room a bit for anything weird they might notice. Before long, they all notice the strong smell of blood and thick traces of black magic as well. Seconds later, Kozel walks out of his room, screaming at the poor fat guy for not figuring things out on his own, and then complains about him needing to screen every mercenary guy he has for hire. Soon enough, Azadine welcomes the young master to their first meeting, and Kozel, unable to see or recognize Azadine, gets irritated that the fat guy brought just one guy for the job. To convince Kozel that he's capable, Azadine tells him that while he needs a skilled assassin to get the job done for him, killing Tarkiev is still just him taking his frustrations out. Explaining further, he tells Kozel that his real objective definitely lies elsewhere. But before Bro can explain everything, Kozel gets super pissed and orders his guards to kill Azadine as quickly as possible. Sensing the danger coming, Azadine dodges the first attack from the first guard and kicks the bastard unconscious. As the guard's axe rolls up to the ceiling, the second one comes in to fight Azadine, but Azadine easily knocks him the hell out with a kick to the stomach. Right after dealing with the guards, he catches the first guy's axe and points it straight at Kozel's neck. Then, he lets Kozel know that if he were an assassin, then his head would be rolling on the floor the moment he caught the axe. By this time, Kozel admits that Azadine is skilled, so he urges him to tell him what's on his mind. Azadine tells him that if he's going to get involved in Noble's fights, he'd like to play in the larger leagues. Put simply, Azadine tells Kozel that there's a way to guarantee his heirship other than killing Tarkiev. All they need to do is allow him to kill the Count, since he's the first in power, and he can make it so that it is the Countess who will be in power after his death.